Say I Do in Good Hope, a Good Hope novel written by Cindy Kirk, narrated by Amy McFadden. Chapter 1. "I'm sorry to get you involved, Sheriff." Kyle Kendrick slanted a glance at Cade Rallis, who strode up the sidewalk to the home on Market Street. "She was supposed to have vacated the premises last Saturday." "I read the paperwork, Kyle. I'll speak with her. I'm not promising we'll have her out tonight." Cade gave a humorless laugh. "Eliza isn't known for being the most accommodating person in Good Hope." Kyle paused at the steps leading to the porch. While it was still cold, the rain had stopped. "You will get her out." He thought of his sister, who would be arriving on Saturday, considered the time it would take to get even the minimal furnishings delivered. "I'll give her notice she has 3 days to vacate, or we'll move her out." Cade pushed up his coat collar. He was a tall man, topping Kyle's 6'1" by several inches. The sheriff had a square jaw and the look of a man who could hold his own in a fight. Kyle remembered hearing he'd once been a cop in some big city before moving to Good Hope. Eliza Shaw would find Good Hope's sheriff a formidable foe. Moments later, Kyle stood with the sheriff on the porch, the beveled glass in the door shimmering from the light inside the home. One thing Kyle could say, from his brief glimpse inside, the house had been worth every penny. Kyle wasn't sure where Eliza planned to live now that her father had sold the house. If she couldn't take all the furniture with her, he'd be willing to buy some of it from her. He briefly wondered again why her dad had decided to sell the home. He'd asked, but the realtor hadn't known. Cade rang the bell for a second time. The buzzer worked because even standing on the other side of a closed door, he could hear the chimes echoing down the hallway. "If she thinks she can ignore us." The sheriff's jaw was set in a hard line. Instead of hitting the bell for a third time, he pounded with his fist. 3 solid bangs. "Eliza, it's Sheriff Rallis. You need to open up." Cade's hand was poised to strike the door again when a figure appeared in the hall. The locks clicked open. When Eliza finally opened the door, she stepped back and motioned them inside. She wore an oversized shirt in a leopard print and black leggings. Instead of boots, her feet were encased in black slippers. She looked softer, more approachable, until those gray eyes narrowed on him and flashed. Without saying a word to Kyle, she turned to the sheriff. "What do you think you're doing coming to my house and banging on my door at this time of night?" Her voice could have frosted glass. From Cade's relaxed stance and easy expression, you'd have thought he hadn't noticed. "There's a matter we need to discuss." Cade's voice remained easy. "We can have the conversation standing here in the foyer, if that's what you prefer." Eliza hesitated, and Kyle had a sudden image of them spending the entire visit just inside the doorway. With a melodramatic huff, she turned. "The parlor will be more comfortable. I've got a fire started." He and Cade followed her down the hall and into a room that had Kyle pausing in the doorway, wanting to take it all in. The floor gleamed, and the rugs he recognized as Persian. The fireplace was white Carrara marble with a curved mantel carved out of the same material. While the furniture definitely fit the style prevalent in the late 1880s, when the house had been built, it was surprisingly warm and inviting. He wondered if she planned to take all the furniture. Unless she was moving into another Victorian as large and grand as this one, the pieces wouldn't fit. First things first, Kyle told himself. He needed to get a move-out date. Then they could talk furnishings. While the sheriff took a seat in an ornate chair with a tapestry seat, Kyle confiscated a spot on the sofa. Eliza sat in a high-backed chair in burgundy velvet that, due to his mother's interest in antiques, he recognized as a Victorian balloon armchair. Constructed of mahogany, it featured hand-carved cabriole legs with floral motifs. The large back gave the impression of a throne. Cade fixed his gaze on Eliza. I assume you know why we're here? After a moment of silence, her eyes turned cold as steel. My father is an ass. A startled look crossed Cade's face. Pardon me? My father, despite knowing this house was meant to be mine, sold it out from under me in an attempt to force me to leave Good Hope. Her lips curved in a thin smile. He won't succeed. Your father held clear title to the house. Kyle surprised himself by speaking out. The title company researched it. The sale was above board. Eliza didn't spare him a glance. Instead, her gaze remained fixed on the sheriff. You need to speak with my attorney, Beckett Cross. Kyle felt the first stirrings of unease. While he didn't know all the familial relationships in Good Hope, he was aware that Beck and Cade were married to sisters. The surprise that flickered over the sheriff's face told him Cade hadn't known she'd retained his brother-in-law as her attorney. Cade lifted a brow. You hired Beck to... It's complicated. Eliza lifted her hands. But I can assure you the sale was an error. The house definitely belongs to me. Kyle opened his mouth, but before he could speak, she hurried on. Sorting out all the legal issues may take some time, but... I paid for the house because I need a place to live now. There was no way Kyle was going to have his little sister live at the Sweet Dreams Motel. Eliza settled those gray eyes on him. You've been in Good Hope since last summer. As I don't imagine you've been living out of your vehicle this entire time, I suggest you simply stay where you are a while longer. Kyle spread out his hands, shook his head. Not going to happen. The woman sitting across from him narrowed her eyes. I understand you paid cash. When all this is settled, I'll not only reimburse you, but include interest. I don't think you're getting the message. Kyle's voice dropped dangerously low. It's my house now. Legally. I'm within my rights to demand you vacate immediately. Color drained from her face, even as she glared at him. You can't be serious. Dead serious. Her gaze swung to the sheriff. Speak with Beck. It's really very straightforward. Eliza? Cade leaned forward, resting his forearms on his khaki pants. Unlike his deputies, he dressed in street clothes rather than a uniform. I sympathize with you. This has got to be distressing. But according to the paperwork Mr. Kendrick showed me, he has clear title to the property. You need to vacate the property, or my deputies and I will pursue eviction and have you forcibly removed. Eliza saw red. Forcibly removed? From her own home? She was seconds away from pointing to the door and ordering them both out when common sense kicked in. She might not know Cade Rallis well, but she knew the lawman didn't make empty threats. It didn't help that he was sworn to uphold the law, which right now was firmly on Kyle Kendrick's side. She didn't know Kyle either, but hoped, despite his hardline approach, he would be more amenable to reason. Or charm. She'd try both, and hope one worked. Thanks for making your position clear, Sheriff. Eliza managed a pleasant tone. I believe Kyle and I can keep this matter off your doorstep. Eliza shifted her gaze to Kyle and forced a smile. I'm sure we can work something out so both of us are happy. It's my house, Kyle repeated, as if wanting to make sure there was no misunderstanding. God, how she longed to wipe that smug smile from his face. She'd been right to peg him as an arrogant bastard. An arrogant bastard who now holds the deed to her home. I believe you've made your feelings on that point clear. Somehow she kept the smile on her lips. Why don't you and I discuss this further, over a glass of wine? When Kyle hesitated, Eliza stood and gestured to the hall. Please don't let us keep you, Cade. Use his first name, she told herself. Make this more personal. I'm sure I can count on your discretion? Cade gave a curt nod and rose. He slanted a glance at Kyle, who'd also stood. It won't hurt for us to discuss the matter. Kyle gestured with one hand toward Eliza. I'd like to settle all the moving out details amicably. Suspicion settled in the sheriff's eyes as he studied Eliza. Then he turned to Kyle. Let me know if my office can be of further assistance. Cade nodded at Eliza. I'll show myself out. Once she heard the door close behind him, Eliza turned to Kyle. Red or white? I have both. Red, if it's not too much trouble. Eliza's smile felt brittle, as if it was about to break into a million pieces. No trouble at all. Have a seat and relax. I'll be right back. The wine refrigerator was located off the kitchen. When she pulled out a bottle of Pinot, she cursed herself when she noticed her hands shook. Get yourself under control. She might not like it, but at the moment, Kyle held the upper hand, which meant that she needed to tread carefully, or she'd find herself out on the street. Once again, she cursed her father. He would pay for his arrogant assumption that he knew what was best for her. The fact that he could even think he did was laughable. Putting 2 glasses on the tray, she opened the bottle, splashed in some Pinot, and returned to the parlor. Kyle had risen and was now bent over, running the tips of his fingers lightly over the smooth white stone. His was a worker's body, lean and tough-looking. Right now, his amazing ass held her gaze captive. Something primal stirred low in her belly. He glanced up and straightened, crossing to take the tray from her hands before setting it on a vintage mahogany tea table with a glass top. He lifted a flute from the tray and handed it to her, then took one for himself. Is that fireplace Carrara marble? It is. My great-great-grandfather had it imported from Italy when he built the house. Eliza took a sip of wine and studied him through lowered lashes. You bought the house without seeing the interior. Risky move. Probably, he conceded, then chuckled. You're right. Definitely risky. But the exterior is in amazingly good shape, and the realtor said the home had been in the same family for over 100 years. Odds were the interior would meet with my approval. They remained standing, neither of them making a move to sit. Eliza lifted her glass, gestured. Well, now that you've seen a little of it, what do you think? It's a beautiful home. His gaze met hers. I want to assure you I'll take good care of it. Instead of immediately responding, she took a seat and he followed her lead. She swirled the liquid in her glass and considered how to best play this. I'm not moving out. He leaned against the back of the sofa and studied her. Instead of anger in those baby blues, there was assessment. I own the house. It should never have been placed on the market. Though Eliza was not one to discuss family matters with friends, much less with a stranger, in this instance she had no choice. Every word I said to the sheriff is true, Kyle. She had his attention. Now she had to make him see that her moving out and him moving in would be a waste of time for both of them. You mentioned you'd retained an attorney. His voice, like hers, was easy and conversational. You didn't give details. I don't like to air my family's dirty laundry. She took a breath, then let it out. But because this is a special situation, I'll share the details with you. I'd appreciate it if you'd keep what we discuss confidential. He gave a slight nod, took a sip of wine. My grandmother, who previously owned this house, had instructed my father that the home should go directly to me upon his passing. He's still alive. The title to the home was in his name. Kyle kept his gaze on her face. He was within his legal rights to sell it. Eliza couldn't stop her fingers from tightening around the glass. She wanted it to go to me. If that's true, your name should have been on the title. The man wasn't stupid. You're right. I should have insisted my name be placed on the title. Eliza rose to her feet, but waved Kyle down when he started to stand. I was in college when she died. I trusted that when the time came, the house would be mine. That was my error. I shouldn't have trusted him. A look of sympathy crossed his face. You should be able to trust your own father. Yes, well, not all fathers are created equal. Eliza strode to the fireplace, resting her hand on the cool marble. She loved every inch of this place. Why didn't you remind him of that promise when he suggested selling the place? I wasn't aware the home was even on the market until my father emailed me it had been sold. He emailed you? The look of shock on Kyle's face would have been laughable at any other time. That's right. Eliza had to press her lips together to keep them from trembling. Angry. It wasn't hurt, but anger she felt toward her dad. She was so angry with him. Did he say why he sold it? Did he need the money? Money isn't a factor. He's simply meddling in my life. He wants me to move so I can soar. Eliza's laugh held no humor. He's convinced I can't do that in good hope. Kyle shook his head. He's placed you in an awkward situation. Eliza crossed the distance and sat on the sofa beside him, turning her body to face him. Let me buy the house back from you. It may take me a little time to arrange the financing, but I can't lose my home. All I'm asking for is time. His gaze searched her face, and something he saw there must have satisfied him, because some of the tension left his shoulders. I'd like to help you. I really would. I can find you another house in Good Hope. The words tripped over themselves in her haste to get them out. This was the only place she'd ever felt safe, the only place she'd felt loved. Bits and pieces of her grandmother were everywhere she looked. I'll even cover the rent. A softness filled his eyes. I can see you're really willing to go above and beyond to make this work. But this house is within walking distance of the middle school. Middle school? My sister is coming to live with me. The comment elicited all sorts of questions, none of them relevant to the discussion. Eliza wasn't sure why the comment had startled her. After all, lots of people had siblings, herself included. But his sister must be young if being close to the middle school was a consideration. Why is she going to live with you? It's a long story. He waved a dismissive hand. But Lorraine, will be with me for several months. I want to give her a home while she's here. While Eliza applauded his desire to provide appropriate lodging for his sister, surely there were other houses for sale near the middle school. The Dunleavys are considering selling their home down the street. Of course, they've been talking of doing that for the last few years. Eventually, it will come on the market, and it's a beautiful place. I don't have time to wait. Lolo is arriving Saturday. Reaching over, she touched his arm. Please don't make me move out. Something flickered behind his eyes, a look she couldn't quite decipher. He rubbed his chin. This is a large home with a lot of bedrooms. Eliza wasn't sure where he was going with this, so she waited. She told herself it was a good sign he hadn't yet ordered her to pack her bags. Until that happened, she held on to hope for an amicable resolution. Even if things went south, that didn't mean she'd move out. This was her place, and didn't someone say possession was 9/10 of the law? All Eliza knew was she'd chain herself to the banister before she'd be kicked out of her own home. There may be a solution. Eliza expelled the breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Kyle was a reasonable man. Why had she ever thought him arrogant? She smiled and attempted to hide her relief. It was never wise to let someone know they had the upper hand, even if they did. What are you proposing? We'll live here together until the legal issues are resolved. Chapter 2. Absolutely not! Eliza jumped to her feet, two bright splotches of red coloring her pale cheeks. This is my home. For some reason, Eliza reminded him of Lolo when she got into one of her dramatic moods. Kyle found himself more amused than irritated. Legally? Kyle kept his tone even. It's mine. Her chin jutted up. I won't leave. Yep, he thought. Stubborn, just like Lolo. Eliza met his gaze with a boldness that would have intimidated most men. He didn't look away. I believe the sheriff made it clear that if you don't leave voluntarily, he'll haul you out. He settled back against the brocaded satin of the sofa and took a sip of wine. He wouldn't dare. Another sip of wine. I don't know Cade well, but something tells me the man takes his duties seriously. Eliza stood there, chest heaving, those fabulous gray eyes flashing. She looked like a warrior, one ready to go down on her sword because of stubborn pride. She might fool herself into thinking the sheriff would back down, but deep down she knew the truth. Cade Rallis was sworn to uphold the law, and that's what he'd do. Kyle wasn't sure how much of her story was true. Facts were facts. Her name hadn't been on the title. Her father had signed all the necessary papers, transferring the home to him. If Eliza had a beef, she needed to take it up with her dad, or pursue her case through legal channels. The home was his, and he felt he'd been generous in offering to let her stay. It hadn't been an altogether altruistic move. If she stayed, the furniture stayed. That meant he wouldn't have to scramble to make the place look like a home. Plus, there would be a woman around. Although Kyle didn't know Eliza well, Good Hope's mayor had known her since childhood, and Jeremy considered her a good friend. That was a good enough reference for him. It might work. Her words pulled Kyle back from his reverie. He noticed Eliza's bosoms had quit heaving. Pity. In fact, the Iron Maiden demeanor she wore like a righteous shield appeared to be firmly back in place. When she didn't continue, he raised a brow. I suppose you could sleep here until all this is resolved. She waved a dismissive hand. I've got 8 bedrooms. I'm not talking about just sleeping here. Kyle kept his gaze firmly fixed on her. My sister and I would live here. She continued on as if he hadn't spoken. You'd each have your own bedroom and bathroom. 2 of the bedrooms available have a sitting room you could use as your parlor. If you needed to use the kitchen, you'd have to run that by me. When she paused, he cocked his head. Are you finished? Her gaze narrowed. She gave him a regal nod. Now, let me tell you how it's going to be, as this is my house, and you are the guest. When she opened her mouth to speak, he held up a hand. It's important to me that my sister have a home during the time she's in Good Hope. That's why I purchased this place. There will be no my part of the house or your part of the house. This will be a home. If not, I suggest you leave now. Eliza closed her eyes for a moment, and he felt the pity stir again. Then they opened and flashed. Here it comes, he thought. She's going to burn the only bridge she has because of foolish pride. While he sympathized with her predicament, his duty was to his little sister. Lolo had enough stress in her life without moving into a war zone. The brunette took one deep breath, then another. She held out her hands, palms down. Okay? We'll do it your way." Surprise skittered through Kyle. It wasn't often he found himself surprised by someone's behavior. "Good." Setting down his glass, he pushed to his feet. "I'll go get my stuff." "What?" Her eyes widened. "Now?" "No time like the present." He grinned, glanced around. "Sleeping under this roof is going to be a good sight more pleasant than sweet dreams. There's just one more thing." The suspicion was back in those smoky depths, strong as a flame that had been torchlit. "What?" When he'd closed on the house, the realtor had provided him with the keys. But the way Kyle saw it, having Eliza hand one to him would bring it home that this was his place as much as it was hers. Even more, since his name was now the one on the deed. Kyle held out his hand, palm up, and smiled pleasantly. "The key?" Eliza waited until Kyle left before pulling out her phone. If Donald Shaw thought he could steamroll his only daughter, he was seconds away from finding out he was wrong. She hit his number in Palm Springs. "Eliza, I was just leaving the house for the club." Her dad's voice was easy, as if he was unaware he'd destroyed his only daughter's life with one email. "I should be available tomorrow. Let's talk then." "Why did you do it?" When her voice threatened to tremble, Eliza paused to steady it. Her dad abhorred weakness of any kind. "Graham wanted me to have the house." "She left it to me." Her father's tone betrayed no emotion. "With the understanding that you would pass it on to me," Eliza sputtered, feeling like a tea kettle about to blow. "She made that very clear." Her father hesitated for only a second. "The home belonged to me, to do with as I chose." "You know what the house means to me."
"Too much."
"Pardon me?"
"You're too attached. To your routine, to the house, to the town."
Donald's words came more quickly now, as if he was eager to get through the conversation.
"I hoped things would change once Jeremy proposed to Finn Bloom. Nothing has. You refused to meet Stan's son when he was in Milwaukee last fall. You didn't make it to Palm Springs at Christmas because you were too busy overseeing the 12 Nights celebration. You, my dear, are in a rut. Since you can't seem to pull yourself out, I'm helping you."
"By selling my home." There was no point in arguing all the points he listed. Only one mattered. "Graham promised that this home would be mine." For all his faults, for all the bluster, her father had loved and respected his mother.
"If you stay much longer, you'll end up with regrets. Just like Catherine."
Why her father chose this moment to bring up her grandmother's cousin, Eliza wasn't certain. Before she could speak, Donald took a breath and continued.
"You've been in a holding pattern for years, hoping you and Jeremy would end up together. Now that option is off the table. It's time for you to spread your wings and soar."
Eliza wanted to reach through the phone and grab her dad by the neck. Instead, she forced herself to loosen her grip on the phone. Nothing shut down a conversation with her father faster than showing emotion. "You're threatening to sell my home in the hopes of pushing me out of Good Hope." An Arctic chill blasted through the calmly spoken words.
"Honey, this really isn't a good time for me. Stan and Jerry are waiting."
Her father's tone remained pleasant, but matter-of-fact.
"Let's be clear. I'm not threatening to sell the house. I already did. I firmly believe that one day when you look back, you'll see I did you a favor."
Kyle stood at the front of the Art Deco building and hoped his news would allay the last of his parents' concerns.
"I've taken care of where we'll live. You don't need to worry."
When his parents had first approached him about the possibility of his younger sister, Lolo, coming to Good Hope to stay with him, he'd been hesitant. The Sweet Dreams Motel was a nice place to stay, but it wasn't a home, and for the next few months he was going to be busy overseeing the community theater renovation project. But family was a priority, and his parents had come close to begging. Lolo was refusing to return to school. They'd offered to transfer her to a different school, but she said she'd run away if they made her go. She'd finally agreed to stay with him in Good Hope and go to school here for the rest of the year. Kyle knew his dad didn't fully understand why his only son and business partner had decided to temporarily relocate so far from home. Thanks to technology, Kyle had been able to continue to bid on jobs for Kendrick Construction while in Good Hope. In fact, for the past 6 months, he'd enjoyed the best of both worlds. He liked the precision of bidding, but relished being able to get his hands dirty working alongside the crew he'd hired. "I don't want Lorraine living out of a motel." His mother's voice, soft with a hint of a southern accent, held worry.
She won't have to live out of a motel.
Kyle kept his voice deliberately offhand as he gazed out the window that looked out onto Main Street.
I bought a house. Closed on it last Saturday. A house?
His father's voice boomed through the phone.
Why would you buy a house in Wisconsin? That makes no sense. It was an impulse buy.
Kyle gave a little laugh.
I was having dinner in Milwaukee with an old college buddy, and his wife, who happens to be a realtor, pulled up pictures on her phone of a house in Good Hope that had just come on the market. It was priced to sell. That didn't mean you had to buy it.
His father huffed, but Kyle heard the confusion.
It's a beautiful Victorian that caught my eye the first day I set foot in Good Hope. I'll send you pictures.
Kyle brought up the home in his mind.
It reminds me of the house I grew up in, the one in Woodward Heights. I loved that home.
His mother's tone gentled.
Still, you've never been impulsive. What's special about this house? Maybe I was just tired of living out of a motel.
Even as he said the words, Kyle knew that wasn't the answer. But nothing else made sense.
You bought a home just to sell it in 3 months when you're done there?
Though said as a statement, a question ran through his father's comment. When you're done there. Would he ever be fully done here? He knew his father was thinking of the community theater renovation, but Kyle thought of Jeremy Rakes. Last fall, he'd asked Good Hope's mayor to take a DNA test. He'd repeated the request at Christmas. So far, Jeremy had refused. Though he didn't have test results confirming that his own family roots ran deep in Good Hope soil, Kyle had felt an instant connection to the community.
You're right,
Kyle said conversationally when the silence lengthened.
Buying a house when I'll be gone in a couple of months makes no sense.
It began to rain outside, and the pedestrians, the few who were outside on this blustery March day, scurried for shelter. Except for one.
But I got it for a good price, and don't anticipate having trouble selling it when I leave. It's much too big and too nice of a home to turn into a rental.
Kyle's voice matched his nonchalant shrug.
Kentucky is your home.
His mother's voice held a catch.
We're your family.
She alone knew what had brought him to this part of the country. Aaron Kendrick, unlike his father, was aware this sojourn to northern Wisconsin was about more than him simply needing space after a failed engagement.
I'll be back in plenty of time to celebrate the 4th in Lexington.
Through the window, Kyle watched the slim, dark-haired woman wrestle with an umbrella that wanted to upend.
Is your new house nice inside?
His mother's voice held that soothing quality he recalled from his childhood. Kyle could picture her stroking his father's arm, calming him with not only her tone, but her touch.
It's amazing.
The woman won the battle with the umbrella, and when she straightened in triumph, he smiled. The umbrella hadn't stood a chance. Kyle refocused on the conversation and added,
It's within walking distance of the school.
Will it be safe for Lolo to walk? Worry filled her voice. Kyle understood. Not only would her youngest be far from home, she'd be sending Lolo to a community she knew very little.
Extremely safe. From what I've observed, most of the kids walk. Even in the winter. They're a hardy lot.
If you're certain she won't be any trouble. Aaron's voice trailed off.
Lorraine is, very unhappy.
A gruffness entered his father's voice.
We hope spending time with you will be good for her.
According to what Lolo had told Kyle when she'd called him late one night, sobbing, her school was filled with mean girls. Seeing the trash they'd posted online about his sister not only made him furious, it made his heart ache. Lolo was a sensitive kid. At 12, she was still very much a little girl. With a pudgy face and a mouthful of braces, Lolo didn't resemble her classmates, many of whom could have passed for college girls. Kyle didn't want to blame his parents, but Lolo had been a late-in-life baby, and his parents were clueless. Though he was no expert in mean girls, Kyle knew the pressures social media added, even to a preteen. His parents seemed to think the world was still like it had been when they were young. He'd encouraged his sister to talk to them, but she'd refused.
It'll be good to have family here.
Kyle's heart twisted at the words. He'd arrived in Good Hope last summer, convinced he had family already here. Though he believed Jeremy was his brother, he still didn't know for certain. His mom insisted the only man she'd ever slept with, other than the man she married, was Ed Rakes, Jeremy's father. Kyle had already confirmed that Scott Kendrick, the only dad he'd ever known, was not his biological father.
There's an airport in Sturgeon Bay. Cherryland is what it's called.
His father, always the businessman, laid out the details.
The Gulfstream will land there. You're sending Lolo on the corporate jet?
Kyle couldn't hide his surprise. His father held tight reins on use of the Gulfstream.
Well, I'm certainly not sending my little girl across the country alone on a commercial carrier.
Will Saturday work for you? His mother paused, and Kyle immediately knew what she was asking.
Absolutely.
This time, when he glanced out the window, there was no sign of Eliza or her umbrella.
I'll be there to pick her up. Your mom and I really appreciate this, son.
Kyle closed his eyes and took a moment to compose himself before he spoke.
That's what family is for, Dad.
Chapter 3. When Eliza arrived home after her shift at the general store, she was wet, chilled, and irritated. Still, she made sure not to track on the beautiful hardwood floors she'd had refinished last summer. She swallowed a sob that tried to rise up in her throat. Her gaze lingered on the front parlor, each piece of furniture and objet d'art precious to her. She moved to the antique rocker with its needlepoint seat. A lump filled her throat as she gazed at the pattern her grandmother, Verna, had stitched. Sometimes, when she sat in the fragile chair, Eliza swore she caught the sweet scent of roses, her grandmother's signature fragrance. This was her home. Hers. She would not let it fall into the hands of a stranger. Though she didn't really know Kyle Kendrick, she almost felt sorry for him. He was as much a victim of her father's machinations as she was. Even if his sister was coming, what did two people need with a house this big? She shoved aside the thought that she was a single woman living in a house this big and squared her shoulders. Her grandmother had taught her that good posture was as important as a take-charge attitude. After hanging up her coat and stowing the umbrella, Eliza moved to the roll-top desk and took a seat. Though she'd much prefer to take a bath in the clawfoot tub with scented candles burning and a glass of wine close by, she had work to do. Ready, Set, Wed was a wedding competition between Good Hope, Egg Harbor, and Sturgeon Bay, and was Eliza's baby. Last month, when she'd announced to her parents on a Skype call that she'd been assigned the task of overseeing the Good Hope competition, her father had been impressed. Wanting something to distract her, Eliza powered up her laptop and started making lists related to the competition. She relaxed as she dived fully into the task. After an hour, she rose and poured herself a glass of wine. When her stomach began to rumble, she realized she'd skipped lunch. Perhaps she'd make up an antipasto plate, then enjoy a second glass of wine. Halfway down the hall, she heard the doorbell ring. Eliza paused, a frown pulling at her brows. Kyle wouldn't ring the bell. There would be no need, now that he had a key. Everyone else in Good Hope knew she didn't like drop-ins. Even Lindsay called before stopping over. Then it struck her. What if Beck had discovered some legal precedent critical to her case and wanted to tell her in person? He and Amy lived just down the block. With her heart in her throat, Eliza hurried down the hall. Habit had her pushing back the lace curtain to get a quick look at her visitor. Beck was a handsome man, with hair the same chocolate brown as his eyes. His wife, Amy, had once been one of Eliza's closest friends. After being estranged for more than a decade, she and Amy were once again friends, thanks to Lindsay's intervention. He settled into a chair opposite hers in the parlor and quickly got down to business.
You mentioned you had some papers for me?
Eliza dropped her gaze to the briefcase sitting on the floor. Reaching inside, she pulled a printout of the message from her father, as well as several other sheets. "This is what he sent me." Disappointment now mixed with the anger. "I realize this is a long shot, but in the letter to me from my grandmother, she clearly indicates that my father agrees the house will go to me upon his passing. I told him that we spoke." Beck studied the documents with a thoroughness that impressed her. She wished he'd say something reassuring, but she didn't press. Eliza kept her eyes focused on the top of his head as he flipped through the documents.
I checked with the courthouse. Your name was never on the title.
Beck lifted his gaze. "It must have been an oversight. My grandmother wanted me to have the house. She told my father on numerous occasions that it should go to me." Horrified to feel tears push against the backs of her lids, Eliza quickly forced them down. No way was she letting Beckett Cross, or anyone else, see how much her dad's actions had upset her.
You've spoken with your father.
Beck leaned back in his chair, his gaze sharp and assessing. "Yes." Eliza hated the tiny quiver that wove through the word. Beck's eyes unexpectedly softened.
Did he mention why he took this step?
"He thinks I'm in a rut and decided to shake up my life." Her laugh held a bitter edge. "He's not taking what was meant to be mine without a fight." She saw no reason to relay all the details. No reason to tell Beck that her father thought she was depressed over Jeremy marrying Finn. Personally, she believed her dad was simply using Jeremy's upcoming nuptials as a reason to push her out of Good Hope. Donald Shaw had never seen the appeal of life in this township on the Door County Peninsula. Her brother felt the same way. While Ethan enjoyed coming back for visits, he'd started building a new life for himself in a community a short train ride from Chicago. The best of both worlds, her brother liked to say. But her roots went deep, and Eliza had no intention of leaving. Eliza ignored the unease and managed a smile. "What's our next step? I realize this will be more difficult to fight without actual legal papers, but surely my grandmother's wishes mean something." When Beck didn't immediately respond, the unease became a hard ball in the pit of her stomach.
Unfortunately, the law doesn't care about wishes or promises.
Beck shook his head.
The courts will say that if she wanted the home to go to you, she'd have put that in her will.
"But the email—"
Is just an email that stated her preference on that particular day.
Beck steepled his fingers, his brown eyes firmly fixed on her. The silence scraped on her last nerve. It took all her inner control not to snap. "Where do we go from here?" From the pity in Beck's eyes, Eliza knew she didn't want to hear any more. But she was a Shaw. Whatever it was, she could handle it.
"Unless you have something else to show me."
Beck expelled a long breath.
"This house now belongs to Kyle Kendrick."
That night, Eliza stayed in her suite of rooms. She wasn't in the mood to see Kyle, much less speak with him. The next morning, she left for Hill House. As the executive director of the Women's Events League, commonly referred to as the Cherries, she maintained an office in the historic house. "Eliza!" She turned to see Lindsay sprinting down the sidewalk, blonde hair blowing in the breeze. The navy pants Eliza could see beneath the hem of her coat told her Lindsay must be working today. Shirley Albright, owner of the Enchanted Florist, where Lindsay was a floral designer, had gotten it in her head her staff would look more professional in a uniform. Eliza had only rolled her eyes when Lindsay told her the news. Once Shirley's teenage daughter started helping out this summer, Eliza had no doubt the dress code would fall by the wayside. Lindsay skidded to a stop beside her friend. "What's this I hear about Kyle Kendrick moving in with you?" When irritation surged, Eliza reminded herself this was her oldest and dearest friend. She should be able to tell her anything, including the fact that her father had sold her inheritance. One thing held her back. The Shaw name meant something in Good Hope. The last thing Eliza wanted was for the family's reputation, her reputation, to be dragged through the mud. She wished she could trust Lindsay not to say anything, but Lynn's mother, Anita Fishback, was the type to hound her daughter for details, and Lindsay might slip. The news that Donald Shaw had done something so egregious to his own child would be prime fodder for the gossip pigs. "Hey!" Lindsay's hand grasped her arm, her eyes filled with concern. "I know you're upset over Jeremy marrying Finn, but don't you think you're moving a little fast? You barely know the guy." Eliza had debated how to explain the man's presence in her home. Lindsay had inadvertently handed her a logical explanation on a silver platter. "Is that what everyone thinks? That Kyle is my boyfriend?" Obviously confused, Lindsay frowned. Yeah? What else?" "Maybe it's just about sex." Mortified that anyone might think she was still pining away over Jeremy Rakes, had Eliza grabbing hold of something any early 30s woman could understand. "You have to admit the man is hot." It was a truth no one who'd seen him could dispute. With brilliant blue eyes, hair nearly as dark as hers, and a work-hardened body, Kyle was every woman's fantasy. Not hers, of course. She was very selective, but she had noticed other women ogling him on the job site. Lindsay's red lips curved. "You never said a word." "You're dating a minister." For the first time, that seemed a definite plus in Eliza's mind. Though she'd never mentioned anything to Lindsay, she'd always considered the minister connection somewhat of a negative. "You may soon be a pastor's wife, preaching to us heathens." Her friend's smile faltered before firming. "I'd never do that." "Still, I'm not going to share any juicy details." "As if you ever have," Lindsay reminded her. That's because there hadn't been much to tell. "Kyle isn't here for the long haul. Once the community theater job is done, he'll be gone." Even as she tossed out the explanation, it once again struck Eliza as odd that Kyle would buy a house when he didn't intend to stay in Good Hope. Or did he? "If he's leaving, why have him live with you?" "Why not?" Eliza started down the sidewalk, wishing she'd worn a heavier coat. "He's been living out of a motel. I have lots of room. I even told him his sister could stay with us when she comes to visit." "How old is she?" Lindsay brightened. Do you think she'd be interested in helping with one of the Cherries projects while she's in town? As the Cherries were responsible for planning all the holiday activities in Good Hope, group members were always on the lookout for volunteers. I don't think so. Eliza's tone was droll. She's 12. Oh, Lindsay's smile returned. I like kids that age. They're so bold. Great. I'll have a bold 12-year-old underfoot. I bet you two will get on just fine. Lindsay gave her arm a squeeze. I've got to scoot. Shirley hates it when I'm late. When Lindsay turned to head back toward the flower shop, Eliza realized they were in front of Beck and Ammy's house. The Victorian stood across the street from Hill House. Just seeing the imposing 3-story structure had her thinking of Beck and the pity she'd seen in his eyes. While she watched, the front door opened. It wasn't Beck who stepped onto the porch, but Jeremy. The mayor wore the gray coat that was her favorite, the one that made his eyes look extra blue. He turned, and his gaze locked with hers. Seconds later, Jeremy hurried down the stairs toward her. Even knowing that in 2 weeks this man would marry the woman he'd always loved couldn't completely quench the momentary flash of longing that rose inside her. That didn't mean her father was right. She had moved on. Heck, just yesterday she'd let a hunky guy move in with her. Eliza stifled a chuckle as Jeremy reached her. Hey, you! She offered him a warm smile and was surprised when he didn't smile back. There were tight lines of strain around his mouth, and those blue eyes were grim. We need to talk. Eliza lifted one shoulder in a casual shrug. So, talk. He glanced around. Not here. I was heading to Hill House to do some work. There shouldn't be anyone around this morning. Okay. He took her arm and propelled her across the street and up a narrow sidewalk to the stately white house with the black shutters. Her fingers trembled slightly as she unlocked the door. The house that had once belonged to her family had been granted historical status and was now a frequent site for special civic and private events. Eliza flicked on the lights and gestured with one hand toward the main parlor, chairs already set up in a semicircle around a lectern for the Cherries' meeting next Monday. Want to sit? Jeremy shoved his hands into his pockets, rocked back on the heels of his boots. No. The terse tone had her frowning. She'd had her fill of arrogant men. What's got you in a mood? Did Kyle Kendrick move in with you? Eliza gave him an arch look. I don't believe my personal life is any of your concern. Damn it, Eliza! Jeremy blew out a breath, visibly fighting for control. The guy is using you. Actually, Eliza thought, if anyone was doing the using, it was her. If he is, that's your business. Why? You're my friend. That's right. She was his friend. His buddy. The thought snapped the control on her anger. As my friend, even to her own ears, her voice was deadly calm. You're well aware I can take care of myself. Or you should be. You don't know him. She lifted a brow. You do? Jeremy slid a hand through his hair and began to pace. Maybe. When he turned back in her direction, she pointed to the grandfather clock on the verge of chiming in the corner. While this discussion has been perfectly lovely, I need to get some work done. You're kicking me out? For some reason, the shock in his voice lifted her spirits. What more is there to say? Tell me why he moved in with you. Jeremy's expression turned mulish, much the way it had when he was 6 and his mother had told him he couldn't have a pony. For the sex. The sex? Jeremy blustered. Yes. Inordinately pleased with her off-the-cuff response, Eliza smiled. A woman has needs, and Kyle hits all the right buttons. He's using you. Eliza shot him a sly smile. And doing a bang-up job of it. A muscle in Jeremy's jaw jumped.
I'm concerned he latched onto you because he's upset with me.
Why? You and I are just friends. The word, which for so long had been sweet on her tongue, tasted bitter.
He knows what you mean to me. He could be using our friendship to get what he wants.
Jeremy placed a hand on her coat sleeve.
I don't want him to hurt you.
Her heart suddenly squeezed tight in her chest. It was the sincerity in his eyes, more than any words, that had her temper cooling. What do you mean, get what he wants? Most people in Good Hope loved the affable mayor.
He wants me to do something that I've been putting off.
You're being irritatingly cryptic, Rakes. She kept her tone light, her eyes on his face.
He wants me to do a DNA test.
Startled at the unexpected response, Eliza widened her gaze. Why?
He thinks...
Jeremy blew out a harsh breath.
Hell. Kyle Kendrick is convinced I'm his brother.
Chapter 4. Take off your boots. The voice barked out the demand the second Kyle stepped into the foyer of his new home. He might have resented the order if he hadn't already leaned over to unlace his work boots. Though the bad weather had held off all day, shortly before 5 the rain had moved in with drenching sheets of cold, fueled by winds off the bay. Despite the water-repellent qualities of his coat and boots, a chill had seeped into his bones. He'd been as relieved as his crew when 5 o'clock had rolled around. It still felt odd to make the trek to the large home on Market Street instead of heading for the motel at the edge of town. Those, of course, weren't his only choices. Several guys were headed over to the Flying Crane for their Wednesday night burger and beer special. Kyle considered joining them. Heck, their company was bound to be more pleasant than the prickly cactus who was now his housemate. But only a few days remained before Lolo arrived. He was determined to do his best to smooth over the roughness between him and Eliza before his sister joined the household. He set the boots on the braided entry rug. Thankfully, the pelting rain hadn't reached his wool socks, so he left them on. After hanging his jacket on the coat tree in the foyer, he padded toward the front parlor. Eliza sat in the burgundy chair positioned near a crackling fire. It seemed to be her go-to chair. For some reason, she reminded him of a queen on her throne. Even at her prickliest, there was something about this woman that intrigued him. From the second he'd arrived in Good Hope last summer, she'd given him the cold shoulder. Initially, he'd wondered if he'd done something to offend her. Over time, he'd observed she kept all single men at arm's length, with the exception of Jeremy. Your hair is damp. Kyle inclined his head.
Stellar observation skills, Shaw.
Those smoky gray eyes narrowed when he crossed the room and plopped down on the sofa. I don't recall inviting you to join me. What did it say about him that he was amused by the acerbic tone and cool delivery? Kyle grinned.
My house, remember?
Those red lips tightened a second before she lifted the glass of burgundy liquid to her mouth.
A good housemate would offer me a glass.
He gestured with his head toward the bottle that sat on a glossy table. Kyle watched as she hesitated. After a second, she waved a careless hand. Help yourself. He splashed some wine into a glass before returning to the sofa.
I considered going to the Flying Crane. It's burger and beer night.
Those gray eyes remained watchful. Why didn't you? He shrugged, took a sip of wine.
I thought this would be a good time for us to get better acquainted.
A look of surprise skittered across her face before the cool mask descended. Why?
Lolo arrives on Saturday.
He kept his tone matter-of-fact.
She's had a rough time this year. On Monday, she'll start a new school. I want this home to be her refuge. It can't be a refuge if we're sniping at each other."
Eliza took another sip of wine, but said nothing.
"I figure if you and I have a
Kyle paused, searching for the right word.
congenial relationship, that will make everything more pleasant for her."
"What grade is she in?" She tossed out the comment as if she didn't care if he answered or not. His lips curved up, the way they always did when he thought of Lolo.
"Sixth."
"A difficult age."
"She's a good kid."
Eliza set down her glass. "Middle school can be a minefield." The hint of empathy Kyle heard in her voice had to be forced. He seriously doubted the woman in front of him had ever had a difficult time in her life. More than likely, she'd once been a queen bee who'd made life hell for girls like Lolo.
"My sister was bullied."
Despite his efforts to control it, Kyle felt the rage rise.
"My parents had countless sessions with the principal and the school counselor. That only resulted in the bullying becoming more subtle and difficult to prove."
Eliza's eyes went dark. "Did your parents consider changing schools?" When Kyle had envisioned his and Eliza's getting to know each other conversations, he assumed she'd share some details about her life, and he'd do likewise. He never imagined the conversation would revolve around his sister.
"She supposedly attends the best middle school in the city."
Eliza lifted a brow. "You're right. Who cares about academics and test scores if they can't ensure their students treat each other with respect?" Kyle swiped a hand across his mouth and brought back to mind several of the lengthy conversations he'd had with his parents.
"They considered changing schools, but Lolo had a friend she didn't want to leave."
"She's okay with leaving her best bud now?" The sudden tight band that encircled Kyle's chest made breathing difficult.
Prudy, Prudence, she, tried to kill herself in January."
Eliza's sharp inhale of breath barely registered. As the two girls had been inseparable, Kyle knew Prudy well. She was sweet and shy, with a mass of unruly red hair and big brown eyes. He tightened his jaw as anger surged. "You said she tried." Eliza's tone had turned soft as whipped cream. "I take it she survived?"
"She took pills. Her parents found her in time."
Even after 2 months, he remembered the relief he'd experienced when he'd gotten the word Prudy would live.
"Lolo took it hard."
Eliza's gaze turned distant. "I can't imagine."
"It's difficult to put yourself in someone else's place when life has always come easy."
That cool-eyed stare was back. "Assumptions will bite you in the ass, Kendrick." Kyle was still pondering the words when a knock sounded at the door. His gaze shot to Eliza.
"Expecting someone?"
"No." When she made no move to get up, despite another knock, he frowned.
"Aren't you going to get it?"
"You insist it's your house, so you should answer the door." Kyle opened the door to find Jeremy and Finn on the porch. He wasn't sure which of them was more surprised. He motioned them inside.
"I keep forgetting you live here now."
Finn offered an easy smile. A muscle jumped in Jeremy's jaw, but he shook Kyle's hand before glancing around.
"Is Eliza here?" "We were in the parlor,"
Kyle explained.
"having a glass of wine and enjoying the fire. Can I get you a glass?"
"We'd love some." Finn stroked her fiancé's arm and flashed a bright smile.
"I'm sure you know your way."
Kyle gestured to the parlor.
"I'll get the glasses."
He wasn't certain why he'd made the scene sound so intimate. Perhaps he wanted to get under Jeremy's skin. Each time Kyle ran into Jeremy, he wondered why the man wouldn't simply give a blasted DNA sample. When Kyle returned to the parlor, he sensed Eliza's tension. He poured glasses of wine for both Jeremy and Finn. Surprise flickered across Jeremy's face when Kyle took a seat on the sofa. The mayor glanced at Eliza.
I hoped we could speak privately.
When Kyle made a move to rise, Eliza waved him back down. There's nothing you can say to me that Kyle can't hear. Startled, but figuring, what the heck, Kyle sat back, picked up his own glass of wine, and relaxed against the sofa cushions. Jeremy cleared his throat. That same uncomfortable look that had been on his face when Kyle had greeted him at the door returned. Finn broke the silence.
Lindsay mentioned you might not attend the wedding. We thought you planned to come.
Eliza took a leisurely sip of the Merlot. I'm not sure if I have plans for that night or not.
That's bullshit. You've known the date for nearly 6 months.
The anger in Jeremy's voice had Eliza's eyes narrowing.
What's going on here? First you let him move in, now you're not attending my wedding?
Finn reached over and clasped her fiancé's hand, giving it a squeeze.
What Jeremy is saying is, we'd like...
Finn paused and slanted a glance at Kyle.
Both of you to be there.
Kyle knew invitations to the Good Hope event of the year had gone out weeks earlier. He hadn't expected an invitation, and hadn't received one. Now, it appeared, by virtue of his affiliation with Eliza, and as an incentive to have her attend, he'd made it onto the guest list.
I appreciate the invitation, but I won't be able to attend. My sister will be here.
Though Jeremy still refused to acknowledge their familial connection, Kyle would have liked to see his brother get married.
I wouldn't feel right leaving her home alone. Bring her along.
Jeremy's words may have been directed to Kyle, but his gaze remained on Eliza.
The more the merrier.
Eliza lifted one shoulder in a nonchalant gesture. I suppose I can work around any conflicts. Finn shocked them all by jumping up to hug Eliza.
Thank you.
She said something more, too, but those words were whispered. Less than 10 minutes later, Finn and Jeremy made their excuses and left.
They must really want you there.
Kyle kept his tone conversational.
To not only make a special trip over here on a rumor, but to invite me and Lolo to the ceremony.
What made your parents agree to send your sister here? The abrupt change in topic told Kyle that Eliza had said all she was going to say about the wedding, which was absolutely nothing.
Lorraine, Lolo, wanted to come here.
Your sister is a lot younger. Eliza brought a finger to her lips. Is she really your sister? For a second, Kyle couldn't speak, just couldn't find the words.
You think she's my child?
Eliza lifted a shoulder, let it fall.
I'm 28.
You're younger than me. Not that it matters. Her gaze turned speculative. Lindsay's sister, Cassie, got pregnant at 15.
Lolo is my sister.
He spoke slowly and deliberately so there could be no misunderstanding.
If she was my daughter, I'd never have left her back in Lexington.
No need to get testy. It was a simple question. Eliza lifted the wine glass, pointed it at him. You have to admit, there's a huge age gap between you and her.
My parents tried for years for a second child, with no luck. Then Lolo was born.
They probably weren't all that upset. Your father already had his boy. Or thought he did. She paused. Jeremy told me you think he's your brother.
I don't just think. I'm convinced he's my brother. All I'm missing is the DNA proof.
A muscle jumped in Kyle's jaw.
Lolo doesn't know anything about Jeremy.
She won't hear it from my lips. Eliza inclined her head. What do you plan to tell her about me?
I hadn't given it any thought.
Simply say we're friends sharing a home. She'll buy it. Eliza spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. She'll see we have separate rooms. The lack of closeness between us will be apparent, even to a 12-year-old.
Jeremy appears to be under the misapprehension there's something going on between us.
She waved a dismissive hand. I told him we're lovers. Kyle choked on his wine. After a few seconds, he managed to sputter,
Why did you do that?
What was I supposed to say when he asked why I let you move in? Should I have said that my father sold my house to you? Should I have mentioned you were going to have the sheriff evict me? Eliza's lips tipped in a humorless smile. Telling him you moved in because we're having sex seemed simpler. Though it made no sense, Kyle felt his lips curve up in a smile. Sharing a home with this woman was going to be a challenge. The crazy thing was, he was looking forward to it. That made the least sense of all. I'm happy you were free when I called. Lindsay's voice bubbled with excitement. Eliza slanted a glance at Lindsay when they paused at the curb before crossing the street. She hadn't planned on attending the Giving Tree fundraiser at Bayside Pizza, but the combination of unseasonably warm weather and the knowledge that tomorrow her home would be invaded by yet another Kendrick had her accepting Lindsay's invitation. The fresh scent of pine filled the air that had turned moist as they neared the waterfront. I'm a huge supporter of the Giving Tree. The Giving Tree had started out as a Christmas gift project sponsored by the Rotary. Over time, it had morphed into a year-round effort to help those who'd fallen on hard times. Not a charity, but neighbors helping neighbors. Because of her involvement, Eliza knew it took many community volunteers working 12 months out of the year to meet the needs of Good Hope citizens. My mom plans to stop by for a few minutes. Lindsay tossed the information out there as if it was of no account. Eliza couldn't help but frown. Your mother has never been a proponent of the Giving Tree. Anita was one of a handful in Good Hope who viewed the program as a charity. Even though Lindsay's mother had acquired her wealth from the men she'd married, the woman professed everyone would be financially secure if they just worked harder. She's been acting strange lately. Puzzlement furrowed Lindsay's brow. When I mentioned Dan couldn't make it tonight, she didn't even ask what he was doing. That isn't like her. You're right. That's definitely odd. As they approached Bayside Pizza, music and laughter spilled into the night air from the Flying Crane, located across the road from their destination. Maybe we should skip the fundraiser and check out the band. Eliza gestured with her head toward the crane. Don't tempt me. Lindsay's flash of a smile showed the thin scar across her cheek. I'm trying to be a supportive citizen of Good Hope. Don't change too much. Eliza looped her arm through Lynn's as they climbed the steps. She gave it a squeeze, surprising them both. But, darn it, seeing Lindsay's scar reminded Eliza of that horrible night when she thought she'd lost her best friend. Eliza shoved the memories aside. That was the past, and she'd resolved to focus on the future. Bayside Pizza had a rustic air with weathered wood siding and a deck that encircled the entire building. Heat lamps were strategically placed for those willing to brave a little chill. Eliza had no doubt some hardy souls had sat outside today when temps had reached the upper 50s. This evening, the outdoor tables and chairs were deserted. Through the large triple-paned windows, she saw the prime spots inside overlooking the water were already taken. I love this place. Lindsay pulled open the door, and the scent of spicy marinara sauce, cheese, and pizza crust wafted out. Dan took me here on our first date. Eliza said nothing. While everyone in Good Hope seemed to view the minister and Lindsay as the perfect couple, Eliza wasn't convinced. I'll be right with you. The harried-looking hostess acknowledged them before motioning to a large group of teenagers to follow her. Only a single man remained. Owen! The smile Lindsay flashed lit her face. I didn't know you'd be here.
Last-minute decision.
Owen Vaughn, owner of the Greasy Wrench Automotive Center, had the same mop of sandy brown hair and a face scattered with freckles he'd had back in high school. When he shifted his gaze, the smile remained in his hazel eyes.
Hey, Eliza.
"How's Mindy?" Eliza felt safe asking about Owen's young daughter. Although the community had held a Your Wish Fulfilled event for the 8-year-old in the fall, the girl had recently had amazing results with an experimental treatment for her brain tumor.
Thanks for asking. She's doing well.
His voice warmed.
She's at Bryn Chapin's this evening. That freed me up to stop here and support the Giving Tree.
"I'm glad you did." Lindsay's gaze never left his face. "It's been ages since our paths have crossed." Something in the way her eyes softened as her gaze lingered on Owen had Eliza's radar tingling. Was Lindsay interested in the mechanic as more than just a friend? Though the Greasy Wrench was a successful business, Eliza knew Anita Fishback would not want a mechanic as a son-in-law. The woman was a complete snob. "Making this clanking noise," she heard Lindsay say.
Bring it in.
Owen's voice had the consistency of rich cream.
I'd be glad. There you are.
Dan stepped forward and placed a proprietary arm around Lindsay's shoulders, brushing a kiss across her cheek.
I've been waiting for you.
Lindsay's hands fluttered. "I thought you weren't coming." Eliza's gaze shifted to Dan, who appeared amused by his girlfriend's obvious shock. The two made a nice-looking couple, Lindsay with her blonde prettiness and Dan with his brown hair, a shade darker than Owen's. Though he wasn't wearing a tie, Dan's sport coat added a touch of formality to the casual event.
Hello, Eliza.
For the first time, the pastor appeared to notice his girlfriend wasn't alone.
Owen, good to see you. How's Mindy? Doing well.
The spark that had shone in Owen's eyes only seconds before had gone out, like a light that had been abruptly switched off.
Lindsay, stop by any time with the car. I'll take a look.
A look of concern crossed Dan's face.
Is it giving you trouble?
Eliza didn't hear the reply. All her attention was focused on the man weaving his way between tables, brilliant blue eyes focused on her. When he stepped to her, she caught the enticing, spicy scent of his cologne. He smelled like fresh-cut limes.
Hey, roomie.
The teasing glint in Kyle's eyes told her he knew she wouldn't appreciate the salutation.
I thought you'd never get here.
Dan turned, his expression giving nothing away.
I heard you two were living together.
Eliza waited for Mr. Blue Eyes to inform the pastor it was now his house, and he was merely letting her stay. Instead, Kyle shoved his hands into his pockets and rocked back on the heels of his leather boots. Though dressed casually in jeans and a Henley the same color as his eyes, he looked sexy as hell. Not to her, Eliza assured herself, but some women might be dazzled.
It's a big house,
Kyle said when the silence lengthened.
Lots of extra room.
So, she thought, while he wasn't going to lay claim to the place, he also wasn't going to make it sound like they were hot and heavy beneath the sheets. Because Dan was a minister?
Good to see you, Owen.
Kyle slapped the man on the shoulder, then gestured with one hand.
There's someone here I'd like you to meet.
Casting a last glance at Lindsay, Owen followed Kyle into the crowd. When Dan glanced in her direction, Eliza picked up on the get-lost vibe. She squeezed Lindsay's arm. "I'm going to mingle." A startled look crossed the blonde's face. "But—" Dan gave Lindsay's shoulders a hug.
We'll catch up with Eliza later.
Just like that, Eliza found herself alone again. Not that she needed anyone else, and she certainly didn't need a hostess to show her to the party room. Letting a faint smile lift her lips, Eliza wandered to the back of the restaurant. The party room was rockin'. Tables lined the walls, filled with silent auction items. Those in the center held pitchers of soft drinks, water, and tea, as well as platters of pizza. By the jars of money on the table, most people were giving far more than the suggested $10 donation. "May I get you something to drink?" Eliza turned at the familiar voice. Izzy Deschler, local artist and photographer, smiled up at her. "I could use a Corona." Or two, Eliza thought, when she saw Lindsay's mother, Anita, start toward her. By the look that skittered across Izzy's face, she'd seen the woman approaching, too. "I'll be right back with that Corona." The petite brunette scurried off. "Eliza," Anita offered her a broad smile. "I didn't know you'd be here." "Really?" Eliza cocked her head. "I can't recall the last time I missed one of these fundraisers." "Well, it's just that." Anita took another step closer and lowered her tone to a confidential whisper. "Jeremy and Finn are here." Long practice had Eliza's smile remaining firmly in place. She pretended to scan the room. "Where are they? I'd like to say hello." For a second, Anita's brows pulled together in a little frown. Then her smile grew sly. "Stiff upper lip and all that? I totally understand. Good for you." "Is Steve here tonight?" Bringing up Anita's ex-boyfriend might be low, but Anita didn't respond to subtlety. Steve Bloom and Anita had been a couple for well over a year. According to Lindsay, her mother still wasn't over him dumping her. The woman's red lips tightened. "I don't believe I've seen him." "I thought I caught a glimpse of him." Eliza glanced around, then pointed. "Yes, there he is with Lynn Chapin." "I need to mingle." Anita's smile remained frozen on her lips. "I'll catch up with you later." Anita had barely stridden off when Izzy sidled up to Eliza. "I thought she'd never leave." She handed Eliza the beer. "That'll be $5. All the drink money goes to the giving tree." Eliza pulled a 20 from her pocket. "Keep the change." "It will all go to the tree, so if you want another beer or anything else, just let me know." Inclining her head slightly, Eliza lifted the bottle to her mouth and took a drink. "Straight from the bottle. A woman after my own heart." Eliza turned toward Kyle, wishing she could stop the smile curving her lips. It wasn't like she was particularly glad to see him, though he could be amusing. Before she could ask about Owen, he lifted the bottle from her hand and took a long drink. "Hey, that's mine." Kyle held it out to her. "That's why I'm giving it back." She pursed her lips. "You're going to have to clean up your manners before your sister arrives." He arched a brow. "Monkey see, monkey do."
"By golly," he drawled. "I didn't think anyone but my granddad said that anymore."
She narrowed her gaze. Was he making fun of her, or simply teasing? She didn't yet know him well enough to tell.
"I figure you can work with Lolo on the manners thing."
"Let's clear something up right now." Eliza pointed the bottle at him. "Your sister, your responsibility." The laughter on his face stilled for a second. Then he grinned.
"You're not as hard-hearted as you'd like everyone to believe."
"I am too," she shot back, finding herself enjoying the banter.
"Every time I see you two, you're arguing."
Finn flashed a megawatt smile.
"You must really like each other."
"Oh, yeah," Eliza drawled. "Kyle and I are besties."
"We're sharing a bottle of Corona."
To her horror, Kyle slung his arm around her shoulders.
"If that doesn't say love, I don't know what does."
Eliza would have shoved Kyle's arm aside, but when Jeremy's gaze settled on her, the speculative gleam in his eyes was better than pity, which meant Eliza had to resist the urge to jab her elbow in Kyle's ribs. "What?"
"Shh."
Finn waved her silent.
"Something is happening."
Something was indeed happening, Eliza thought, as the murmur of the crowd swelled. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Owen head for the door. She had only a second to wonder why he was leaving so soon after he arrived when she spotted what had everyone buzzing. Dan was on one knee in front of Lindsay, a small black velvet box in one hand. She was too far away for Eliza to hear what he was saying, but the intent was unmistakable. When he flipped open the box with his thumb, the overhead lighting caught the diamond and sent a rainbow of colors flashing. Lindsay looked like a deer caught in the glow of a car's headlights. A hush now settled over the room, everyone caught up in a kind of watchful waiting. After several torturous seconds, Lindsay smiled and nodded. A collective sigh of relief rippled through the room. It took Eliza several minutes to make her way to her friend. She pulled Lindsay in for a heartfelt hug. "Congratulations!"
For a second there, I wasn't sure she was going to say yes.
The minister's voice shook with excitement, or maybe nerves. Unlike Finn Bloom, who had stars in her eyes whenever she looked at Jeremy Rakes, Eliza had never seen the slightest sparkle when Lindsay's gaze landed on Dan. Still, Eliza reminded herself, Lindsay had accepted his proposal. Eliza faced her friend's new fiancé. "Best wishes to both of you."
Thanks. Coming from you, that means a lot.
"I can't wait to start planning the wedding." Anita shoved her way to her daughter, then slanted a glance in Finn and Jeremy's direction. She patted Lindsay's arm. "Leave all the planning to me. I promise yours will be the wedding of the year." Eliza met Lindsay's startled gaze. They both knew Anita could easily end up driving the wedding train. "Don't worry," she mouthed, and saw the tension ease from Lindsay's face. "I'm going to head home." Eliza spoke to no one in particular, wanting her friend to understand she understood that their earlier plans for the evening had been derailed by the proposal.
Did you drive over?
Kyle's voice sounded behind her. Had he been standing there the entire time? She doubted it. She usually sensed his lurking presence. "That's your business. Why?"
It's dark outside.
Lindsay stepped forward. "Dan and I will take you home." "I walked," Eliza told Kyle, ignoring Lindsay's offer.
What a coincidence. So did I.
There was that flash of smile again.
We can walk home together.
The fear that Lindsay would insist on them driving her home had Eliza nodding. She waited until she and Kyle were out the door before jerking her arm free of his light grasp. He lifted a brow when she whirled to face him. "Look, you don't have to leave the party." Eliza found herself touched, or rather disturbed, by his kindness and consideration. "I just live up the street."
I know where you live.
Kyle grinned.
I live there too.
She almost smiled. Instead, she rolled her eyes. "You just had to rub that in."
You have to admit, you gave me the perfect opening.
Her chuckle was genuine and took them both by surprise.
Did you know that was coming?
He asked after they descended the steps and started down the sidewalk. She cocked her head.
The proposal.
"I assumed their relationship was headed in that direction, but I never thought he'd choose tonight to propose."
Is that a note of disapproval I hear in your voice, Ms. Shaw?
Dan put Lindsay on the spot. Eliza's voice hardened. He made her the center of attention.
Isn't that the way it's done now?
His tone remained light and conversational.
I'm always seeing guys proposing at sporting events.
Some women go for all the hoopla. Though Eliza knew it didn't always hold true, it seemed many men and women cared more about the splash than the actual promise of forever. It was nice to be able to discuss her concerns with someone she could trust to keep his mouth shut. "Lindsay is a very private person, which is why I'm surprised Dan went for the show."
It almost backfired on him.
Kyle shook his head.
I thought she was going to turn him down.
So he'd also noticed Lindsay's hesitation. I guess she was stunned at having him propose in front of everyone.
Something tells me you wouldn't appreciate that type of proposal either.
No. Eliza continued to walk, nodding to several people heading to the waterfront. The entire evening left Eliza uneasy. She'd never had a sister, but if she had, she would have hoped for someone like Lindsay. She wanted her friend to be happy. Oh, she believed her friend genuinely liked Dan and enjoyed his company. But love? Eliza wished she'd seen a little more excitement when Dan popped the question. She worried Lindsay had decided to settle. Her friend had made it clear she wanted a husband and children. Dan was a good guy, and Anita approved of him. But Eliza wasn't convinced he was the one for Lindsay. She and Kyle walked the last block in silence. Eliza felt everything inside her relax when she stepped inside her home, her refuge. "I'm going upstairs," she heard herself say, even though she didn't owe Kyle an explanation.
I only had one slice of pizza.
The odd remark had Eliza whirling, one hand on the banister. "What?"
I only managed to snag one slice. What about you?
Eliza inclined her head. He wanted to talk pizza? "I didn't get any."
There's plenty of groceries in the cupboard.
That easy smile was back on his lips.
How about I rustle us up some dinner? You can catch me up on what's going on in your life.
He was up to something, but darn if she could figure out the angle. Her stomach chose that moment to emit a little growl. He grinned.
A growling stomach doesn't lie.
Starved was more like it, Eliza thought, though her mother had instilled in her and Ethan that starved and stuffed were not proper words to use. As the silence lengthened, Kyle's expression turned cocky.
Afraid?
"If you make it, I'll eat it." She turned on her heel and continued up the stairs. Then she paused and called over her shoulder, "Just so you know, I'm starved." Chapter 5. Kyle wasn't certain if it was the taunt or Eliza's hunger that garnered her agreement. He didn't care. He was looking forward to sitting across the table from another adult rather than eating out of a bag on his bed in a small motel room.
Hey, Shaw,
He called out.
food is ready.
"Did I hear my name?" Eliza strolled into the room. She still wore the same tight dark pants and black sweater with straps that crisscrossed at the neckline. The heels were gone, replaced by red ballet slippers. Her hair, previously pulled back from her face with stylish clips, now hung loose to her shoulders. Kyle lifted a large wooden spoon in greeting before using it to stir the contents of a pot on the stove. Eliza gazed curiously at the stove. "What are you making?"
Gourmet grilled cheese sandwiches and tomato basil soup.
While she watched, Kyle set the spoon down, picked up a spatula, and expertly flipped the sandwiches. "I like grilled cheese." She moved to the stove, clearly curious. "What pushes these into the gourmet category?"
For starters, Gouda and provolone instead of American cheese. The artichoke hearts for another.
"I like artichoke hearts," she admitted reluctantly. Kyle hid a smile. While he'd purchased the cheeses at the market yesterday, the artichokes were from her stash of groceries. "Is the soup from a can?"
It's Wolfgang Puck's.
He shrugged.
Making it from scratch would have taken too long. Trust me, this is as good as homemade.
"My father or brother wouldn't be caught dead in a kitchen."
I don't mind it if I have the time. My mother was determined I know more than how to nuke a freezer dinner.
He slid one of the sandwiches, grilled golden brown, onto a plate and handed it to her. Kyle was pleased when she held out a plate for his sandwich. Teamwork. Perhaps there was hope for a peaceful coexistence after all.
How about you?
He reached for the ladle. Eliza, busy setting the plates on the table, looked up. "What about me?" He inclined his head.
Do you do much cooking?
"More than you probably think." She took the soup bowl from his hand and carried it to the table. Seconds later, he joined her. "Some people think it's not worth it to cook for one." She dipped her spoon into the soup and tasted. "You're right. This is good." He gestured with his own spoon for her to continue.
You like to cook?
"I prefer eating at home." Instead of lifting the sandwich to her mouth, she forked off a bite, and the cheese oozed out. "If it costs me a little more time to eat what I want at home, I'm okay with that." She closed her eyes and moaned while she chewed and swallowed. "This is positively orgasmic." Kyle felt his body harden and was grateful he was sitting down. The look of absolute pleasure on her face had him wondering about things he had no business wondering about. If he and Eliza were going to survive the upcoming weeks together, it was important not to muck it up with sex.
Tell me about the projects you are working on.
Smoky gray eyes opened, then narrowed. He chuckled.
No ulterior motive, just a feeble attempt to get better acquainted.
Lifting his grilled cheese, no knife and fork for him, Kyle took another bite. As they ate, he encouraged Eliza to talk about herself. Each time she attempted to redirect the conversation to him, he asked her another question. She told him all about the cherries and the plans already in place for the May Day and Independence Day festivities. By the time she finished telling him about the vintage baseball games played over the 4th, the food was history. Kyle caught her eyeing the doorway. He was enjoying the conversation too much to let her skip out on him.
Any other projects in the works?
Something sparked in her dove-gray eyes. "I'm spearheading the upcoming Ready, Set, Wed event. This is something new. We're hoping it will bring a lot of publicity to the peninsula and Good Hope."
Ready, set, wed.
Kyle sat back.
Sounds like a bride thing.
"It is." She gave a little laugh, and her cheeks flushed with becoming color. "The project has so much potential. I could talk about it all night, but I'll spare you the agony."
Actually, I'd love to hear more.
He rested his elbows on the table and leaned forward.
Make sure you don't leave out any details.
Eliza couldn't recall the last time a man had looked at her so intently. While she and Jeremy had often discussed business, they'd both been so familiar with the projects that conversations were usually brief and to the point. "You asked for it." While Kyle was undoubtedly only being polite, Eliza hoped verbalizing the plans would bring out any flaws that needed fine-tuning. Shoving her chair back, Eliza stood. "Being bored silly will go down easier with a glass of wine." She showed him the wine refrigerator, and they agreed on a Shiraz. He expertly uncorked the bottle, then followed her into the parlor. The fact that this evening had been so pleasurable concerned her. Eliza didn't want to get used to having someone around. She'd been on her own since college and liked her solitude. In the parlor, she took a seat in the chair she considered hers while he dropped onto the sofa. Now that each of them held a glass of wine, she didn't delay. "You were right when you said Ready, Set, Wed sounds like a bridal thing. More specifically, it's a wedding competition between Good Hope, Egg Harbor, and Sturgeon Bay."
Is it going on now?
Kyle sipped his wine, his eyes focused firmly on her. "The competition kicks off at the beginning of April." His lips twisted in a sardonic smile.
You're starting a competition on April Fool's Day?
That point had been brought up before. "We're starting at the beginning of April," she repeated.
What's the difference?
"Semantics." The comment made him grin. "There are 4 categories: dress, cake, hair, makeup, and reception venue." His gaze remained puzzled.
And the purpose of the competition is to see which town can plan the best wedding?
Eliza realized she needed to come up with talking points. Part of getting the community excited about the competition would be in clearly articulating the process. Let me lay it out for you. She leaned forward, forgetting her resolve to keep her distance. Vendors in each category are chosen in their respective communities to participate. They each work with the bride and groom in coming up with a wedding plan. This plan is part of a showcase in each community.
Showcase?
It's like a mini wedding. The groom and bride, along with a single attendant, are dressed for the wedding. A reception is set up at the chosen venue with the cake on display. After attending the 3 showcases, a producer will choose which town wins. That bride and groom will get an all-expense-paid wedding that will be televised. Eliza was out of breath by the time she finished. She took a long drink of wine and sat back. Kyle rubbed his chin.
Televised?
We already have buy-in from the wedding channel. Eliza toyed with the glass in her hand, twisting the stem back and forth between her fingers. The goal is to boost Door County as a wedding destination nationally. My goal is to boost Good Hope.
Who's the Good Hope, bride and groom?
Eliza fought back a surge of annoyance. The couple we had in mind eloped last week.
Shouldn't be difficult to find a replacement.
I've interviewed several possible replacements, but haven't found a good fit. It can't be just any couple. Eliza considered being politically correct, but laid it on the line instead. They have to be attractive, appeal in some way to television viewers, and be articulate spokespersons for Good Hope.
Plus, be willing to plan their wedding and eventually be married in a goldfish bowl.
Eliza nodded. Exactly.
It's too bad your friend isn't getting married sooner.
What friend?
Lindsay.
Kyle placed his empty wine glass on the burl wood coffee table. Immediately, Eliza leaned forward and slipped a coaster under it. But her mind was no longer on a possible water stain. You're right. Dan and Lindsay are both attractive. She's a working woman with a job as a floral designer. That's a nice wedding tie-in. Eliza tapped a finger against the table and considered. I'm not sure how much appeal a minister will have for television viewers, but Dan is young and handsome and not the preachy sort. She caught the flash of Kyle's grin and pursed her lips. All factors have to be considered.
They might not be interested.
True, but it doesn't hurt to ask. Kyle cocked his head, his gaze sharp and assessing.
Will you push?
Eliza lifted a brow. What do you think?
I think you're a woman who knows what she wants and goes after it.
You appear to me to be a man who also goes after what he wants. Eliza kept her tone light, but the warmth of only moments earlier had disappeared. On second thought, maybe not. A wary look crossed Kyle's face.
I'm not sure I understand.
That whole situation with Jeremy. You want him to do the DNA test, yet you wait and do nothing. The muscle in his jaw tensed, telling her she'd struck a nerve. Good, she thought. She'd judge him as harshly as he judged her. Kyle Kendrick didn't have the slightest idea what made her tick. If he did, he'd know she'd never push Lindsay to do anything against her will. Her father always thought he knew what she was thinking, what she wanted, what was best for her. He'd been wrong, too.
Jeremy is getting married in 2 weeks.
Kyle's words broke through her mounting anger.
I didn't want to pressure him.
It's a swab in the cheek. It takes 2 seconds. Eliza fluttered a careless hand in the air. Frankly, I don't care what you do. I'm bored. With an effortless grace honed from years of yoga, she rose and didn't turn until she reached the doorway. Turn out the lights when you go to bed. Oh, and thanks for the meal. Eliza had to admit Finn's bridal shower was a cut above any she'd recently attended. Amy had decorated her home with the requisite balloons. However, she, or one of her sisters, had taken the extra step of covering the balloons in lavender and pink tulle to add a romantic feel. And then there was the mimosas made with exceptionally fine champagne. Eliza had just taken her first sip when Amy clapped her hands. "Time for games!" Amy glanced at the bride-to-be and smiled. Once again, Eliza was struck by the resemblance between the two women. Amy and Finn could have easily been twins. Same light brown hair streaked with blonde, same vivid green eyes, same hint of freckles across the bridge of their nose. Finn reminded me she's not a fan of games, but I assured her these are fun. So, everyone, prove me right and pretend to enjoy yourself. As anticipated, the comment drew some chuckles. Eliza selected a chair between Jeremy's grandmother Ruby and Lindsay. Ruby immediately clasped her hand and gave it a squeeze. "I love games." Well, Eliza thought, that made one of them. But the fact that Ruby loved games as much as Amy likely explained why Finn had agreed to have them at her bridal shower. Everyone in Good Hope knew Jeremy and Finn adored his grandmother. Ruby was a petite firecracker with hair the color of champagne and bright blue eyes. She'd retired from the Cherries several years back, but remained one of the organization's staunchest supporters. Finn's sister, Prim, passed out sheets of paper and pencils. Though her smile was bright, lines of fatigue edged the strawberry blonde's eyes. Some of it likely had to do with having 8-year-old twin boys at home. Most of it had to be the fact that her baby was due any day. The child, reportedly a girl this time, kicked Eliza's arm as Prim leaned over to hand her a pencil. Eliza jerked back. Prim smiled apologetically. "She's practicing her kicks so she can hold her own with her brothers." Ruby patted the huge belly that was now in front of her. "Such a blessing." The soft smile Prim offered said it all. Eliza felt a twinge. She'd once thought she'd have a child someday, but the prospect of marriage and children had never seemed further away. She wasn't sure she'd be good with kids anyway. "Read the sheet, the one marked 'He said, she said' at the top." Despite the muted conversation between guests, Amy's strong voice carried easily through the room. "Your job is to guess whether Finn or Jeremy said or did what's listed below." Glancing down, Eliza frowned. The questions seemed much too personal. Who said "I love you" first? Who takes up most of the bed? The one time she and Jeremy had made love, he hadn't spent the night. And he'd never told her he loved her. Not caring if she won, Eliza quickly went through the questions. Once everyone was done, Amy gestured to her sister. "Finn, it's time to come clean and dish." Amy motioned for her sister to stand. With a smile, Finn rose to her feet. For a second, her eyes met Eliza's. Animosity was replaced by a look of apology. That was even worse. Eliza didn't want anyone's pity. She stiffened, but kept the smile plastered on her face as she calculated how much longer she needed to stay. "Jeremy was the first to say I love you." Finn blushed prettily. "He was 16, I was 15. We'd been together for 3 months at that time." "I knew the first time he brought you to the house to meet Eddie and me that he loved you." Ruby punctuated the pronouncement with a nod. Finn's lips curved as she continued down the list. "I initiated the first kiss, but he was the one who proposed." The answers only solidified to Eliza that, while she might have once loved Jeremy, he'd never been hers. He and Finn had forged a bond during those early high school years that had been strong enough to withstand years of time and distance. They finished the game segment, thank God, and were in the middle of the make-your-own-tart portion of the afternoon, another activity Eliza could have done without, when the men returned from a basketball game at the Y. They tromped in through the front door, laughing and exchanging insults. Eliza recognized Jeremy's voice immediately. His gaze swept the room. When he spotted Finn, his eyes lit up. He moved to her, pulling her into his arms for a kiss. Gladys Berthoff, one of Ruby's friends, hooted and clapped. Jeremy and Finn together. As it should be. The rightness of it all washed over Eliza. Somehow, while adding kiwi and blueberries to the tart, she'd turned that final corner. Though she'd convinced herself months earlier that she was over Jeremy, she realized a tiny bit of resentment and wishing for what might have been had lingered. Still, as she walked home, she found it difficult to appreciate the beauty of the blue sky and the warmth of the sun against her face. For so many years, getting Jeremy to love her had been the goal. Now, at 31, she was starting over. Eliza shook away the melancholy that wanted to settle. She had more important things to worry about than dating. The need to reclaim what was hers slapped Eliza in the face when she approached her house. Kyle was bent over retrieving bags from the back seat of his truck. Beside him, a dark-haired girl in an unflattering puffy coat watched. Eliza slowed her steps. She could have stayed longer at the bridal shower. Perhaps she should turn... She dismissed the thought before it could fully form. Running had never been her style. Besides, Kyle had spotted her, lifting one hand in a gesture of greeting. The girl turned then, too. Offering a smile, Eliza swept forward to meet the second Kendrick to invade her home. Chapter 6.
Are you sure you brought enough clothes?
Kyle hoped the teasing would bring a smile to Lolo's lips. God knew nothing else he'd tried had worked. His sister merely shifted her gaze away. Kyle dropped the truck's end gate. He knew things in Lexington had been difficult. His parents had told him she was struggling and depressed, but he was shocked at how broken she appeared. She'd barely said 2 words since he'd picked her up at the airport. Her red-rimmed eyes told him she'd cried during the flight, but when he asked if she wanted to talk about it, she only shrugged. Based on her responses to every conversation he tried to initiate during the short drive to Good Hope, his sister appeared to have embraced monosyllabic answers. He hoped a good night's sleep and getting settled in would improve her mood. You didn't tell me she was beautiful. Lolo's accusatory tone had Kyle lowering the suitcase in his hand and turning. That's when he spotted her. Why didn't you tell me? Lolo repeated under her breath as Eliza drew close. Lolo was right. Eliza looked especially lovely today with her sleek dark hair glinting in the sun. Her long legs were encased in thigh-high black boots. He wasn't sure what was underneath the black and white checkered coat, as he hadn't seen her this morning.
Why does it matter if she's pretty?
Kyle kept his tone offhand. It matters, Lolo muttered.
Eliza!
Kyle offered his housemaid a welcoming smile, hoping to find her in better spirits than his sister.
Perfect timing. We just got home.
He saw her flinch at the word home, but pretended not to notice.
Eliza Shaw, I'd like you to meet my sister, Lorraine Kendrick. Most everyone calls her Lolo.
Eliza's almond-shaped eyes narrowed as she studied the child. Would you prefer I call you Lorraine? Or Lolo? Lolo, I guess. To Kyle's surprise, his normally feisty sister kept her gaze downward and kicked at the concrete with the tip of her sneaker. Lolo it is. Eliza's tone remained matter-of-fact. You may call me Eliza. Instead of replying, Lolo just nodded. If his parents had been there, his dad would have come down on her about manners. His mother would have looked embarrassed. Eliza merely glanced at the 2 bags now sitting on the driveway and the other 2 still in the truck bed. Do you need help? Kyle rocked back on his heels and smiled.
Are you volunteering?
Not at all. I simply asked to see what your answer would be. The flippant comment got a laugh out of Lolo. Without another word, Eliza turned and started up the walkway toward the porch.
Hey,
Kyle called out after her.
don't you want to take a bag with you?
Without looking back, Eliza tossed her answer over her shoulder. No. He and his sister stood side by side on the driveway as the door closed behind their housemate. Don't worry. Lolo patted his arm, a smile ghosting her lips. I'll help you. Ignoring his protests, Lolo chose 2 bags and hurried up the walkway after Eliza. Grabbing the other 2, Kyle bounded up the steps. By the time he and Lolo stepped inside, Eliza had disappeared. Still, as he lugged the bags upstairs to Lolo's bedroom, Kyle found himself grateful Eliza was in the house. In one brief interaction, she'd accomplished what he hadn't been able to do during the 25-mile trek from Sturgeon Bay. She'd put a smile on his sister's face. I don't want to go to school on Monday. Lolo stood in the parlor, hands clasped tightly together. She shot Kyle a pleading glance. You could homeschool me. I'm smart. I catch on quickly. Kyle was already shaking his head before she finished.
I have to work, Lo. I can't be your tutor. Besides, that wasn't the deal.
Eliza wished she'd stayed upstairs. But, darn it, this was her house. She shifted her gaze from Kyle to his sister. She assumed he hadn't meant to sound unkind, but he could have offered the kid a little sympathy. His sister had escaped the horrors of her previous school by coming to Good Hope. Now, reality had obviously set in for Lolo. She would be starting over in a new district where she knew no one. As Eliza had made no attempt to engage the child in conversation, she was surprised when Lolo shifted her gaze to her. What about you? You could...
Eliza manages...
She sliced the air with one hand, stopping Kyle from answering for her. The sharp gesture was one she used frequently when one of the Cherries attempted to speak out of turn. The only thing Eliza hated more than someone speaking out of turn was someone speaking for her. Ignoring Kyle, she focused on Lolo. The thought of starting a new school must be terrifying. Because Eliza could identify with the girl's fears, a thread of compassion wove through the words. Lolo shrugged and dropped her gaze back to the sandwich. She had her brother's dark hair and blue eyes, but while his face was all hard angles, hers held the softness of youth. The girl's thick, curly hair hung past her shoulders. Whoever had cut it had simply, well, cut it. Nothing special. It was the same with her clothes. There wasn't anything wrong with the jeans and oversized top, but they certainly didn't add anything to her appearance. Eliza had to wonder about Kyle's mother. Was she so caught up in family business affairs that she failed to see her daughter could benefit from a few fashion tips? Of course, the woman may have tried. It hadn't taken Eliza long to realize the girl had a stubborn streak that rivaled her brother's. The thought had her lips curving in a slight smile, which quickly vanished when she thought of what the child would face on Monday morning. Lolo would need that stubborn streak, as well as whatever inner strength she possessed to make it through the upcoming weeks and months. Whether he realized it or not, by allowing his sister to join him, Kyle had taken on a huge responsibility. Thankfully, none of this was Eliza's concern.
You'll like it here, Lolo.
Kyle filled the tense silence with a hearty cheerfulness that was likely as forced as it sounded.
I spoke... Forget it.
Lolo's expression turned mutinous. Neither of you understand.
Are you saying you don't want to tour the school this evening?
Kyle lifted his glass of tea and took a sip. Lolo, who'd stalked to the doorway, whirled. Confusion blanketed her face. Today's Saturday.
I contacted the principal of the middle school yesterday.
Kyle shrugged in a casual gesture that might have fooled his sister, but didn't fool Eliza.
Mr. Chapin informed me he'd be working in his office at the school this evening, and we're welcome to stop by."
Eliza was startled when the girl's gaze shifted to her.
"Are you coming?"
A dozen pithy options sprang to Eliza's tongue. With difficulty, she swallowed each and every one and reminded herself this was a child. Picking up her fork, Eliza offered a polite smile. "No."
"Why not?"
The girl shot back. As if sensing her mounting irritation at being pressured, Kyle waved a careless hand in the air.
"No worries."
If that was supposed to be a subtle message to Lolo to back off, the girl missed the bulletin. Her jaw jutted out. The headache that had begun to pound in Eliza's head took on bass drum proportions. Her anger reignited, not at Lolo and Kyle, but at her father. If Donald Shaw hadn't been determined to micromanage her life, she wouldn't be forced to contend with two unwanted housemates.
"Why don't you come with us?"
Lolo pressed. "Because." Eliza glanced at the girl, then shifted her gaze to Kyle. "I have a date." Being reminded of what Lolo would face on Monday had brought old memories flooding back. But Eliza wouldn't think about Lolo tonight. Or about Kyle. She would tend to business. After pulling open the battered wooden door of the flying crane, Eliza stepped inside. There was no denying the crane's charm. A glossy curved mahogany bar took up an entire wall. Behind it, a long mirror made the average-sized space appear huge. Unfortunately, the high tin ceiling, while decorative, did nothing to improve the local band's sound. She winced when the lead singer went sharp. Eliza struggled to recall why she thought this would be a good place to meet. Still, knowing she looked her best in her new suede Louboutin boots buoyed Eliza's spirits. Looking sexy as sin in all black didn't mean she wanted to hook up. Being on the receiving end of admiring looks was enough. After scanning the tables and ignoring several assessing glances, including one by Ryder Goodhue, a former high school classmate who'd recently returned to Good Hope, Eliza took a seat at the bar to wait. The heavily tattooed bartender had a full beard and a boyish smile. He set a napkin on the shiny bar.
"What do you have, Eliza?"
She and Ted had gone to school together. Back in 8th grade, they'd both been social pariahs. He'd been fat and goth. She'd been thin and awkward, with braces. The trifecta of nerdiness. But that had been eons ago. "Hi, Ted." Eliza waved away the basket of pretzels he offered. "Stoli, straight up."
"You got it."
When Ted returned with the vodka, Eliza reached into her tiny bag for one of the bills she'd shoved there before leaving home.
"I've got it."
A masculine voice sounded behind her, and she caught a subtle whiff of cologne.
"Keep the change."
Ted glanced at her, a question in his eyes. Eliza turned to study the man who'd confiscated the stool next to hers. She inclined her head, giving Ted the go-ahead. The bartender pocketed the large bill and disappeared. Deliberately, Eliza lifted a brow. "Ryder Goodhue." He smiled, looking as arrogant as ever.
"Eliza Shaw."
"Now that we've confirmed our identities," she lifted the glass. "Cheers." Ryder took a sip of beer.
"I was planning to stop by the general store and see you tomorrow."
She studied him over the rim of her glass.
"I thought it might be nice to get reacquainted."
Ryder lifted the Pilsner glass to his lips, took a sip. His dark eyes, rich as Venezuelan chocolate, never left hers.
"Catch up?"
"You've been back nearly 9 months."
"I didn't think you'd noticed."
His smile was easy, confident, and admiring.
"You haven't once set foot in my shop."
"I'm not much for coffee." She patted his hand. "As far as mutual memories, I believe you detested me nearly as much as I did you."
"Not at all."
His lips twitched.
I don't hold all those times you snubbed me against you.
Though she wasn't attracted to the man, Eliza felt her mood lift. You're too kind.
I've been called many things.
He snorted.
Kind isn't one of them.
Her delighted laugh had heads turning. If it makes you feel better, I've had a few not-so-complimentary things said about me, too. His gaze dropped to her stretchy black shirt.
Right now, I can only think of compliments.
Ryder's voice could have melted butter, but when he covered her hand with his, she deftly pulled hers back. I need to go.
Don't let me run you off.
He lifted both hands.
I'll keep my hands to myself. Promise.
Closing her fingers around the tall shot glass she'd barely touched, Eliza slipped off the stool. If you remember anything from high school, you know that no one runs me off. Ryder gestured to the stool.
Then sit. Finish your drink.
Sorry. Eliza smiled for the first time since he'd confiscated the seat beside her. My date for the evening just walked in. Lindsay lifted her hand in greeting as Eliza crossed the crowded bar to her. Her friend shot a curious glance at the bar. Is that Ryder? Eliza didn't even need to look in that direction to know the man was staring. He bought me a drink while I was waiting for you. I'm sorry I was late. A look of annoyance crossed Lindsay's face. Dan is rewriting his sermon for tomorrow and kept asking for feedback. When Eliza pulled back a chair at a recently vacated foretop, her friend slung her purse on one of the extras, then sat. As if I could add anything. You said you weren't busy when I called. Eliza frowned. But it sounds as if Dan... We were together all afternoon. Lindsay heaved a heavy sigh. Believe me, I was ready for a break. Picking up a menu, she shot a look at Eliza. Interested in splitting some nachos? Eliza shrugged, nodded. Hey, gals! Hadley Newhouse, Ammy's second-in-command at the bakery, appeared tableside, notepad in hand. Dressed in the flying crane uniform of all black with a red crane logo across the shirt front, she smiled brightly. What can I get you? A Corona and a plate of ultimate nachos. Lindsay glanced at Eliza. You have to promise to eat some. I can do that. Eliza turned to Hadley. I'll take a Corona, too. Can't have nachos without beer. Hadley offered a wink. Back in a jiffy. Other than a brief conversation to set up this meet, Eliza hadn't spoken with Lindsay alone since Dan proposed. She wondered if her friend had been as surprised by the proposal as she'd looked. Eliza kept the conversation general until Hadley returned with their beers and a heaping platter of nachos. Once Hadley was out of earshot, Eliza picked up a chip smothered in beans and cheese and got down to business. Did you know Dan was going to pop the question last night? Lindsay scooped guacamole onto a chip and shook her head. Complete surprise. Eliza paused to consider her next words. Though she preferred to be blunt, Dan was the man Lindsay had agreed to marry. Doing an end around to ferret out the information, rather than simply asking why the minister had put her on the spot, seemed wiser. You never liked being the center of attention. Dan asked my mother for her blessing. Eliza blinked at the odd response. Bet that was fun, she drawled and made Lindsay smile. She likes Dan. Well enough, anyway. Knowing Anita, well enough was probably accurate. The business owner had always had high aspirations for her youngest daughter. Yet Lindsay had passed the big 3-0 last year. The potential husband pool had done some serious shrinking, and many of the men Anita would consider eligible for her baby girl were now married. At least Dan Marshall was a well-respected minister in Good Hope. If he spoke with her, I can't believe she didn't tell him you wouldn't like the proposal to be so public. The minute the words left Eliza's lips, she wanted to pull them back. It wasn't Anita's job to warn him. Dan should have known Lindsay well enough to figure that out for himself. He told her how he planned to do it. Lindsay reached for another chip, her face expressionless. Mom wouldn't have said anything because she'd want me to be the center of attention. Eliza thought about the Ready, Set, Wed competition. It was the reason she'd asked Lindsay to meet with her this evening. She briefly considered saying nothing. But what if Lindsay wanted to be involved? I had an ulterior motive in asking you to meet me tonight. Eliza took a sip of beer. But I want you to be honest with me. A wary look crossed Lindsay's face. What is it? How would you and Dan like to be Good Hope's bridal couple in the Ready, Set, Wed competition? Chapter 7. As Eliza walked home from the Flying Crane, she had second thoughts about her decision to give Lindsay 48 hours to decide. The kickoff for Ready, Set, Wed was looming. If Lindsay and Dan turned her down, well, if that happened, the search for another couple would be at critical mass. Tonight, she'd start reviewing her list of possible alternates. Eliza climbed the steps to her porch, hoping Kyle and Lolo had gone upstairs. The music and alcohol had given her a headache. Of course, some of the tension might come from the uneasy feeling that Lindsay was about to make a big mistake. Not that Eliza believed everyone had a Bloom sister kind of romance, but it had to be a bad sign that Lindsay had preferred to spend Saturday night with her rather than with her fiancé. Eliza slipped the key into the lock and hoped her friend hadn't simply decided to settle. Regardless of what Lindsay thought, there was always time to wait for the right person. Stepping inside, Eliza hung her jacket on the coat tree in the foyer, then paused to listen. For a second, there was only silence. Her shoulders relaxed, and the tension gripping her shoulders slipped to pool at her feet. Then a burst of laughter had her stiffening. Kyle and Lolo weren't upstairs. They were in the parlor. Her parlor. Resentment surged. Eliza, we're in here! It was a woman's voice. When Eliza entered the room, Catherine Spencer, her grandmother's cousin, pushed to her feet. A checkerboard sat between her and Lolo. Kyle, who'd been scrolling through something on his phone, shoved it into his pocket. A watchful look filled his eyes.
Catherine couldn't wait to see you. I told her I didn't think you'd be late.
Your young man and his sister have been most kind. Catherine had always looked young for her age. Though nearing 90, she could easily pass for a woman in her 70s. Her gray hair was a becoming shade of silver, with just enough dark strands to add depth. For as long as Eliza could recall, Catherine had worn her hair long and pulled back in a stylish twist or chignon. Tonight, the chignon had been secured with a pretty clasp of turquoise. The skirt and top, with their rich browns and orange shades, had a decidedly Southwest flair. I'm surprised to see you. Eliza moved to the woman who'd been not only her grandmother's cousin, but Verna's closest friend. She offered an obligatory hug. I'd have thought the lovely weather in Tucson would have kept you there. Catherine simply looped her arm through Eliza's and led her to the sofa. I've so much to tell you. The older woman glanced at Kyle. Would you mind finishing the game with Lorraine while I visit with Eliza? Lolo pushed back her chair. I'm tired of playing. Catherine cocked her head. Does that mean you're conceding the game to me? No. Surprise skittered across Lolo's face. I have lots more kings than you. You're the one quitting. Catherine waved an airy hand. The one who quits concedes. Lolo frowned. I never heard that rule.
I'll play.
Kyle crossed the room and dropped down in the seat Catherine had vacated. Eliza hid a smile. It was obvious, at least to her, that her cousin was attempting to get brother and sister to interact. Which meant Lolo must have still been giving Kyle the cold shoulder when Catherine arrived. The girl's behavior didn't make sense to Eliza. From what Kyle had said, she was the one who'd wanted to come to Good Hope. Then again, girls that age were often unpredictable. Lolo hesitated for a long moment, then plopped down into her chair. She tossed her head, and her gaze met her brother's. "I'll beat you."
In your dreams.
Kyle appeared to be hiding a grin.
You're going down.
In seconds, the two were engrossed in their game, leaving Eliza to deal with Catherine. She didn't know what had brought the older woman to her doorstep. Frankly, she didn't care. With some bitterness, Eliza recalled learning, after the fact, that Catherine had sold her house to Beckett Cross and left Good Hope. The action shouldn't have come as a surprise. It definitely shouldn't have stung. Despite being related, she and Catherine had never been close. Eliza seated herself on the sofa and angled her body to face her unexpected guest. The temptation to play it cool and distant was strong, but this woman was family, and Eliza's beloved grandmother and Catherine had been as close as sisters. "What brings you back to Good Hope in March?" Though Eliza had never minded the cold, the weather had supposedly been the #1 reason Catherine had relocated to Arizona.
I missed Good Hope.
Catherine's laugh held a hollow edge. "I missed everyone. I stopped by to see Gladys and Ruby when I first arrived in town this afternoon. Other than Verna, they've always been my closest friends." "You've been gone over 2 years. I assume you've made new friends in Arizona?" "Not like them." Catherine's voice shook slightly, and she abruptly changed the subject. I stopped by my old house. Amy and Beck have done so much with it." Eliza said nothing. Again, she tried to tell herself it shouldn't bother her. It didn't bother her. She knew how close Catherine and Amy had always been. It was only natural she'd stop by to see her first. By the look on Catherine's face, it appeared she expected a response. "They've taken good care of your home. Not mine anymore." For a second, Catherine's smile turned wistful. Then she shook her head, as if tossing off whatever thought had brought the darkness to her eyes. "Little Sarah Rose is adorable." "She's pretty enough." While Eliza wasn't into babies, or 12-year-olds, for that matter, there was no denying Amy's dark-haired baby was a charmer. "I wouldn't be surprised if they had another one soon." Eliza blinked. "Sarah Rose is barely 6 months old." "Amy's over 30. She made it clear today she and Beck want several more children." A soft look settled over Catherine's face. "Which means they have to get busy." Catherine's gaze settled on Eliza. Wait for it? Eliza braced herself. Catherine was well aware that she and Amy were the same age. Instead of reminding Eliza she wasn't getting any younger, the woman merely smiled. "Then I came here." The silence between them stretched until Catherine spoke again. "Ruby is giddy with excitement over Jeremy's upcoming wedding." Catherine chuckled. She was always convinced no one but Delphinium would do for her grandson. The words stung like a slap. Eliza's smile froze. Still, she managed to sound slightly bored when she finally shoved out her next words. "Ruby always loved Finn." Despite the years when Finn Bloom lived in Los Angeles, and Eliza had been Jeremy's +1 for nearly every Good Hope event during those years, Ruby had remained convinced Finn and Jeremy would reconcile. Well, she'd been right. "She and Delphinium share a special relationship." Catherine smiled slightly.
Much like the one you and Verna shared.
Eliza didn't feel like making small talk about Finn or about her grandmother. She wanted to know how long Catherine planned to be in Good Hope and where she planned to stay while in town.
Do you have any idea how long you'll be here?
Eliza hadn't meant the question to sound abrupt, but she and Catherine weren't close, and really, what more was there to discuss? Besides, the headache she'd been keeping at bay was gaining ground.
Actually, I'm back for good.
Catherine's eyes, a nondescript blue, remained firmly focused on Eliza. Eliza frowned.
Seriously?
The older woman glanced around.
I seem to have misplaced my glass of wine. It's over here, Kyle told her.
Eliza's frown deepened. Had he been listening to their conversation? In seconds, Kyle was handing Catherine a crystal flute.
There's not much left in your glass. If you'd like, I can open another bottle.
How charming, Eliza thought, offering to open another one of her bottles. Perhaps he could offer Catherine a taste of the Cristal, the champagne she'd purchased early last summer in a crazy moment when she thought she and Jeremy might have something to toast.
Thank you, no.
Catherine reached over and patted his arm. But I appreciate the hospitality. The smile Kyle shot the older woman was warm and easy.
If you change your mind, let me know. I'll be right over there, trying to pull myself out of the hole you put me in.
He's going down, Lolo giggled, startling both Eliza and Kyle. Only Catherine appeared to take the child's good humor in stride. He's only got one king left.
That's all a master checker player needs.
With that bold pronouncement, Kyle returned to his spot opposite his sister.
You've got yourself a wonderful man.
Catherine gave an approving nod and took a sip of wine. Eliza opened her mouth to inform Catherine that Kyle was her housemate, nothing more. Before the words left her lips, she recalled Catherine's close friendship with Jeremy's grandmother. Jeremy believed she and Kyle were involved. There was not a doubt in Eliza's mind that if she told Catherine the truth, Ruby would learn of the deception and tell Jeremy. Cue the pitying looks.
So you're back to stay?
Eliza met Catherine's gaze.
This is home.
Catherine picked a piece of lint off her sweater.
While I enjoyed Tucson and the friends I have there, it never felt completely right. I sold my condo and my furniture, and here I am.
Eliza leaned back against the sofa but remained on alert.
Just like that. Just like that.
Catherine finished off the last of the wine and set the glass down.
Verna loved Good Hope and never regretted staying so close to home. Several years ago, I started wondering if I'd been wrong not to try something new. Would I regret living out my life within 10 miles of where I'd been born? Surely you've had the same thoughts.
Catherine's speculative gaze landed on Eliza. I haven't. Eliza kept her tone matter-of-fact. Like my grandmother, I've always known Good Hope is where I want to live.
That's exactly what I told your father.
Eliza's heart gave a solid thump against her ribs. You spoke with my father about me?
Not exactly.
Catherine sighed.
When I visited them in Palm Springs last month, he briefly mentioned wishing you'd spread your wings.
Eliza shot the older woman a pointed glance. If Catherine was aware of her father's duplicity, it didn't show. Good Hope is my home. Eliza spoke in a firm tone that brooked no misunderstanding. I'm not leaving. Eliza didn't know what to think when Catherine leaned over and squeezed her hand.
You're one of the lucky ones, happily blooming where you were planted.
Where do you plan to stay while you're in Good Hope? If Eliza had to guess, she'd assume it would be with one of her friends, either Gladys or Ruby. A startled look crossed the older woman's face. Why, I thought I'd stay with you. Kyle said it would be okay. Only the knowledge that, at least for now, this was his house as much as hers, had Eliza pushing a false heartiness into her tone. Of course you'll stay with us. After all, Eliza thought, she already had 2 unwanted guests under her roof. She might as well make it 3. You cannot simply ask people to stay in my home. Eliza might be leaning against the kitchen counter, but those flashing gray eyes and the tent set to her shoulders told Kyle she was ready to battle. He'd known once Catherine retired to her room and Lolo was in bed, there would be hell to pay. Listen, Catherine showed up shortly after Lolo and I returned from the tour of the school. She said she was a relative. Of course I asked her in. Eliza pursed her lips. You didn't have to invite her to stay. True, he conceded, but the house has 8 bedrooms. She mentioned several times she needed a place to stay until she located a permanent residence. Eliza crossed her arms. It wasn't your place to invite her. You're right. I apologize. Eliza said nothing. Her arms remained crossed. Time to move on, Kyle thought. How was your date? She blinked. You told me you had a date. I met Lindsay at the Flying Crane. Kyle felt himself relax. Not that he cared who she dated. Despite the fact many in Good Hope now thought they were involved, they'd never even kissed. His gaze dropped to those pouty ruby-red lips before he jerked his gaze upward. Did you ask her about Ready, Set, Wed? I did. He opened the refrigerator and glanced back at her. And? She promised to think about it. Her voice took on a hard edge. Before you ask, I didn't pressure her. I believe you. He scanned the contents of the perfectly organized refrigerator, then looked up. Did you eat? She rubbed the back of her neck with one hand. I had a few nachos, but... No wonder you're so skinny. Kyle turned back, pulled out an antipasto plate of assorted meats and cheeses, held it up. Want to share this? Surely you already had dinner. Lolo just wanted a sandwich. Catherine had already eaten. His gaze shifted to the plate, then back to her. This looks really good. Unless you're saving it for some occasion. She eyed the platter. It was a thing of beauty, with thin slices of salami and pepperoni, as well as provolone and mozzarella. There were also plenty of black and green olives, artichoke hearts, and cherry tomatoes. I could eat. Kyle placed the platter on the island in the middle of the kitchen, then grabbed a couple of plates. He considered telling her to help herself, but it was her house, and her antipasti. I'll get the next round of groceries. While she filled a small plate, Kyle got 2 bottles of water. She waited while he added some food to his plate, showing no interest in sitting down. He'd sat enough this evening, so standing was fine with him. How's the band? Loud. She winced and popped a green olive into her mouth, then took a long drink of water. Earlier, Kyle had spotted bottles of Tylenol and Advil in the cupboard over the sink. He retrieved both and held them out for her inspection. Which one? She lifted a brow. You have a headache. It's best to take something before it really catches hold. 2 Advil tablets were in her mouth and washed down with water before he'd even returned the bottles to the cabinet. You're bossy. But she spoke without rancor and picked up another olive, black this time. Back at ya. Kyle considered it his first victory of the evening when she smiled. Did Lindsay appear interested? I think she'd pass if it was up to her. Isn't it up to her? Not entirely. You've met her mom. And Dan. Eliza's gaze turned thoughtful. I don't know him well. I sense he's used to being in charge and making decisions.
You believe Lindsay won't want to make waves.
It's a possibility.
You didn't need to offer the opportunity.
Eliza's wry smile did strange things to his insides. I considered simply going to one of the couples on my B list, but that wasn't my decision to make.
Kyle stabbed an artichoke heart with a fork. If you were engaged, would you participate in the competition?
No. Lindsay and I are alike in that respect. I prefer small and intimate over showy center stage. She waved a hand. Enough about that. How'd things go at the school?
The school is nice.
Kyle had driven past the building dozens of times, but had paid it little attention. It was a modern single-story building with sand-colored brick. Eliza motioned with one hand for more, then reached for another olive.
Clay greeted us at the door.
The principal had confirmed all the necessary forms were in place for Lolo to start on Monday.
He gave us her schedule, and we walked to the rooms where her classes will be held. Watching her open her locker and stroll through those shiny linoleum halls took me back to my own middle school days. Good times.
They can be, Eliza answered absently, appearing more focused on which mozzarella ball to choose than the conversation.
Clay has an easy way with kids. Being a principal is a good fit for his personality.
Kyle lifted the bottle of water to his lips and took a drink.
He even got Lolo to talk.
I hope school goes well for her.
I have a good feeling.
Kyle shook his head.
I couldn't believe she asked me to homeschool her.
Middle school has always been a difficult time for kids. Imagine what it's like now with the social media stuff tossed into the mix. Kyle was tempted to tease that she was the type to rise to the top no matter the circumstances. Just in time, he recalled her earlier prickliness about making assumptions.
I don't see why anyone homeschools.
There are any number of good reasons to make that choice. Eliza's gaze turned thoughtful. If I had a child being bullied, I'd consider it.
Doesn't pulling a child out when they're having a difficult time teach them to run from adversity?
It depends. If the school administration and teachers aren't being helpful in resolving the bullying, what choice is there? She lifted a hand. Before you say tough it out, let me remind you these are children with little power. Children who depend on their parents to protect them. Kyle thought of Lolo's friend.
Prudy tried to kill herself.
It was a cry for help, one I hope her parents are heeding.
I thought you'd be more hard-nosed about this kind of stuff.
She merely arched a brow.
I mean, look at you. You're strong and self-assured. I can't imagine anyone getting the better of you.
Kyle expelled a breath.
Listen, I know being expected to interact regularly with Lolo wasn't part of the deal.
Deal?
Sharing the house.
Kyle fought a surge of guilt. He'd barged into her life, heck, into her home, then added to the insult by adding not only a child to the mix, but her elderly relative. It didn't seem fair to ask for more. Yet he'd learned long ago, if you didn't ask, you didn't get. What is it you want to ask me, Kyle?
Lolo admires you. That was obvious from the start. Oh, she might have been a bit intimidated at the beginning, but she likes you.
Eliza lowered the water bottle she'd brought to her lips. I don't hear a question. He rounded the island, resisting the urge to take her hands in his.
Will you take my sister under your wing and show her how to be strong and confident, like you?
Chapter 8. Attending church the next morning hadn't been in Eliza's plans. It had been a difficult week. Sleeping late should be her reward for making it through all the ugliness and stress. But when Lindsay texted late last night with the news she and Dan would be Good Hope's competition couple, Eliza had changed her mind. Not to mention she had promised Kyle, albeit with great reluctance, to do what she could for his sister. Eliza hurried down the stairs, looking forward to a cup of coffee before making the short 6-block trek to the church. She found the kitchen already crowded. Dressed in dark pants and a gray shirt, Kyle looked business casual perfect. She hid a wince at the sight of Lolo. His sister wore a dress more suitable for a wedding. Even as Eliza told herself what the girl wore was none of her business, she hated the thought of Lolo getting off to a bad start in her new community. Kids that age could be so cruel. Been there, experienced that, she thought, recalling how her mother had insisted she wear only classic fashions at a time when cuffed-up jeans and layering tank tops were in style. Even after all these years, Eliza could still hear the laughter, still feel the sharp stab of pain at the teasing comments.
Good morning. It appears Catherine is sleeping in this morning.
Kyle lifted a coffee mug.
Can I get you a cup?
Eliza gave her head a reluctant shake, her gaze fixed on Lolo. They didn't have much time if they were going to make a wardrobe switch. "Lolo?" The girl looked up from her cereal, a questioning look in her eyes. "Was there a pair of dark leggings in one of those suitcases your brother lugged into the house?" A puzzled look crossed Lolo's face, but she nodded. Keeping her tone casual, Eliza smiled. "I have the cutest sweater I think would look perfect with leggings."
We don't have time for Lolo to...
"We have plenty of time." Eliza waved aside Kyle's protest. "A sweater coupled with leggings is what all the young girls in Good Hope are wearing." She didn't say more, didn't need to say more. Light dawned in the young girl's eyes. "If it's yours, I don't think it will fit me." Lolo's blue eyes never left hers. True enough, but this particular sweater had been a gift from an out-of-state great-aunt. Not only was it too large, it wasn't at all her style. It would be perfect for Lolo. "Trust me, it'll fit." After giving the Keurig one regretful glance, there wouldn't be time for coffee now. Eliza turned on her heel. When she reached the doorway, she waited for Lolo to catch up. Eliza slung an arm around the girl's shoulders, gave a squeeze. "You're going to love this sweater." Eliza felt Kyle's scrutinizing gaze on them as they climbed the stairs.
What do you think?
Lolo asked Kyle as Eliza retrieved her jacket from the coat tree in the foyer. His gaze settled on the fuzzy pink sweater. It looked good, like something a girl his sister's age would wear. Kyle wasn't certain the boots Lolo wore were hers, and he didn't ask.
Very nice. The band with the colored stones looks good.
His sister's hand rose to her hair. "Mom got that for me before I left." "Speaking of leaving," Eliza stuck her head inside the kitchen and glanced pointedly at the clock. "If we're going to make the opening hymn, we need to go now." Kyle had assumed they'd drive, but when Eliza and Lolo took off down the sidewalk, he followed. He couldn't believe the change the sweater had made. His sister chattered happily with Eliza. The sullen girl he'd picked up at the airport yesterday was nowhere to be seen. His gaze slid to the woman at his sister's side. Eliza's dark hair glistened in the early morning light. Instead of walking, she appeared to glide down the sidewalk. The 3-inch heels on her boots and those long legs created a sexy picture. Kyle couldn't believe such a beautiful, accomplished woman didn't have a steady guy. He'd heard about her relationship with Jeremy and how it had come to a crashing end when Finn Bloom had returned to town. Kyle doubted Eliza would be alone for long. He'd seen the way other men looked at her. The bells were already ringing by the time they reached the steps of the church. Since they were running late, Kyle assumed they'd have to search for 3 seats together at the back. When he hesitated, Eliza merely swept down the aisle. The second pew from the front was empty. Eliza motioned them in ahead of her.
This pew may be reserved.
Kyle kept his voice low, barely above a whisper. "It is reserved." A faint smile touched Eliza's lips. "It's the Shaw pew." As if that settled the matter, Eliza sat, eventually pulling out a hymnal and rising with the rest of the congregation. Kyle couldn't identify the theme of the sermon Dan preached. He was too conscious of the sultry, enticing scent of Eliza's perfume, of the way her thigh pressed against his leg, of the feline quality of those gray eyes whenever they shifted in his direction. Last night, when Eliza had left the house, he'd watched her go and wondered where she was headed. Most of all, he'd wondered who she planned to meet. On the short walk to the church, he'd overheard Eliza tell Lolo that the minister was engaged to her friend and that the two would be participating in an upcoming wedding competition. Apparently, it hadn't taken Lindsay long to get back to Eliza with a decision. While Kyle had always prided himself on his work ethic, Eliza had him beaten. The woman seemed to juggle a dozen balls at once. He slanted a sideways glance and caught her staring. When he offered a smile, she glanced away. The service ended, and Kyle was left wondering what came next. Did the church have Sunday school for kids Lolo's age? If it did, would his sister be open to trying it? The thoughts had barely crossed his mind when Katie Ruth Cruz, the young programs director at the Y, hurried over. The perky blonde offered a friendly smile. "Hi, Kyle! Eliza! It's good to see you this morning." Katie Ruth's gaze shifted to Lolo, and she offered the girl an engaging smile. "I don't believe we've met. I'm Katie Ruth. I'm in charge of youth groups here at First Christian." Kyle felt a surge of relief. He wouldn't have to go searching for the right person after all. I'm Lorraine Kendrick." His sister cut him off. "My friends call me Lolo." "Pretty name. Nice to meet you, Lolo." Katie Ruth inclined her head. "I wonder if you'd be interested in coming to youth group and helping me out this morning." Katie Ruth must have seen the girl's hesitation, because she continued without giving Lolo a chance to answer. "We're going to play some fun games, but you don't have to participate. If you want, you can simply watch." Lolo glanced at Kyle.
Up to you.
He kept his tone non-committal. She shifted her gaze to Eliza. "Katie Ruth is helping me with Ready, Set, Wed," Eliza informed the girl. "She's got good ideas. I'm guessing whatever games she has planned for this morning won't be too lame."
Katie Ruth choked back a laugh. "I could walk with you," Kyle began.
A horrified look crossed his sister's face. "No way!" Lolo glanced at Katie Ruth, gave a jerky nod. "Okay. Sure, I'll give it a try." "Perfect." Katie Ruth shifted her gaze to Kyle. "We'll finish up a little after 11. You can swing by to pick her up then." "I'll meet you at the front of the church," Lolo told him and Eliza. "Don't come inside for me." As his sister strode off with Katie Ruth, Kyle heard the youth director mention the sweater.
"Walking into a room with a group of kids she's never met will be scary."
Kyle pulled his brows together.
"I wish she'd let me go with her."
"Get real, Kyle. A girl that age would never want Big Brother walking her to youth group." The voice, low and husky, belonged to another blonde, this one with a tumble of artfully disheveled curls. Kyle recognized her as Marigold Rallis, one of the Bloom sisters. Her husband, Cade, stood at her side. Kyle offered an easy smile and shrug.
"I don't know much about kids that age."
"Neither does Marigold." Eliza's cool tone could have frosted glass. "Last I knew, you didn't have any of your own?" Marigold's eyes flashed, but there was something else there, something Kyle couldn't decipher. "Forget I said anything," Eliza surprised him by saying. "You're around kids a lot more than I am." To Kyle's ears, it sounded almost like an apology. Marigold must have thought so too, because the heat in her blue eyes cooled. you have time this afternoon to give Lolo and me a trim?"
Eliza lifted a brow. It appeared to be an olive branch, an odd one, but one nonetheless. "I thought you only let Charlotte at Golden Door cut your hair," Marigold said pointedly. Though Kyle wasn't up on hair salons, he'd heard Golden Door and Marigold's were considered the top salons on the peninsula. Eliza lifted a shoulder, let it fall.
"I'm ready for a change."
Marigold hesitated. "I normally don't see clients on Sunday." Eliza's gaze locked with hers.
"Lolo's first day of school is tomorrow."
"Come on, Goldie." Cade offered his wife a smile. "Help the kid out."
Marigold bumped him with her hip and smiled before turning to Eliza.
3:00?
Eliza nodded. "We'll be there." Kyle glanced at the couple he knew were firmly enmeshed in Good Hope society.
"Any ideas on what we should do while my sister is in youth group?" "Have breakfast at Muddy Boots."
Cade slung an arm around his wife's shoulders.
"Everyone goes there on Sunday morning."
Kyle glanced at Eliza, not sure if she'd want to be seen with him at such a public place. It was one thing to tell select individuals they were an item, quite another for her to walk into a crowded cafe at his side. Not knowing how she wanted to play this, he waited for her response. For now, the ball was in her court. As she and Kyle strolled the 3 blocks to Muddy Boots, Eliza's temper cooled. When Marigold had made that snide comment to Kyle, she'd seen red. Still, pointing out Marigold's lack of progeny had been a low blow, especially since Eliza knew Marigold and Cade had been trying to get pregnant since their wedding in June. Marigold was young. She had to be a good 5 years younger than Eliza, and she was building a successful business. She had clients flying in from all over the country to have her cut their hair. It didn't make sense for her to muddy things up right now with a child. Then again, Marigold was strong-willed. The youngest Bloom sister had always been one of those who thought she could have it all. Obviously, that attitude hadn't changed.
"I understand now why people never leave here."
Kyle's gaze lifted to the vivid blue sky. Eliza looked at him in surprise. "Are you considering staying?" He hesitated for half a second, then shook his head.
"My life is in Kentucky."
"You bought a house."
"Call it momentary madness."
Eliza's heart began to race. "Does that mean you'll sell it when you leave?" She couldn't quite keep the quiver of excitement out of her voice.
"Probably."
He glanced around, as if making sure no one was close enough to overhear.
"I'll give you first shot at it, if I do."
"I'll hold you to that promise." Kyle's gaze shifted to Cade and Marigold, who were a good half a block in front of them, his arm around her waist. While they watched, Marigold laughed at something Cade said. The sound was so joyful that Eliza had to fight a pang of envy. "Cade called her Goldie." Kyle grinned, amused by her puzzlement.
"Obviously a shortened version of Goldilocks."
Eliza pulled her brows together. "Seriously?"
"Didn't you ever have a nickname?"
Olive Oil. The nickname had been bestowed upon her during those horrible middle school years. It had stuck because it fit. She'd been super skinny and long-faced with a mouthful of braces. "I've never been a fan of such things." He flashed a smile before his gaze turned thoughtful.
"I hope Lolo is having an okay time."
"The fact that Katie Ruth is in charge of the group guarantees your sister will be fine."
"And the sweater."
Eliza cocked her head.
"She was dressed all wrong this morning. Thanks to your intervention, she looks like the other girls."
For a second, his hand rested on her arm.
"I appreciate your kindness."
Eliza ignored the gesture. "I see girls that age on the street all the time. You had no way to know. What's in style in one community isn't the same in another."
"My mother tries."
I wasn't implying anything. Eliza shifted her gaze to the cafe window. She'd been here before on Sunday mornings. Though the place was packed, she wasn't concerned. There's a large table toward the back where everyone gathers. Eliza reached out to open the door, but Kyle beat her to it.
Allow me.
It was nice having a man around to open a door or help her carry in groceries. But she reminded herself this was only temporary. She and Kyle were simply coexisting under the same roof until she could get her house back. Eliza saw Beck standing by the back table. As she drew close, she saw he was preoccupied with a bundle of pink in his arms. Sarah Rose. The baby he and Amy had named after Amy's mother. Eliza had seen the child off and on, but the 6-month-old looked different this morning. Sarah Rose held herself upright in her father's arms, gurgling and waving chubby fists in the air. The child had inherited her father's dark hair, which curved about her face in silky waves. Her eyes were pure Amy. Though they'd appeared blue to Eliza the last time Amy had brought her to a Cherries meeting, they'd turned green, like her mother's. Eliza hadn't spent much time around children. Though she didn't dislike them, she'd never felt comfortable around them. Because the baby appeared settled in Beck's arms, Eliza stepped close. Beck, I wanted to... Before she could finish, Sarah Rose gave a squeal and lunged forward, an open-mouthed smile on her face. She grabbed Eliza's hair and squealed again, her mouth scattering drool everywhere.
Whoa, sweet one.
Beck crooned the words and smiled apologetically at Eliza.
Appears my girl has taken a shine to you.
Eliza forced a smile. Her attempt to disengage little fingers from her hair resulted in a howl of protest. Amy appeared, her gaze shifting from Beck to Eliza. What's the matter?
Our daughter, Beck told his wife, tried to throw herself into Eliza's arms and grabbed her hair.
Amy's keen-eyed gaze quickly assessed the situation. Would you mind holding her for a second? Eliza's heart skipped a beat. Me?
Who else?
Kyle, who'd remained silent beside her, grinned.
You're the one whose hair she's got in a death grip.
Eliza scowled. By now, everyone around the table was staring. Oh, all right.
Make sure you get a good hold.
Beck's eyes filled with worry.
She's strong, and if something interests her, she goes for it.
Yes. Eliza winced as Sarah Rose tightened her hold. I know. The baby smelled like shampoo and powder. Once she was in Eliza's arms, Sarah Rose abruptly released Eliza's hair. Appearing content, she gazed at Eliza with those sea-green eyes framed with dark lashes and offered a gummy smile. Beck was right. Amy's eyes turned soft. Sarah Rose is taken with you. In one way, it felt odd to have a baby in her arms. In another way, it felt right. Across the table, Marigold watched her with an expression of longing so intense it made Eliza feel like a schmuck for taunting her earlier. Then the look disappeared, replaced by that cocky self-assurance that was as much a part of Marigold as her curly blonde hair. Eliza jiggled the baby as the child glanced around the cafe. Holding her wasn't an entirely unpleasant experience. In fact, she was just getting used to it when Amy reached over and lifted the baby from her arms. Sorry about the hair pulling, Amy offered an apologetic smile. And the drool. She's a baby. Eliza kept her tone casual. If she was an adult, we'd have to talk. Amy's quick smile told Eliza better than any words that their friendship, once broken, was on the mend. Knowing they needed to get back to pick up Lolo, Eliza settled for coffee. Kyle did the same. When he glanced at his phone, they left, a good 10 minutes ahead of the others.
You could have stayed.
he told her as they walked quickly down the sidewalk in the direction of the church.
I just don't want Lolo to wait on me.
You love her?
I do.
He slanted a glance in her direction.
You have a brother? I assume you care for him, and he for you?
She thought of her smart and funny younger brother. Growing up, she and Ethan had been allies who'd stood up for each other. Even during her dorkiest days, Ethan had been by her side. The fact that her father preferred her brother hadn't been able to destroy the bond she and Ethan shared. I was jealous of the attention my father gave him when we were younger. I now realize such attention can be a burden. At least my dad let me live my own life. Until recently, anyway.
Why do you think he chose to interfere now?
Kyle asked as the church came into view. Her lips twisted in a humorless smile. He thinks I'm not achieving my potential, both professionally and personally, in Good Hope.
I bet he sees you running some big company back east.
Eliza shook her head. You forget, I'm a woman. When Kyle started to protest, she lifted a hand. That's how he is. I never minded. Or, not much. I had what I wanted. But now...
Now?
He prompted. He sold what mattered most to me. Her eyes turned cold as steel. He'll discover that was a mistake. Chapter 9. Lolo talked nonstop on the way home. Kyle had difficulty hiding his relief. He couldn't wait to call his parents and tell them that their child's first outing in Good Hope had been a success. His dad wouldn't ask many questions. His mother, on the other hand, would want all the details. Kyle smiled at his sister. He kept his voice casual, not wanting the question to sound like an interrogation.
Tell me more about these talk tokens.
We sat in a circle, and Katie Ruth gave us all pennies. When Lolo smiled at the memory, her braces glinted in the sun. She brought up different situations. Each time we commented, she tossed a penny into a basket she placed in the center. I didn't want to say anything, but Katie Ruth wouldn't move on to the next situation until we'd all used up our pennies. The muscle in Kyle's jaw jumped. Katie Ruth had assured him Lolo wouldn't be forced to participate.
Which means you had to talk.
It wasn't horrible. Lolo smoothed down the downy feathers of her sweater. Her lips tilted upward. The situations she gave us weren't lame. Though Kyle sensed Eliza was listening, she said nothing.
What kind of situations?
Kyle prompted when his sister didn't continue. Like, what to say to a friend who wants you to shoplift? Kyle inhaled sharply.
You talked about shoplifting in Sunday school?
It's youth group. Lolo's prim tone took him by surprise. There's a Bible verse about dealing with temptations in Corinthians. Somewhat mollified, Kyle gave a nod.
Sounds like you had fun.
It didn't suck. Eliza coughed, though it sounded more like she was covering a laugh. Kyle shot her a sharp glance, then refocused on his sister.
Are you interested in going back?
Lolo shrugged. If you made me, it'd be okay. That wasn't exactly the assurance he was hoping for when he'd asked the question. He started to press, but Eliza's hand on his arm had the words dying in his throat. When he glanced in her direction, she gave her head a slight shake. He got the message. If the youth group didn't suck, and Lolo was willing to go back, the morning had been a success. The last of the tension in his shoulders eased. Having an almost teenager in the house for a couple of months might not be so bad after all. I made a hair appointment for you this afternoon. Eliza waved an airy hand. I'll get mine trimmed while we're there. Lolo came to an abrupt halt in the center of the sidewalk. She whirled to face Eliza. Her pale cheeks flamed red. "What's wrong with my hair?"
Nothing is wrong with it.
Kyle lifted his hands, his tone soothing.
It's very...
"You have no volume on top and way too much on the sides."
Eliza pulled no punches.
"Your previous hairstylist obviously doesn't have a clue how to properly cut curly hair." The anger in his sister's blue eyes faded. Her brows pulled together. "There's a special way to cut it?"
That's what I hear.
Eliza appeared suddenly bored by the conversation, but she seemed to sense Lolo needed more. "Marigold, the stylist we'll see this afternoon, specializes in curly hair. She even blogs about it."
Really?
Lolo looked impressed. "Katie Ruth is an editor for a local online newsletter called The Open Door. She did a feature on Marigold a couple months back."
Eliza shrugged.
"If you're interested, I'm sure you can find the article in the archives." Lolo's fingers rose to finger the ends of her hair. "Do you really think she can help me?" Eliza cocked her head and studied the girl. "It definitely won't look worse."
You said it was important.
Dan offered an encouraging smile once Eliza had taken a seat. Dan had a nice house, not huge by any means, but the craftsman-style home next to the church had a homey vibe. The living room, furnished with overstuffed, comfortable furniture in earth tones, had exposed wooden beams that gave it an open feeling. The scent of burning applewood emanating from the hearth added to the ambiance. While Dan wore chinos and a cotton sweater, Lindsay looked ready to head to the gym in yoga pants and a long-sleeved blue tee. Eliza had run into her friend yesterday when she and Lolo stepped out of Marigold's salon. After learning Lindsay had Monday off, Eliza had set up a time to meet with her and Dan to discuss the wedding competition. "The competition kicks off next week." Eliza crossed one long leg over the other. "I'm here to go over strategy." Dan inclined his head, obviously puzzled.
I thought all we needed to do was pick which vendors we wanted for our wedding.
The minister slanted a glance at Lindsay, as if seeking confirmation. "I assume the strategy has to do with the competition between the 3 towns." Lindsay kept her eyes focused on Eliza. Eliza smiled. Her friend's sharp mind was only one of many things she admired about Lindsay. "Exactly."
You've lost me,
Dan admitted with a self-deprecating smile. Since he was a man, and this involved wedding planning, Eliza cut him some slack. "The first item that you and Lindsay will pick out will be her dress." "I've already told Dan that choosing the dress is the bride's purview." Lindsay spoke before Eliza could elaborate. Dan reached over and linked his fingers with his fiancé's.
and I told her that's fine with me. She'll look beautiful in whatever dress she chooses.
Relief washed over Eliza in a tidal wave. Having to deal only with Lindsay would make the process so much easier.
I suggested her mother might want to be involved.
Dan gave Lindsay's hand a squeeze.
I believe Anita would enjoy being included in the dress selection.
Eliza exchanged a look with Lindsay.
No.
Lindsay emphasized the word she mouthed with a barely perceptible shake of her head. Once again, they were in complete agreement. "Anyway," Eliza offered a bright smile, "back to the dress. You might think the whole purpose of shopping is simply to find a dress you like." Dan's phone buzzed. After glancing at the display, he offered an apologetic smile and rose.
I'm sorry, I need to take this.
When he was out of the room, Lindsay turned back to Eliza and huffed out a breath. "I'm sorry. He assured me he had this time open." Eliza waved off the apology. "No worries. These kinds of interruptions happen all the time." Lindsay's lips pursed as if she'd just sucked on a lemon. "I can't recall a single time in the last month that we haven't been interrupted." Eliza took a moment before answering. She chose her words carefully, determined not to add fuel to the fire simmering in Lindsay's eyes. I don't know much about the life of a minister, but I imagine they're like a doctor, always on call. Lindsay jerked to her feet and flung out her hands. I can understand when there's been a death or an accident, but members of his congregation call at all hours for every little thing. Have you mentioned how you feel to him? Eliza kept her tone offhand. It won't do any good. Serving others is his calling. Lindsay plopped back down in the chair, her eyes shimmering with tears. Hey! Eliza reached forward and took Lindsay's hands. What's going on? Dan thinks my mom is great. Eliza wondered if her friend realized she'd completely changed the subject. Go with the flow, Eliza told herself. Seriously? Lindsay gave a choked laugh. Yeah, seriously. Wow. There was nothing else to say. The minister either chose to see only the good in everyone, or the guy was easily fooled. There was plenty Eliza could have said about Anita, but this was another area where, over the years, she'd learned to tread lightly. Although Lindsay saw most of her mother's flaws, she remained loyal to the woman. And, deep down, she loved her mother. So while Lindsay could badmouth Anita, everyone else, including Eliza, watched their words. Lindsay expelled a heavy sigh. You're putting so much work into this competition. Okay, so it appeared they were back to discussing the wedding. We need to set up a time to look at dresses. Are you sure you don't want Dan's input? I don't want him there. Eliza lifted a brow. I mean, Lindsay stammered. Isn't it bad luck for the groom to see the bride in her wedding dress? Not having to work around his schedule should make it easier. Eliza waved a vague hand. And your mother? That's a firm no. Eliza held her breath, waiting, hoping for confirmation. If she came along, Anita would try to control the outing. She would choose the dress her daughter would wear, and Eliza could practically guarantee it wouldn't be Lindsay's favorite or the best one for the competition. I don't want her to come, Lindsay sighed. It's not that I don't love her. I do. It's just, she can be a bit... Her friend paused, as if searching for just the right word. Overbearing? Aggravating? Irritating? Intense! Lindsay smiled at Eliza. That's a good word, don't you think? Too mild, Eliza thought, but she nodded. It fits. I'd like it to be just you, me, and Amy, if she can make it. Lindsay lifted her hands, let them fall. The three of us, like it used to be. Eons ago, they'd been inseparable, until the car accident. But Eliza no longer held that incident against Amy. If Lindsay wanted Amy Bloom Cross, the one who had nearly killed her by driving recklessly, to be with them while she chose her wedding dress, Eliza wouldn't quibble. You're okay with it? Lindsay's gaze searched hers. You and Amy are friends again, so it'll be okay, right? It will be fun. Eliza kept her voice light. She knew Lindsay was doing her a favor by participating in the competition. She wanted her friend to enjoy every second of the experience. The Three Musketeers together again. She must have sounded convincing, because Lindsay's shoulders relaxed. Yes. Lindsay flashed a smile and relaxed against the back of the sofa. Now, what did you mean when you said we need to talk strategy? Eliza smiled. There was nothing she loved more than planning ahead. Think about it. You've seen one white wedding dress, you've seen them all. Ignoring Lindsay's look of confusion, Eliza pressed onward. Certainly, there are different styles and fabrics and trains, but when you think back on the weddings you've attended in the past 5 years, how many of those dresses do you actually remember? Lindsay thought for a moment. Just bits and pieces. This is a competition. While I want you and Dan to be happy with the choices you make, I also want Good Hope to win. You're talking about a not-so-typical wedding dress. Lindsay's lips quirked up. I'm not certain what makes a dress unforgettable. Eliza leaned forward. Any number of things can make it unique and memorable. Memorable is what we want. A sudden look of panic flared in Lindsay's eyes. She clutched Eliza's hand. Please tell me I'm not going to have to wear a cowgirl outfit or a camouflage dress like the one Sally Stubbins wore a couple years back. Eliza chuckled. I was thinking more in terms of an unusual color or cut. Relief crossed Lindsay's face. She released Eliza's hand and sat back. Sure, a different color and cut will be okay. Something in the way Lindsay spoke the words gave Eliza pause. Are you sure you're on board with this? I mean, did you have your heart set on a particular type of dress? Not at all. Lindsay waved a dismissive hand. This wedding is simply a means to an end. Practical words, ones often heard when a bride didn't care about the ceremony, only about starting married life with the man she loved. Or sometimes when the bride wasn't into all the normal hoopla surrounding a wedding. Neither of those fit this situation. While there was a softness in Dan's eyes whenever he looked at Lindsay, Eliza didn't see the same level of affection reflected back at him. But this wasn't the appropriate time to discuss the depth of Lindsay's feelings for her fiancé. Even if it was, Eliza wasn't sure it was any of her business. Look through bride magazines for styles that catch your eye. Hearing Dan's footsteps approaching, Eliza pushed to her feet. According to the competition rules, we can't visit bridal salons until April 2nd, but nothing says we can't do preliminary work. I'm sorry that took so long. Dan strode into the room and moved immediately to Lindsay's side. That's okay, Lindsay assured him. Helping people is what you do. Not every woman would understand. He gave her arm a squeeze before refocusing on Eliza. Do you have to leave so soon? It's time for me to get to the store. Eliza gave Lindsay a wink. Not all of us have the day off. Dan walked with them to the door. Katie Ruth told me Lolo had a good time at youth group. Hopefully her first day of school goes well. Eliza had nearly forgotten that fact. The child had been out of the house before she'd come downstairs this morning. Lindsay's blue eyes filled with concern. Middle school is tough. If there's anything I can do to make her transition easier, I hope you'll let me know. The kindness in the minister's eyes told her Lindsay had a good man. Yet, the question remained. Was Dan the right man for her friend? Chapter 10. Though Eliza planned to head into work eventually, the opportunity to meet with Beckett Cross took priority. According to his text, he'd be home until 3. She could either stop over before then, or he could update her over the phone. As Eliza climbed the steps to the large wraparound porch, a sense of déjà vu washed over her. The stained glass that topped each window had fascinated her as a child, as had the black iron fence. Despite the spikes, she and Ethan had climbed on the fence every chance they got. She and her brother had also shimmied their way up every one of the huge trees that dotted the lawn. In spring and summer, they'd picked berries from the patch in the back and eaten them straight off the vine. Eliza shook her head, a wry smile lifting her lips. She'd been such a dorky child. Still, lots of good memories here. She raised a hand to knock, then noticed the sign hanging from the knob that said the baby was sleeping. Clearly meant for delivery personnel, the hand-painted sign warned not to ring the bell or knock and to leave packages on the porch. As she pulled out her phone to text back, the door eased open. The attorney touched a finger to his lips, then stepped aside to let her enter. With a quick gesture of his hand, he motioned for her to follow him down the hallway. He didn't say a word until they reached the end. Eliza hadn't been in the kitchen since Kate had lived here. It had been completely updated shortly before she'd sold the home. It was a 21st century kitchen with a Victorian feel.
This is about as far from the nursery as we can get.
Beck offered an apologetic smile.
Sarah Rose had a rough time last night.
At Eliza's questioning look, he added,
She's teething.
Eliza wasn't aware a 6-month-old had teeth, but then what did she know about children that age? She nodded and took a seat in the chair Beck slid out.
May I get you some coffee or tea?
I'm fine. Eliza frowned. If the baby couldn't hear them here, how was Beck to know if Sarah Rose needed something? Is Amy with the baby?
Amy had some baking to do this morning.
Beck poured himself a cup of coffee and sat down.
Marigold is upstairs. All my sisters-in-law love their one-on-one time with their niece.
Eliza found herself envying the closeness of the Bloom sisters. Then she reminded herself that such intimacy would drive her crazy. She craved solitude, which was why she needed things to get back to normal at her house. You indicated you spoke with my grandmother's attorney?
I was finally able to reach him.
Beck took the chair across the table.
I know you prefer to get right down to business, so I'll skip the small talk. Mr. Barry indicated he was never asked by your grandmother to put the house in your name. He reiterated that she made it clear everything was to go to her son, with the exception of the general store to you and a sum of money equal to the store's value to your brother.
Eliza narrowed her gaze. Do you believe him?
I do.
Leaning back in his chair, Beck cupped the mug in his hands. A cold chill passed through Eliza. She wished she'd accepted the coffee Beck had offered. A cup would give her something to do with hands that kept wanting to flutter. She clasped them tightly in her lap and kept her face carefully composed. Beck's brown eyes, which could be so shrewd and businesslike, darkened with compassion. It took Eliza a moment, but she finally found her voice. I have no legal right to the house. Beck blew out a breath.
I wish I had better news.
Eliza wanted to scream, or throw something, or both. Instead, she pushed back her chair and slowly rose to her feet. She forced her lips into a semblance of a smile. I appreciate your efforts. While I still have a mailing address, send me your bill. Her attempt at levity fell flat.
Eliza,
She had no idea what he planned to say because her phone rang at the same time Marigold strolled into the room, baby on her hip. Eliza lifted one finger. Excuse me a moment. Her phone's display told her it was Kyle, the legitimate owner of her home. The realization made her sick inside. This is Eliza?
Hey, E, I need to ask a big favor.
E? Since when had her name changed to a letter of the alphabet? Cognizant of Marigold's and Beck's curious gazes, Eliza let it pass. What do you need?
Can you be home when Lolo gets out of school this afternoon? Something came up, and it will be difficult for me to get away early. I don't want her coming home to an empty house, especially today.
For one brief second, the fury bubbling inside her at her father's actions made her want to lash out, to tell Kyle that Lolo was his responsibility, not hers. She reined in her temper and reminded herself that none of this mess was his fault.
Eliza?
I'll be there.
Thanks. You're the best.
Clicking off, Eliza dropped the phone into her bag and kept her explanation general. A favor involving Lolo. Marigold jiggled the baby and planted a kiss on the top of her niece's head. The girl has fabulous hair. Your cut made such a difference. Just recalling Lolo's stunned expression when she'd looked in the mirror brought a smile to Eliza's lips. She was so pumped. I think she was actually excited about school this morning. Content on Marigold's hip, the baby glanced around. When her gaze settled on Eliza, that tiny rosebud mouth opened in a wide smile. Despite telling herself it was just coincidence, Eliza felt a warmth rush through her. The moment was broken when Beck reached over and tickled his daughter under her chin. The baby gurgled and pumped her arms. "Thanks for your time." Eliza slung the strap of her purse over her shoulder. "I'll show myself out."
If you have further questions, don't hesitate to call me.
Beck's gaze met hers. Eliza gave a curt nod and, offering Marigold a polite smile, started down the hall. "Sarah Rose and I will walk with you to the door." Marigold hurried after her. "That's not necessary." Eliza didn't slow her steps. "It is, because I need a favor." Eliza stopped, turned. "What is it?" The edge in her tone must have alerted Marigold she needed to get straight to business. "Kate and I are leaders of a seedling troupe. This Wednesday, the unit deals with exploring various art mediums." Eliza was familiar with the scouting organization unique to Door County. As a young girl, she'd gone through all the levels, from seedling to sapling to mature cherry tree, commonly referred to as MCT. But she'd never been particularly artistic. "When I was cutting her hair, Lolo mentioned how much she likes drawing with charcoal. I was wondering if you and Kyle could bring her by on Wednesday, and she could give the kids some pointers." Eliza's heart unexpectedly swelled. What Marigold suggested sounded like something that might interest Lolo. The kindness of the offer reached inside her and touched a raw, tender place. Eliza remembered how alone and adrift she'd felt in middle school. Perhaps volunteering would have made a difference. "I'll check and see if she's interested." "Fabulous. Wednesday evening at 6:30 in the town hall, room 101. Marigold shot her an apologetic smile when the baby reached out and clamped her fingers around Eliza's shirt. "No, no, Sarah Rose," Marigold crooned as she gently pulled the baby's hand away. "The meeting lasts about an hour. If Lolo feels comfortable staying with us, you and Kyle can sneak out and grab a cup of coffee or something during the meeting." "Kyle and I—" Eliza stopped herself from telling Jeremy's almost sister-in-law that there was no her and Kyle. "We'll decide at the time, assuming Lolo is even interested." "Sell her on how much fun she'll have helping with the seedlings." Marigold reached out and touched Eliza's arm. "Once you get her there, Kate and I will make sure she enjoys herself." After leaving Beck's home, Eliza returned to her house and opened her laptop. She'd learned long ago not to cry over something that couldn't be changed. Her only hope was to buy the house back, which meant she needed to be prepared. Though she preferred to shop local and use businesses in Good Hope whenever possible, too much personal information was given out when pre-qualifying for a loan. With that thought in mind, Eliza pulled up a bank in Milwaukee and plugged in information concerning her assets, income, and liabilities. The amount Kyle had paid for her house was listed on the assessor's website. All she had to do was qualify for that amount, and the home was as good as hers. Once she was pre-qualified, she'd go through the more tedious pre-approval process. While she waited, she'd start getting together the necessary documentation. Soon, she promised herself, the house would be hers again. Her unwanted guests would be gone, and her life would be quiet and serene. Just the way she liked it. Over dinner, Lolo recounted her day to a captive audience of 3. She didn't skimp on details, but told them everything. Not just what everyone wore, but little anecdotes about her teachers. "Art is my favorite class," Lolo asserted, forking off a bite of the quiche Catherine had whipped together for dinner. "What do you like most about it?" Kyle determinedly kept his gaze focused on his sister. Each time his eyes wandered, they wandered in Eliza's direction. She looked pretty as ever in her black pants and a stretchy black shirt with red threads woven through it. Kyle wondered if Eliza ever wore anything other than black. Then again, why fool with perfection? Mrs. Bartles, she's my art teacher, thinks I have talent. The pride in his sister's voice had Kyle refocusing on her.
Are you still working with pencil?
The sketch she'd done of him when she was in kindergarten had been amazing. No stick figures for that 5-year-old. Lolo smiled and stabbed a piece of arugula. I prefer charcoal to pencil now. Did you make any new friends today? Catherine asked in a cheery tone. Lolo's smile fell away. Kyle assumed Catherine didn't mean to be hurtful, but he'd carefully avoided asking that question. Lolo had been so open about everything that had gone on at school, he knew she'd have mentioned making a new friend. No. Lolo gave her head a quick shake. No friends. Not yet. Catherine offered the girl a bright smile. Who did you eat lunch with, then? If the older woman had been a guy, Kyle would have kicked him under the table. Another awkward silence descended over the table. It was her first day, Catherine. Eliza's tone might be pleasant, but her eyes flashed a warning. Kyle could have kissed her. Nobody, Lolo mumbled. When I was in middle school, I usually read while eating my lunch. Eliza waved a hand, indicating the subject was closed. I don't believe I mentioned yet that Marigold asked about you and your drawings today. What about my drawings? Lolo pinned Eliza with her bold blue eyes. How does she even know I draw? Eliza lifted the glass of wine to her lips. She said you mentioned it while she was cutting your hair. Out of the corner of his eye, Kyle saw Catherine open her mouth. Despite knowing it was rude, he jumped in without giving her a chance to speak.
Did Marigold have anything else to say?
She wants Lolo to attend a seedlings meeting Wednesday night and give the children some tips about drawing with charcoal. Likely aware of Lolo's concern, Eliza continued. It sounds as if there will be other artists there. The kids will be able to try several different mediums. It sounds like fun. Lolo's forehead furrowed. What are seedlings? Catherine spoke quickly before Eliza could respond. They're Door County's version of Scouts. Seedling troops are composed of both boys and girls, about the ages you'd see in Cub Scouts or Brownies. Kyle cocked his head. Scouts? The first troops were formed on the peninsula back in the 1920s. Catherine smiled smugly. Verna and I co-led a group of seedlings back in the 70s. Lolo cocked her head. Who's Verna? Eliza smiled. My grandmother. My very best friend. Catherine sighed. Kyle braced himself for more talk of friendships, but Eliza took control of the conversation. Would you be interested in helping Marigold and Cade? Lolo wound a brown curl around her finger and considered. Will you go with me? Eliza hesitated, glanced at Kyle. I assumed your brother would take you. I want both you and Kyle to come. Lolo glanced at Catherine, as if looking for backup. This time, the older woman didn't disappoint. A marvelous idea, Catherine beamed. Since you will all be out of the house for the evening, I can host my card group here. Card group? Puzzlement blanketed Eliza's face. You haven't even been back in town a week. How can you already be in a card group? Oh, my dear, you know how it is in Good Hope. Catherine chuckled and picked up her salad fork. When you return, it's as if you'd never left. Chapter 11. When Wednesday night rolled around, Eliza had to fight back discouragement as she headed downstairs. The email she'd just received from the bank had pre-qualified her for an amount nowhere near the money she would need to buy back her home. Since there was such a disparity, she had the feeling all other lending institutions would see it the same way. That left one last option. She would pressure her father into doing the right thing and giving her the money he'd gotten from the sale of her house. Though Donald Shaw gave no indication of feeling guilty, she knew her father considered himself to be an honorable man. He had to know what he'd done was contrary to his mother's wishes. She'd push hard on that once she saw him. Eliza had considered calling him, but over the phone was never as effective as in person. As he planned to be in the area for business the first weekend in May, she wouldn't have to wait long. Best of all, that was the weekend of the showcase, when the winner of the Ready, Set, Wed competition would be announced. Her father wouldn't be able to help but be impressed when Good Hope, thanks to her direction, won. Feeling more encouraged, she stepped into the foyer. Kyle turned at the sound of approaching footsteps. He considered saying something about her and Lolo both running late when he saw the lines of tension around her eyes. Though she covered it well, something had upset her. "Where's Lolo?"
Catherine said something about her changing into a new shirt.
He didn't bother to hide his puzzlement.
This is a scouting function. Why did she need to put on a new shirt?
Perhaps, and this is a wild guess, she wanted to look nice?
She'll be working with charcoal, getting messy.
He couldn't keep the exasperation from his voice. This was so simple. Why didn't Eliza get it?
She should wear something old.
You're such a man. Eliza expelled a heavy sigh, though he caught a flicker of amusement in the gray depths of her eyes.
Thank you for noticing, but you didn't answer my question.
Lolo is a girl. She's new to Good Hope. When Eliza didn't continue, Kyle made a come on motion. Clothes, hair, makeup, all those things make a woman, or, in Lolo's case, a girl, feel more confident. Eliza spoke with such passion, he knew she believed every word. Because she's new, it's important she put her best foot forward. While on the surface the sentiment made sense, something about the words hit Kyle wrong. But there was no chance to discuss the topic further, because Lolo appeared at the top of the stairs. "I'm ready." The girl bounded down the steps with the enthusiasm of a child, but it was no child who stood before him. His sister's wild tangle of curls had been pulled into an ultra-high pony at the crown of her head, which should help keep them out of the way while she drew. Her new cotton sweater was red in the front and back, had black arms and white down the sides. Something about the top made her look more like a young teen than a 12-year-old. Kyle had no doubt Lolo considered that a good thing. He wasn't so certain. But he tamped down his concerns, not wanting to start the evening off on a negative note. And, heck, maybe he was the one who needed to get with the program. What he knew about kids that age, especially girls that age, could fit into a carpenter's pouch. Lolo slung her backpack strap over one shoulder as they left the house. On the drive to the town hall, he heard her telling Eliza it contained her drawing pads and supplies. "I don't know if they want me to show the kids some of my work, but I brought examples just in case."
Smart move.
Kyle tossed the words over his shoulder. "I wonder who will be there tonight." The excitement of a moment before had waned, and Lolo's voice now quivered. "As they're the troop leaders, Kate and Marigold will be there." Sitting in the passenger seat, Eliza spoke in a straightforward, yet somehow reassuring manner. "There will be somewhere between 6 and 10 8-year-olds. Some of their parents may stick around. Others will run errands." "Is that all?" Hope filled Lolo's voice. As he had no more ideas than Lolo, Kyle left it to Eliza to answer. He was glad it had been too cold to walk. If they had been outside, he might not have been treated to the enticing scent of Eliza's perfume. As always, she looked amazing. Every strand of her dark hair was in place, and her red lips were like a siren's call. She'd changed for the meeting, from one black outfit into another, more casual one. Black pants hugged her long, slender legs like a glove, and a black sweater, this one a cardigan, draped stylishly over a white shirt. Eliza tapped a finger against those luscious lips, drawing his attention from the road while she considered Lolo's question. "I think, although I can't be absolutely positive, there may be another student or two there," Eliza said finally.
Do you think Izzy Deschler will show up? Kyle asked.
Who's that? Lolo leaned forward in the back seat. She's an artist, Eliza explained. She did the murals in Muddy Boots and Marigold's salon.
She's also in charge of the Alley Art project, Kyle added.
I think I've seen some of the art. The excitement was back in Lolo's voice. The project was Izzy's baby. Eliza's tone held a grudging respect. She brought in local, regional, and national talent. I sometimes wonder if that's how Door County got on the wedding channel's radar. One of the big television affiliates came here and spotlighted the art. Kyle wheeled the truck into one of the slanted parking spots in front of the town hall. After unfastening his seatbelt, he turned to Lolo.
The meeting is in room 101. Want me to come in with you?
Lolo chewed on her bottom lip, effectively removing the tinted gloss she'd applied before leaving home. So much the better, to his way of thinking. His baby sister was much too young for makeup of any kind. Eliza flipped down the vanity mirror and checked her lipstick. Apparently satisfied, she closed the mirror. Lolo shifted her gaze. What do you think, Eliza? It might be fun for Kyle and me to see what's going on. Eliza lifted one shoulder in an elegant shrug and let it drop. It's not as if we have to stay the whole time. Or we could. Yes, why don't you come in with me and check it out? Though Lolo tried to hide her relief, Kyle heard it in her voice, saw it on her face. You can decide how long you want to stay. Eliza snapped the visor up. Works for me. Kyle noticed that once they entered the cavernous halls of the building, Lolo hung back and let Eliza take the lead. The dark-haired beauty started down the hall without even looking to see if they were behind her. Kyle kept a slower pace, his sister at his side. Not rushing gave him a chance to inspect the building he'd been in only a handful of times since arriving in Good Hope. The 2-story red brick building may have been older, but it had been scrupulously maintained. Constructed in the Georgian style of architecture, it had a square, symmetrical shape. The embellished front cornice contained the words, "A public office is a public trust." Inside, the plastered walls were intact and appeared to have been recently painted. The tile floors beneath their feet gleamed, their footsteps echoing in the silence of the near-empty building. Are we late? Lolo picked up the pace. Right on time. Eliza stopped beside an open door and gestured. Lolo came to an abrupt halt. Though her expression remained carefully controlled, her breath came in short puffs, as if she'd run a long race. Kyle reached over and gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. His sister had to be more rattled than she was letting on, because not only didn't she push him away, she took a step closer. A protective urge he hadn't known he possessed rose up inside him. Once again, he cursed the kids back in Kentucky who'd brought out this insecurity in his sister. What had happened to the child who'd once been so happy and full of confidence? Eliza motioned Lolo forward. Wait until you see what Marigold has done to the room. Clearly curious, Lolo followed Eliza into the room. Kyle brought up the rear. Room 101 was a typical meeting room with metal folding chairs and a rotating whiteboard. 7 young children, 5 girls and 2 boys, sat in a semicircle on a rug in the middle of the floor. Nothing too exciting there, Kyle thought. He let his gaze wander and found what had caught Eliza's attention. The center third of one wall was completely covered in white paper taped to the wall. Kyle smiled. Cade and Marigold had put up their own alley wall for the children to paint or draw on. In addition, they'd set up 2 long tables, one containing drawing pads and the other with clay. Other than the seedling leaders, the only other adult in the room was Izzy. Short, with a mass of brown curls, she could have passed for Lolo's older sister. There was another child, a boy who appeared to be a couple years older than Lolo. He was skinny with shaggy dark hair streaked with purple. He wore old jeans and a faded gray tee emblazoned with the words, "We'll paint for food." The boy studied them through hooded eyes. While her husband stayed with the children, Marigold hurried over, a smile lighting her face. "I'm so happy you could join us." The pretty blonde directed the sentiment to Lolo. Kyle expelled a breath when his sister smiled back. Marigold motioned to the boy, who was now unpacking his supplies on a back table. "KT, come and meet our other artist." The boy ambled across the room, hands shoved deep into the pockets of his baggy jeans, his blue eyes swept over the group, his expression impassive. To Kyle's surprise, Marigold looped her arm through the boy's and gave it a squeeze. "Having you with us tonight is such a treat." Marigold turned back to them. Caden, was the youngest artist selected for Good Hope's Alley Art project. Your mother must be very proud." Eliza glanced at Kyle. "KT is Lindsay's nephew." Kyle let his shoulders relax, just a little. "He's only 14, Izzy hurried on, "and already a master." A dull flush of red crawled over the boy's face. His gaze settled on Lolo. "Do you paint?" "Oh, I'm sorry." Marigold smiled brightly. "KT, this is Lolo Kendrick. You know Eliza, and this is Lolo's brother, Kyle." KT gave a short nod of acknowledgement. "I don't do much painting," Lolo spoke up, meeting the boy's gaze head on. "Right now, I'm into charcoal." "That's cool." KT gestured with his head toward her sweater. "You wearing that tonight?" The smile blossoming on Lolo's face disappeared. "I mean, it's really pretty." The words tumbled out of KT's mouth. "But it's gonna get dirty." Before she could respond, the boy hurried off, calling over his shoulder, "I've got something for you." Kyle exchanged a glance with Eliza. KT returned with a wadded-up, long-sleeved men's shirt in his hands. Although it appeared clean, Kyle couldn't be certain because of the paint spatters. "One of my mom's boyfriends left it behind." KT shoved it into Lolo's hands. "You can wear it tonight." Kyle waited for Lolo to shove it back. Considering all the time she'd spent dressing for tonight's event, he couldn't see her tossing the shirt over her pretty sweater. "Thanks." Lolo smiled shyly and hugged it to her chest. "I saw you at school."
"I saw you too."
KT shrugged carelessly, but a hint of a smile ghosted his lips before he shifted his gaze to Marigold.
"Okay if I show her where to put her stuff?"
"That'd be great." Marigold clapped a hand on his shoulder, her voice warm with approval.
"Thanks, KT."
"You don't need to stay." Lolo glanced at Kyle and Eliza, then strolled off with the shaggy-haired boy with the loping gait. Izzy, who'd remained silent, winked.
"I'll supervise."
Kyle rocked back on his heels. He'd planned to stick around in case his sister needed his support.
"It's okay if you run out for coffee or something."
Marigold smiled reassuringly.
"The meeting should last about an hour. Or you're welcome to stay."
When Kyle hesitated, Eliza touched his arm. "We could step out for a few minutes, then come back early." Kyle paused, then gave a brisk nod.
"Let's do that. Oh, wait, before you go."
Marigold stopped Eliza when they turned toward the door.
"I have something for you."
A frown marred Eliza's brow. Suspicion filled her gaze. "What is it?"
"You'll see."
Marigold crossed the room. She bent over and rummaged through a pink and black striped bag the size of Texas. Kyle heard her cry of victory before she hurried back to them. Marigold came to a halt in front of Eliza and held out a hand containing a deck of cards. With obvious reluctance, Eliza lifted the deck from her hands. "Why are you giving these to me?"
"They're relationship cards."
"I repeat, why are you giving them to me?"
"Well, for starters, you're in a relationship."
Marigold shot Kyle a saucy smile.
"Max's mother originally gave them to him. Then Prim passed them on to me.
I gave them to Finn. Finn tried to return them, but Prim insisted she wanted the cards to go to another couple. She knew I'd see you this evening, so she told me to give them to you and Kyle. Thanks, but I don't think... Eliza was attempting to push the cards back into Marigold's hands when Cade strolled up.
We need to get started.
The sheriff stopped when he noticed the cards. Kyle swore he saw the man wince.
Have fun with those.
Cade took Marigold's arm.
Was that a chuckle I heard coming from Marigold's lips?
Kyle asked Eliza as the troop leaders rushed off. Eliza held up the deck. What am I supposed to do with these? The exasperation in her voice made him grin.
For now, drop them in your bag.
Something in his tone must have alerted her because she inclined her head. And later?
Pass them on to Dan and Lindsay.
He shot Eliza a wink.
They seem like a couple who'd enjoy a game of cards.
Kyle stopped when they reached the exterior door of the building and slanted a glance at Eliza.
Any preference on where to go?
Though her home, or rather his home, was nearby, Catherine would be hosting her card party. They were in the center of the business district, but it was off-season, which meant most of the businesses were closed on a Wednesday evening. Eliza thought for a moment. The Daily Grind. The small coffee shop with a glossy red wood exterior and large window facing the street had opened last year. As chains weren't allowed in Good Hope, it was a mom-and-pop operation started by her former classmate. From what she'd heard, Ryder didn't work many nights, so it was unlikely their paths would cross tonight. Despite the chill, they opted to walk to the far end of the business district.
I've met Ryder, the owner.
Kyle spoke in a conversational tone.
He seems like a good guy.
We went to high school together. Kyle shook his head, gave a little laugh.
That confirms the boomerang rumor is true.
Eliza gave him a curious look.
You know what I mean.
He flung his wrist as if tossing a boomerang into the air.
People might leave Good Hope, but they always come back.
True, for the most part, anyway. Eliza could have left it at that, probably should have, but let the words tumble out. There are exceptions. Once my parents left Good Hope for Palm Springs, they never looked back. They rarely visit.
Why do you think that is?
Eliza hadn't given the matter much thought recently, but when her parents first announced they were leaving, she'd arrived at a few conclusions. My mother wasn't from here. She never really fit in.
What about your dad?
He grew up here, came back after college, but never put down roots. I believe the only reason he stayed so long was because of my grandmother. Once she passed, he began planning his departure.
It sounds as if he and your grandmother enjoyed a close relationship.
Kyle paused outside the Daily Grind, but made no move to go inside. With temperatures hovering in the upper 30s, the night air held a bite. Still, Eliza found herself lingering. Like Kyle, she was in no hurry to rush inside. They were close. Eliza's lips tightened. But going against her wishes regarding the disposition of the house was a blatant show of disrespect. Kyle's brow furrowed.
Did he tell you why he didn't follow her wishes?
Eliza tried to summon up the exact words her father had tossed out when she'd called him on his actions. Something about my getting the house wasn't fair to Ethan. Then he reiterated the part about me having a better life away from Good Hope. As if Kyle could think of nothing to say to that, and, really, what was there to say? He reached around her and opened the door. Oh, and he doesn't want me to end up like Catherine. Eliza gave a humorless laugh. You don't even want to know what he thinks of how she's managed her life.
Eliza.
The greeting stopped Kyle before he could respond.
I wondered how long it'd be before you'd come to me.
Eliza stifled a groan. This would definitely not be a day for her to buy a lottery ticket. She'd expected to see Cassie behind the counter. Lindsay had mentioned in passing that her older sister worked part-time at the Daily Grind, mostly evenings. She hadn't expected to see Ryder. Not that it mattered. It was simply she didn't know how long she could remain pleasant, or really how long she wanted to try. It's amusing just how out of touch with reality you are, Ryder. Eliza glanced at Kyle, who appeared totally relaxed at her side.
I remember you.
Ryder studied Kyle as if trying to place him.
You're one of the workers on the community theater renovation. We ran into each other at Muddy Boots. Kyle Kendrick.
Kyle extended his hand, and the two men shook. Kyle made no attempt to correct Ryder and let him know he ran the crew doing the theater renovation. It appeared the man at her side had no desire to get into a pissing match with the coffee shop owner. Still, when she moved to the bake case, she felt the palm of Kyle's hand settle against her back. Staking out his territory. Eliza hid a smile. To her surprise, she didn't mind at all. Kyle glanced at the pastries in the glass-fronted case, then back at her.
Do you want something for yourself, or are you in the mood to share?
Let's share. Impulsively, Eliza slipped her arm through his as she leaned forward again to study the pastries. I'm up for splitting either the Queen Amman or a Cherry Danish.
Kyle smiled. I've never had one, but I've heard lots of good things about the Queen Amman.
You need to try one. Without knowing quite how it happened, Eliza turned teasing. Be warned, your taste buds will never be the same.
Looks like we'll have one Queen Amman and...
Kyle raised a brow.
Hot chocolate?
Eliza laughed. I'll be on sugar overload.
Come on, E. Live dangerously.
The sparkle in Kyle's blue eyes had her nodding.
2 hot chocolates with lots of whipped cream,
Kyle told Ryder.
Coming right up.
Eliza sensed Ryder watching them, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from Kyle. The tension that had gripped her shoulders earlier when she'd recounted her father's duplicity had disappeared. Blood slid through her veins like honey, spreading warmth throughout her body. When Ryder rang up the purchase, Eliza reached for her wallet. Kyle's hand on her arm stopped her.
My treat.
She considered, then decided it was only fair. After all, her only reason for coming out this evening had been to support his sister. Ryder stared at them, a puzzled look on his face.
You didn't mention you were dating anyone the other night at the Flying Crane.
Eliza shrugged. It didn't come up.
We're not just dating.
Kyle offered the man a cheerful smile.
We're living together.
Chapter 12. Kyle waited until they were nearly back at the town hall to bring up something that troubled him.
You and Ryder were together at the Flying Crane?
Lindsay was late, and I ran into him. I was forced to make small talk until she arrived. A muscle in Kyle's jaw jumped.
Forced?
Poor choice of words. Eliza stepped into the warmth of the municipal building. He was there. I was there. We spoke briefly. I've never cared for Ryder.
Really?
Surprise skittered across Kyle's face.
Why? I mean, he seems like a nice enough guy.
In middle school, he dubbed me Olive Oil. Eliza pursed her lips. The name stuck.
That's your reason for disliking him now?
The amusement in his tone had Eliza bristling. It wasn't long until everyone called me that. Worse, her guard had dropped for one instant, and Ryder had seen her pain. She remembered the sympathy in his eyes. When he'd muttered an apology, she'd wanted to sink through the floor. The fact he'd seen her vulnerability had been worse than any derisive taunt. The cool, confident image she projected remained her shield.
Olive Oil,
Kyle repeated as his brows drew together in thought.
Popeye's girlfriend?
Popeye's skinny and ugly girlfriend. Unexpectedly, Eliza's chest grew tight. It was amazing how memories of those horrible middle school years could have emotions swamping her, but when she spoke, her tone was even. It was a long time ago.
Over 10 years.
Kyle's gaze searched hers.
Yet you still hold his actions against him.
Instead of answering, Eliza swept into room 101. One quick glance told her the meeting had ended. Children were putting on jackets, while Cade and Marigold chatted with a group of parents. Marigold's sister, Prim, had arrived with her husband, Max. The sight of her large belly had Eliza wondering if Prim would make it to Finn's wedding this weekend. Eliza considered going over to say hello, but her eyes were drawn to the paper taped to the wall. No longer blank, it displayed a variety of art renderings, all in bright, vivid colors. She smiled at the drawing of Donatello, her brother's favorite Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. The green head and purple mask told her it had to be him. Still smiling, she shifted her gaze to the tables. Mindy Vaughn, head covered in an intricately wound pink and yellow scarf, sat beside Lolo. Their heads were down, their eyes focused on the drawing paper in front of them. Eliza sauntered over to see what they were working on, while Kyle crossed to Mindy's father, where a handshake morphed into a man-hug, ending in a firm slap on the back. She was amazed that the two appeared so well acquainted, until she remembered Owen ran the only automotive center in town. Doubtless, Kyle and his crew had found themselves in need of mechanical assistance more than once. "Don't worry if it looks like a stick drawing." At the sound of Lolo's voice, Eliza refocused on the girls. "Use the sides and the point to get a rough image." Lolo offered Mindy an encouraging smile. "There's no right or wrong." "This is fun." Mindy looked up and smiled, showing the gap between her front teeth. "I wish I hadn't spent so much time drawing on the wall."
I'm sorry to stop you, girls. Marigold placed one hand on each girl's shoulder. But the meeting is over. We need to finish picking up. I'll help.
Though a smile lifted Owen's lips, worry filled his eyes when they lingered on his daughter.
There's no need, truly.
Marigold waved away the offer.
Tomorrow is a school day for Mindy. I'm sure you want to get home.
For the first time since she'd entered the room, Eliza noticed the bruising fatigue beneath Mindy's eyes. "Kyle and I will help." Eliza's tone brooked no argument. "We've got the cleanup covered." Owen nodded, shifted his gaze.
Thank you for helping Mindy, Lolo. I can see my daughter had a good time this evening.
It was fun. Lolo reluctantly rose to her feet. "Maybe me and Mindy can get together sometime. I can show her more fun things to do with charcoal." Mindy looked up at her dad. "Please, Daddy?"
Sure, whatever you want, baby.
After another minute of conversation, Owen and his daughter walked out with Prim and her family. This left Eliza, Lolo, and Kyle alone with Marigold and Cade. For years, Eliza had viewed Marigold as Ammy's obnoxious little sister. The youngest Bloom had been a mouthy child and ferociously protective of her sisters. Oddly, Marigold had begun to grow on Eliza since she'd returned to Good Hope last summer to stay. While she doubted they'd ever be good friends, she believed they could be friendly. Because of her high-profile background, having Marigold as the hairstylist would bring a certain cachet to the Ready, Set, Wed competition. "I assume you're ready to go up against Golden Door in the Ready, Set, Wed competition?" Marigold paused in the act of rolling the white paper she'd just taken off the wall.
Actually, I haven't given it much thought. What with Finn's wedding this weekend. Are you considering other beauty salons as well?
Kyle glanced up from the table, where he was helping his sister pick up her supplies. "Golden Door and Marigold's are the best." Eliza directed the next comment to Marigold. "Charlotte must be given the opportunity to compete, but you're my choice." Surprise flickered across Marigold's face.
Why?
Eliza liked Marigold's bluntness. "Several reasons. You will bring the most cachet to Good Hope's entry in the competition, and Lindsay is your friend.
Not to mention, you're fantastic with hair."
Marigold accepted the compliment as her due with a slight incline of her head.
"You just have to keep some things in mind when you style the hair."
The hairstylist pinned Eliza with suddenly sharp eyes.
"I believe we had this discussion before the fashion show last year. No one tells me how to do hair."
Eliza rolled her eyes.
"Don't get huffy. I simply want you to be bold and creative, not boring." "Boring?" Marigold's eyebrows rose. "Why would I do boring?"
Lindsay doesn't enjoy being the center of attention, so she may gravitate to more conservative styles out of habit.
If she didn't want the spotlight, why agree to be involved in the competition?
Eliza said nothing.
"Just off the top of my head, I can think of several styles that would be perfect for her."
Marigold cocked her head.
"Will she agree?"
Eliza thought for a second, then nodded decisively. She and I talked at length about Good Hope needing to stand out in order to win this competition.
"Being bold isn't a problem for me."
Eliza turned to Kyle. "Are you ready?" Kyle glanced around the room.
"Everything is picked up."
"Thanks for coming tonight, Lolo."
Cade stepped forward, his eyes as warm as his voice.
"You did an excellent job explaining to the kids how to work with charcoal. They not only had fun, they learned something, all thanks to you."
"We appreciated your patience with them." Marigold offered the girl a smile.
"You have a nice way with children. If you ever decide you'd like to help on a regular basis, we could use a junior leader."
"Thank you." Lolo's cheeks were flushed. "I had fun, too. I'd love to help, but I'll only be here until the summer." On the way home, Lolo was quiet. After several attempts to engage her in conversation, Eliza assumed the girl was tired and gave up. It wasn't until they turned up the steps to the house that Lolo voiced what had apparently been on her mind since they'd left the town hall. "What's wrong with Mindy?" Kyle shot her a look, but Eliza ignored the warning. Lolo was 12. Experience had already taught the girl that life wasn't always rosy. Eliza kept her tone matter-of-fact. "Mindy has brain cancer." "Will she be okay?" "She began an experimental treatment last fall." Eliza paused. "I know she had a good initial response. I haven't heard a recent update." Lolo frowned. "I don't want her to be sick." Kyle rested a hand on his sister's shoulder. "Life sucks," Lolo blurted. Eliza agreed, thinking of the troubles with her father. Almost as soon as the thought surfaced, Eliza shoved it aside. Battling her father over a house was not in the same ballpark as a child battling cancer. Not anywhere close. "You're right." Eliza reached up and brushed back Lolo's hair with the palm of her hand. "Sometimes life does suck. But sometimes it's great, too. Like tonight." Lolo spoke softly, barely above a whisper. "Yes," Eliza agreed, thinking of her coffee and pastry interlude with Kyle. "Like tonight." On Friday, a sale on fishing lures kept Eliza and her clerk so busy she nearly forgot that this was her day to be home for Lolo. Though the child had assured them she was fine with being alone after school, Eliza quickened her step. As she unlocked the door, Eliza realized she didn't mind being here for Lolo. The second she stepped inside the house, she heard someone singing in the kitchen. Mildly annoyed, she sauntered into the room.
"This was my day."
"It is." Catherine finished adding the peel garnish to several cucumber and cream cheese sandwiches. She studied them for a moment. Nodding in satisfaction, she turned to Eliza. "Let's go into the parlor." The look Catherine shot her had her following the woman and taking a seat. "I realize my presence in your home is an imposition." Catherine placed the tray on a table, then sat, clasping her wrinkled hands. "I want you to know I've secured an apartment at the Living Center.
I'm just waiting for it to be ready." "It isn't." Eliza hesitated, the words awkward on her tongue. "I mean, don't feel like you have to rush out of here." "I never understood why you and I were never close." Catherine lifted a small sandwich from the pretty floral plate, but made no move to eat it. "Verna said we rub each other wrong because we're so much alike." As she remembered her father's words, a chill traveled up Eliza's spine. "We're not alike. We're both headstrong and determined to make our own way." Eliza stiffened. "There's nothing wrong with being self-sufficient." "No, indeed. It's an admirable quality." Catherine's eyes grew distant. "Unless you use self-sufficiency as an excuse to not need anyone, to not let anyone get close." She hadn't pushed anyone away. Not lately. There had been a guy in college and a few who'd expressed interest in the years since. There had always been the hope of her and Jeremy, so she'd seen no need to give the extra effort or look elsewhere. "I once had a beau. His name was Walter P. Ferrick." Catherine rose, moved to the window, and parted the lace curtains. "The P stood for Phineas, which was his father's name." After a long moment, Catherine turned back to Eliza. "He arrived in Good Hope when I was 25 and swept me off my feet." To give her hands something to do, Eliza lifted a sandwich from the plate and took a bite. She wasn't a priest. She didn't care to hear Catherine's confession of a love gone wrong. She certainly wasn't going to encourage confidences. When the silence lengthened, broken only by the staccato barks of a beagle next door, Eliza realized her cousin expected a response. She carefully considered her question, since "that's nice" didn't seem appropriate. "Where was he from?" "Walt was an attorney for a large corporation in New York City." Pride filled the older woman's voice for a second. She turned, met Eliza's gaze. "He'd been married, but his wife had recently passed away, leaving him with 2 little ones." The expectant look on Catherine's face forced another question. "Were the children with him?" "The children were back in New York with his parents." Catherine's eyes were bright. "I fell in love, head over heels, as we used to say in those days." Catherine closed her eyes for a second. In the silence, her pain was palpable. Obviously, Catherine had loved the man, yet he'd returned to New York without her. Eliza had always been good at solving puzzles. With the clues Catherine had dropped, this was an easy one. "He didn't return your feelings." "On the contrary, Walt loved me deeply. He asked me to marry him, to go back with him to New York City as his wife." Outside, a dog barked. Each time it did, Catherine flinched. Her voice took on a hint of desperation. "But don't you see? I loved Good Hope. Verna was my best friend. She was here. I had a steady job I enjoyed, doing the books for several businesses in town. My home, my life, was here." Though it appeared to be a sad story of love lost, Catherine was a rational woman, which meant she would respond to logic. "I'm sure you gave his proposal careful thought." "I told him I'd be unhappy so far from home." Catherine's eyes grew dark. "But he had his children to consider. Their lives were back east. Uprooting them so quickly after the loss of their mother would have been cruel. We were at an impasse. In the end, I lost." "He lost, too?" Eliza kept her tone matter-of-fact. "Would you rather have gone and been miserable?" "I don't think I would have been." Catherine returned to the sofa, collapsed onto it as if her legs could no longer bear her weight. "You don't know that for sure?" "I know that, even after all these years, I still wonder what might have been." Hoping to ease the woman's melancholy, Eliza covered Catherine's hand with her own, gave it a squeeze. It's easy to second-guess decisions. It'd certainly be easy for me to regret all the years I wasted longing for Jeremy Rakes. Eliza could see Catherine was startled that she'd brought up Jeremy. She was only grateful the haunted look had left the older woman's eyes. "Do you?" Catherine arched a brow. "Regret those years?" "I'm not big on second-guessing." Eliza met Catherine's gaze. "I have no regrets. Jeremy and Finn were meant for each other in a way he and I never were. Perhaps it was that way with you and Walt. If what was between you had been stronger, you would have found a way to be together." "Perhaps so." Catherine expelled a shaky breath, folded her hands together in her lap. "If Kyle returns to Kentucky, will you go with him?" "He won't ask." Eliza spoke in a flat, hard tone. "Is that what this is about? You tell me a story so that you—" "Walt died last week. I've kept tabs on him, but only learned of his passing this afternoon." Catherine's fingers fluttered in the air. "He had a good life. All this is about me needing to talk to someone about him. Nothing more." The gentle words held the force of a slap. "I'm sorry for your loss." Eliza kept her gaze steady on Catherine. The yapping outside escalated. "I love animals." Catherine's lips tightened. "But if I had a sock handy, I'd stuff it in the beagle's mouth." Eliza chuckled, and the tension in the room eased. "Do you have plans for the evening?" "The Living Center is having a dominoes tournament this afternoon. Gladys and I plan to have dinner with Ruby, then participate in the tournament." It was good, Eliza thought, that her cousin would keep busy with friends tonight. "When will you be leaving?" "The dining room opens at 4:30. Ruby prefers to eat early." Catherine paused for a second. "She mentioned there will be younger players there, too. Residents are encouraged to bring their older grandchildren to participate in the tournament. You have to be at least 12, so Lolo qualifies." Eliza thought about mentioning that Lolo wasn't related to her, but something in Catherine's eyes stopped her. "I think of Lolo as mine." Catherine's gaze settled on the tray, which contained not only the finger sandwiches, but fruit slices. "She's always hungry when she gets home. I don't think she eats much for lunch." The front door banged open. "I'm home." A second later, Lolo appeared in the doorway. Catherine jumped to her feet and, with hands outstretched, crossed the room. "There's my precious girl." Lolo's face flushed with pleasure as she took Catherine's hands. "You always smell so good." "Coco Chanel, my signature scent." Catherine looped an arm through Lolo's and drew her across the room. "I made a snack for us." Lolo eyed the finger sandwiches with some trepidation. "Cucumber?" "Delicious and healthy. Something to tide us over until dinner." Catherine offered the girl a bright smile. "I was just telling Eliza you and I will be dining with Ruby and Gladys at the Living Center this evening." Lolo set her backpack on the floor and took a seat. She picked up a sandwich and simply stared at it. "They're delicious." Eliza offered an encouraging smile. "I tried one." Catherine took a seat and motioned for Eliza to do the same before turning her attention back to Lolo. "The center is hosting a dominoes tournament after dinner. I hoped you'd be interested in participating." A slight frown furrowed Lolo's brow. "Won't everyone be old?" The hope glittering in Catherine's pale blue eyes dimmed. "Not at all." Eliza forced enthusiasm into her voice. "Lots of the women and men are bringing their grandchildren." Lolo's expression grew thoughtful, and Eliza could almost see the wheels turn in her head before she turned to Catherine. "I could go as your granddaughter. Would that be okay?" Catherine's eyes now held a sheen. Very much okay. Chapter 13.
She'll be gone all evening?
Kyle was surprised not to find his sister at home. Worse, it sounded as if Lolo wouldn't be home until late. He should have been consulted. He was Lolo's guardian while she was in Good Hope. Kyle took a deep breath and reminded himself that he, Catherine, and Eliza were a team. I don't know much about domino tournaments. Eliza lifted a shoulder in a careless shrug. Other than it appears they take a while. Catherine said she'll have Lolo home by 10. Kyle rocked back on the heels of his boots.
It's barely 6. You said they left shortly after 4? Why so early?
Dinner at 4:30, followed by the tournament. Eliza flicked her wrist, and her watch flashed the time. I need to scoot.
Where are you going?
The second he'd walked through the front door and seen her, Kyle had noticed she was dressed to go out. Eliza shot him a rueful smile. Muddy Boots is hosting a singles event tonight. When he grinned, she lifted a hand, palm out. I don't want to hear the jokes. With great regret, Kyle reined in the one poised on the tip of his tongue.
I thought the singles event was on Sundays after church.
That's an informal get-together. Eliza fluffed her hair with her fingers. The one tonight is planned and co-sponsored by the Rotary and the Cherries. Reaching into the small bag that sat on a burl side table, Eliza pulled out a mirror and carefully touched up her red lipstick before continuing. Kyle couldn't take his eyes off her lips. He should say something, he told himself. Act interested. Which wasn't hard because he was interested, but only because she would be there. When he tried to think of a question, all he could think about were her red lips. Thankfully, Eliza didn't appear to notice. In the off-season, there aren't many opportunities for singles to mingle. The Cherries came up with the idea of themed mixers. Tonight it's pretend we've never met, try some lame pickup line night. Despite himself, Kyle was intrigued.
Let me see if I've got this. If I go and see someone I know, I act like I don't know them and they act as if I'm a stranger?
Exactly. Eliza dropped the tube of lipstick into her purse.
I also deliberately weave a cheesy pickup line into the conversation.
You got it. She turned toward the hallway. Kyle stopped her with a hand on her arm.
Will there be food and drinks?
No alcohol. Eliza made a face. Muddy Boots doesn't have a liquor license. Next event is at the Bayshore Hotel. They'll have a cash bar. Tonight, it's appetizers, coffee, and tea.
Are you supervising this evening?
Katie Ruth has that duty. Originally, it was supposed to be Lynn Chapin. Eliza's expression remained nonchalant. But she's attending Finn and Jeremy's prenuptial dinner this evening. Kyle wondered if the thought of Jeremy marrying Finn still bothered her.
You're not in charge, but you're going anyway?
I feel duty-bound as executive director of the Cherries to support the activity. She flicked her wrist and winced at the time. Speaking of which, I need to get moving. I thought I'd show up early and help Katie Ruth get everything set up.
Have fun.
Kyle felt strangely bereft as he watched her walk toward the door. Eliza turned in the doorway. You are single, Mr. Kendrick. If you get bored, come join us. Just remember, you don't know me. Eliza smiled in satisfaction at the crowded cafe. People she'd never expected to see had shown up, like Lindsay, who now stood by her side, munching on a tiny quiche. Remind me again where Dan is this evening? Lindsay took a second to swallow, then dabbed at her lips with a tiny paper napkin. Her friend, dressed in a plaid skirt and a blue cashmere sweater, looked fresh as a daisy. Her blonde hair, dull this winter, sported new highlights. Yes, Eliza thought, Lindsay would make a beautiful bride. Dan is at Finn and Jeremy's prenuptial dinner. Eliza frowned. Weren't you invited? It's customary for the minister's wife to be included, but Dan and I aren't married yet. Did Lindsay realize she hadn't answered the question? Eliza knew the Bloom family would have included Lindsay, so not attending must have been her friend's choice. But with wall-to-wall people, any further digging on the subject would have to wait. As Eliza scanned the room, she was surprised to see Owen walk into the cafe. She turned to ask Lindsay if she'd seen him, but swallowed the question. The light in Lindsay's eyes told Eliza that her friend had indeed spotted the mechanic. Owen made his way through the crowd, stopping every few feet to speak to someone he knew. When he reached them, Eliza extended her hand. "I'm Eliza Shaw. I run Hill's General Store." Owen blinked.
We've known each other since we were kids.
Lindsay placed a hand on his arm, stepped close, and lowered her voice. "The rules of the event say we have to act as if we're strangers meeting for the first time. And if you can toss in some lame pickup lines, that's even better." The confusion in Owen's eyes was quickly replaced with a twinkle. His gaze never left Lindsay.
Are you a magician?
"No." Lindsay slowly shook her head, a quizzical smile hovering on the edges of her lips. "Why do you ask?"
Simple. You're lovely. When I see you, everyone else in the room disappears."
The laugh that burst from Lindsay's throat was so joyful that Eliza had to smile. She patted Owen's arm. "Looks like you are a natural. I'm going to check—" Suddenly, it struck her. Mindy was the flower girl in Finn and Jeremy's wedding. "Shouldn't you be at the prenuptial dinner?" The light in Owen's eyes dimmed.
Mindy went to the rehearsal, but we skipped the dinner.
Lindsay stepped to him, her eyes filled with concern.
Is she... Bryn Chapin was having a few girls over for pizza tonight. Since her mother split, David has been doing what he can to make Bryn happy. I understand what it's like to want your child to be happy.
The bleakness on Owen's face said it all.
Mindy begged to go. I nearly said no. I mean, if she felt well enough to go to someone's house for pizza, she could have stayed for the prenuptial dinner. But when I mentioned the pizza party to Finn, she was all for Mindy attending.
Owen looked away for a second, and when his gaze returned to them, his eyes were moist.
I want all her days to be happy ones.
If you or Mindy need anything, Lindsay's low voice shook with emotion, you call me. Promise, day or night. Eliza felt a tightness grip her chest. When she'd seen Mindy at the seedling meeting, she'd understood how Finn and the child had bonded. There was something so sweet and innocent about children that age. Mindy still had several years before things began to change, when friendships weren't just about being a good sport, but about what you wore and how you looked. If Mindy had those years...
Me too.
Eliza cleared her throat. If there's anything I can do, don't hesitate to ask. Owen offered a jerky nod. Eliza was considering how best to lighten the mood when Lindsay cocked her head, her blue eyes focused on Owen. "Did you sit in a pile of sugar?" Owen twisted, checked the back of his khakis.
No, I mean, I don't think so. Why?
Lindsay smiled full out. "Because you've got a pretty sweet ass." This time, it was Owen's turn to laugh. Although the sadness and worry didn't completely leave his eyes, he was now smiling. "I think you two have passed lame pickup lines 101. Eliza smiled and wiggled her fingers. "I'm going to see if others are doing as well." Eliza wove through the crowded room, listening to snatches of conversation and observing the smiles and interested looks. She was making good progress when she hit an immovable object. She lifted her gaze, and her breath lodged in her throat. Kyle extended his hand.
Hi, my name is Microsoft Windows.
Though her heart hammered against her ribs, Eliza simply arched a brow and waited.
Can I crash at your place tonight?
Try as she might, Eliza couldn't suppress the chuckle. That's extremely lame. He grinned.
Don't you have something to say to me?
Eliza cocked her head, frowned. I haven't heard from Catherine, but I assume Lolo is fine. I can call and—
Forget my sister. We both know she's in good hands.
Kyle's gaze roamed her face. A hint of a smile lifted his lips.
You told me this was a singles event with lame pickup lines?
Now she understood. Eliza searched for something clever and lame, but her mind had gone blank. After a few seconds, his hand rose and his fingers massaged her shoulder.
Relax, E. You're trying too hard.
That's me, Eliza thought, so darned serious about every little thing.
It's okay.
He spoke in a low tone, for her ears only.
Whatever you say will be fine.
As she relaxed, a line she'd heard during her college years popped into her head. It was silly, but wasn't that the point? As she inhaled the faint lime scent of his cologne, her heart skipped a beat. She rose up just a few inches and let her lips brush his ear. When she spoke, her voice came out low and sultry, just as she intended. Do you believe in love at first sight? Strong arms stole around her.
I'm not sure.
This was more fun than she'd thought it could be. Gazing up at him, Eliza offered a coy smile. Well, then, I guess I better walk by again. It took him a moment, but he got it. His chuckle was a deep rumble that warmed her heart.
Bravo!
I'm Eliza Shaw, by the way. His eyes went blank for only a second, then a twinkle filled those baby blues.
Kyle Kendrick.
She supposed she should take a step back. After all, they'd just met. Go bold or go home. Eliza smiled at the thought. Have you been in Good Hope long, Mr. Kendrick?
Call me Kyle.
His arms tightened around her.
I moved here last summer. You?
I grew up here. Eliza's lips curved. Good Hope is home.
Ever thought of moving anywhere else?
Not really.
What keeps you here?
It was a question her father had never asked. He'd merely assumed she stayed because of Jeremy and the hope they'd one day marry. I feel connected to the community in a way I don't believe would be possible in any other town. Eliza spoke from the heart. I can travel and take vacations to places that interest me, but at the end of the day, this is my home. Kyle hadn't known what to expect when he'd stepped into Muddy Boots. He'd been startled by the number of singles who'd shown up, including most of his crew. He wasn't sure how they'd heard about the event. Out of all the beautiful women in the cafe, only one caught his eye. She'd have captured his attention in any crowd. Now, at the end of the evening, she was headed home with him. The fact that he and Eliza lived in the same house might have had something to do with her being by his side. The cafe had barely disappeared from view when Kyle reached over and took Eliza's hand. He expected her to pull away. To his surprise, her fingers curved around his. What's this about? She raised their joined hands, her tone mild, her expression merely curious.
I'm escorting a beautiful woman home after a party.
He flashed a smile.
Holding hands is a given.
A tiny smile played at the corners of those red lips. Is a kiss at the door also a given?
Absolutely.
Going on impulse, Kyle paused on the sidewalk to bring their joined hands to his lips. I had fun tonight.
What kind of response was that?
Kyle kept her hand tucked in his as they continued to walk.
You sound surprised.
I wasn't sure what to expect. I don't attend many singles events. She slanted him a questioning look. Did you enjoy yourself?
Once I picked up a certain dark-haired beauty, I did.
He swung their hands between them as they strolled down the sidewalk.
Looking back, I believe it was my ultra-cool pickup line that convinced her to give me a chance.
Eliza chuckled and didn't dispute the claim.
Will you invite me in?
Just to clarify, her dark lashes swept her cheeks. Are you talking invite inside the house or inside my bedroom? His heart, which had been beating at a steady rhythm, took an erratic turn as the blood inside his veins surged.
Both? Either?
Kyle met her gaze, wanting to make it clear he wouldn't press for more than she was willing to give.
You caught my eye the first moment I saw you.
While he wouldn't go sappy and say it had been love at first sight, she definitely stirred something in him. He remembered how she'd stride by the job site and, on the occasions when their eyes would meet, give him the cool-eyed stare she'd probably perfected before she was out of diapers. The few times they'd spoken, she'd been polite. Polite underscored by ice. Kyle had never been drawn to women who treated him like dirt, but Eliza's behavior toward him hadn't felt personal. From what he'd observed, she treated every guy, except Jeremy, the same way. He'd noticed that even Beckett Cross, her attorney, rarely found himself on the receiving end of a warm smile. Being under the same roof confirmed what he'd suspected, though well hidden. There existed a softer side to this woman. She cared deeply about the community and the people who called Good Hope home. She simply kept a tight rein on her emotions, careful not to let any vulnerability show. Eliza still hadn't responded to his question by the time they reached the porch. Kyle tightened his fingers around her hand, determined to savor that connection as long as possible. As they climbed the steps, he noticed that, other than the porch light, the stately home was completely dark. In the dim light, she met his gaze. A tiny smile hovered at the edges of her mouth. Her eyes shimmered like gray fog in the porch light's glow. Kyle finally released her hand, pushing back a stray lock of her hair that had fallen forward.
As silky as I imagined.
He let his fingers play with the strand as he gazed into her eyes.
Is that lame?
She placed her hands on his shoulders. I think it's sweet.
I think you're sweet.
Those watchful gray eyes never left his. I don't believe anyone has ever called me sweet before.
They don't know you like I do.
He brushed a kiss against her temple. When she tipped her head back, giving him full access to her neck, his control nearly shattered. Kyle scattered kisses down the ivory skin and heard her breath quicken. Kyle understood completely what she was feeling, what she wanted, because he wanted it too. With his heart in full gallop, he found her lips. Chapter 14. Even before Kyle's mouth brushed hers, Eliza knew the feel of his lips, the softness, warmth, and gentleness. She'd done her best to deny it, but from the very start, there was something familiar about him. It was as if Kyle was someone she'd known forever, and known intimately. A man she could have picked out of a crowd in a dark room. The feelings he stirred weren't only sexual, though Eliza had to admit that a couple of times she'd found herself wondering what he looked like naked. While they kissed, Eliza stroked the back of his neck, twining her fingers in his thick, soft hair. She hoped this didn't end any time soon. It felt amazingly good to hold him, to taste him, When a smoldering heat began to build, she didn't fight the sensation. She loved the way he smelled, an enticing combination of cologne and soap and maleness. Her skin prickled as his mouth skimmed the edge of her jaw and his hand flattened against her lower back, drawing her even more tightly against the length of his body. They fit together perfectly. Where she was soft, he was hard. A hot riff of sensation traveled up her spine at the feel of his erection. The air held a chill, but heat radiated from him, urgent and hungry. And still they kissed, deep kisses that stirred her senses and stoked the fire inside her. Eliza heard herself groan, a low sound of want and need that astonished her with its intensity. Need erupted, and the frantic beating of her heart mingled with his. She cursed the clothes that separated them. She longed to run her hands over his body, to feel the coiled strength of skin and muscle sliding under her fingers. Lifting her hands to frame his face, she spoke in an urgent, husky whisper. "Let's take this inside." Without giving him a chance to respond, she gave him a ferocious kiss, as if to seal the deal.
Yes.
His voice was a gruff rasp. With fingers that trembled, Eliza fought to fit the key in the lock. The task was made more difficult when Kyle's arms slipped around her from behind. "Got it!" Eliza turned for another kiss, just as headlights swept across the porch. She and Kyle sprang apart like two guilty teenagers. Kyle uttered a curse, a sentiment Eliza understood. It took several erratic heartbeats before Eliza found her voice. "Saved by the headlights." Kyle thought about Eliza's comment while feigning interest in the domino tournament. Lolo had won the grand prize, an oversized polka-dotted mug filled with cheese curds, chocolate-covered cherries, and other goodies. Listening to his sister relay every little detail gave Kyle's mind and body a chance to settle. Eliza appeared unfazed by what had happened on the porch. In fact, if his body hadn't been still humming with desire, if he hadn't recalled all too vividly how she felt pressed against him and her throaty whisper to take things inside, he might have thought he'd imagined the whole encounter. "Did you and my brother have fun tonight?" Lolo looked up from her cheese curds. "We did." Eliza spoke in that husky voice that brought to mind luscious red lips and entwined limbs. "The event was a huge success." Kyle shifted uncomfortably.
Muddy Boots was packed.
"Tell me who all was there." Catherine's sharp-eyed gaze shifted from Eliza to him. When her lips curved up in a slight smile, there was not a single doubt in Kyle's mind that she'd seen him and Eliza on the porch. Thankfully, Eliza began rattling off names. After taking a breath, she added, "Owen Vaughn." "Mindy's daddy?" Confusion had Lolo frowning. "I thought the party you went to was for people who aren't married." "Mindy's parents are divorced," Eliza informed the child. "Her mother left town several years ago." Lolo set down her fork. "But Mindy gets to see her, right?" "I don't believe her mom gets back to Good Hope very often." Eliza's noncommittal tone might fool Lolo, but told Kyle that Mindy and her dad were on their own. "I wouldn't want to be without a mom or dad." Lolo's expression turned pensive. "Kyle and me are lucky. We have a nice mom and dad, don't we?"
Aside from his mother's lies about his parentage.
Kyle pushed the uncharitable thought aside. He couldn't deny that, growing up, he'd felt the love and support of both parents.
We sure do, kiddo.
Lolo pinned Eliza with her gaze. "Do you have a nice mom and dad?" "They'll be in town for the Ready Set Wed showcase. You'll get to meet them then." Eliza deftly changed the subject. "Which reminds me of something else. We haven't discussed our plans for tomorrow night yet."
What's tomorrow night?
Lolo and Kyle asked at the same time. "Jeremy and Finn's wedding." Catherine snatched a cheese curd from Lolo's plate and gestured with it. "The whole town will be there. Gladys has invited Lolo and me to an after-party at her house and to spend the night. We'll attend the reception, of course, but won't stay for all the dancing." "I like to dance," Lolo protested, her chin lifting in the now familiar stubborn tilt. "I promise we'll stay long enough for you to dance with your brother," Catherine assured the child. "Then we'll go to Gladys's house." As if sensing the child's hesitation, Catherine's tone turned persuasive. "You won't believe what Gladys has in her home." Whatever additional protest Lolo had been about to utter disappeared without being voiced. The girl leaned forward, resting her forearms on the table. "What?" "Fairy houses." Catherine smiled. "Dozens of them, all sizes and shapes."
Fairy houses?
Kyle couldn't hide his skepticism.
Seriously?
"I've never seen one," Lolo admitted, her eyes bright with curiosity. "Some are small and simple, but there's this one. Well, you'll have to see it for yourself." Catherine's tone added a hint of mystery to the statement. "I want to see it," Lolo insisted. "And you shall." Catherine swept a hand like a queen granting a wish. "After you've danced with your brother." Lolo shook her head. "We don't need to dance." "We'll stay for a little while." Catherine reached over and patted the child's hand. "Gladys enjoys dancing. She'll want to spend some time at the reception." Lolo chewed her bottom lip. "I don't have anything to wear."
You have plenty of clothes.
Kyle hadn't forgotten the 4 suitcases he'd lugged up the stairs.
I bet there's something in your closet that will work.
Lolo shot a pleading look at Eliza.
We'll see what you have in the morning.
Eliza sounded slightly bored by the conversation. "If you don't have anything appropriate, there will still be time for a quick shopping trip."
She's got enough clothes.
Kyle frowned.
Lolo doesn't.
The jarring melody of the Who's "Who Are You?" split the air. Eliza pulled out her phone as she rose. "Hold on a minute." She wiggled her fingers. "Good night, everybody." When she disappeared up the stairs, Kyle turned to Lolo and Catherine. He was fairly certain he hadn't heard that ringtone before.
Whose tone is that?
Catherine shook her head. "I have no idea." "It must have been someone important." Lolo glanced at Catherine for confirmation. She answered super quick. Kyle noticed that, too. He stayed downstairs a few more minutes before heading up the steps, just to make sure everything was okay with Eliza.
No, seriously, I'm doing okay.
Eliza left the door open as she stepped into her suite of rooms. Her conversations with her brother never lasted long. Once they were done, she'd head back downstairs.
Dad has done some pretty rotten things, but this?
Ethan's voice deepened with disappointment and resignation.
She wanted the house to go to you. That was clear to all of us, him included.
He told me it wouldn't have been fair to you.
Ethan swore. You know I didn't want the house. Even if I had, it was to be Graham's gift to you.
Why didn't she put it in her will, Ethan? Eliza didn't like the anger or the disappointment she heard in her voice. She'd loved her grandmother, but her emotions were running hot. "I'm so frustrated with her." It wasn't the right word, and they both knew it.
She loved you, Eliza, but she wasn't a saint. She was human, and she obviously made a mistake.
He cleared his throat.
I'm sorry she didn't do her part, and I'm sorry Dad is such a dick.
That brought a smile to her lips.
What can I do to help?
You got any extra cash lying around? Eliza kept her tone light. There's a chance I can buy it back if I can secure the funds.
I don't. Not at this point, anyway.
There was a long pause.
Sam and I are thinking about dissolving our partnership. If that happens, and he buys me out, that will free up some of my money.
I thought things were going great with your company. The last she'd heard, he and his partner planned to expand.
Long story. I don't have time to get into it right now. But if this does come to pass, and I get the money, you can have what you need.
Emotion clogged Eliza's throat. Thanks.
I'm here for you, even if you just need to talk. Or bitch about the old man. You know I understand.
I miss you.
Yeah. Me too.
Ethan spoke hesitantly now.
I love ya.
Tears stung the backs of her eyes. I love you too.
I love you too?
Kyle froze as her words washed over him. He'd thought she'd be off the phone by the time he got upstairs, but the sound of her voice had him pausing just outside the doorway to her parlor. He'd caught only a snippet of the conversation, but it was enough. I miss you. I love you too. From what he knew about her relationship with her parents, those weren't sentiments that would be tossed in their direction. Then who? The sensible thing to do would be to turn around and head back downstairs, or go to his room. Maybe he would have done just that an hour ago, but he'd put his head in the sand for too long with Jessica and had vowed not to make that mistake again. Besides, after what had happened on the porch, he deserved an explanation. He gave a brief knock on the half-open door and stepped inside.
I love you too?
Her head jerked up. A look of startled surprise crossed her face. What did you say?
It's not what I said. It's what I heard you say.
Somehow he managed to keep his voice even. She cocked her head, and he saw the puzzlement in her eyes.
God damn it, Eliza, don't play games. I heard you.
He gestured sharply with one hand to the cell that now rested on the table beside her chair. It took only a second for her to make the connection. For a second, when she did, she smiled. Smiled. His tenuous hold on his anger began to fray.
You find this amusing?
Not at all. The smile was gone now, leaving only ice. I was speaking with my brother, Ethan. I'd called him earlier to discuss our father and had to leave a message.
Oh.
Yes, oh. She studied him. There was a watchfulness to her gaze that had a shiver of unease traveling up his spine.
I'm sorry.
Kyle extended his hands, palms up.
I didn't think it was anything.
I hope not. For a second, only a flash, he saw hurt mixed with the ice in the cool depths of her eyes. Because I'm not someone who would kiss a man the way I kissed you on the porch, then tell another guy I loved him minutes later. I hope you know me better than that, Kyle. Otherwise, you and I, we have no business kissing at all. Look at all the people, Lolo whispered, glancing up at Kyle. He responded in an equally low voice.
By the time the ceremony begins, I'm betting the church will be full.
Lolo turned worried eyes toward Eliza. Can we sit in your family pew? That's only reserved for Sunday services. Eliza ignored the tiny flutter in the pit of her belly. She'd dreaded this day. Now it was here. Eliza focused on the positive. The steady stream of people entering First Christian told Eliza that arriving early had been a smart move. Although Lolo would hang with Catherine at the reception, she'd chosen to sit with her and Kyle during the ceremony. The girl would be a good distraction. Eliza had once thought that it would be her walking down the aisle to exchange vows with Jeremy. Immediately, She corrected herself. She'd dreamed it would be her. Hoped it would be her. The truth was, she'd never been fully convinced. There'd always been something missing in the relationship. He never was into you. Embarrassing to have not realized that before, but certainly not heartbreak material.
Problem?
Kyle took her arm at the bottom of the steps leading into the church. Eliza gave her head a little shake, the concern in his voice as soothing as balm on a burn. She was glad Kyle was here with her, happy they'd been able to talk things out last evening. Lolo grabbed her hand. "We need to get inside before the good seats are gone. I want to sit on the aisle so I can see Mindy." Kyle cocked his head, appearing confused.
You mean so you can see the bride?
"No, so I can see Mindy." Lolo tugged on Eliza's hand. "She's the flower girl. She told me her dress is pink and fluffy."
Pink and fluffy wasn't Finn Bloom's style. But a bond had been forged between Mindy and the bride-to-be when Finn had helped organize an early Christmas celebration for the child last fall. As Mindy's cancer had proved resistant to conventional treatments, she'd qualified for a wish from the Wisconsin charity Your Wish Fulfilled. Shortly after she'd gotten her wish, Mindy had been accepted into a clinical trial and had had a good response. Although, after seeing the look in Owen's eyes, Eliza wondered if the treatment was still going well.
Lolo paused at the edge of a pew. "Can we sit here?"
3 seats on the aisle.
"Looks good to me." Eliza noticed a few curious gazes directed her way, but paid them no mind. She had little doubt there'd have been more looks if she'd shown up alone. Though Eliza didn't have trouble standing tough against gossip, she found comfort in Kyle's presence beside her. Now that they were seated, well, comfort wasn't the word coming to mind. The muscled thigh pressed against hers had her remembering last night and just how good his body had felt against hers. If Lolo and Catherine hadn't arrived home when they did, she might have invited him to her room. Even after their talk, she'd considered it. Instead, she'd settled for another kiss. Eliza slanted a sideways glance at Kyle and found him staring. She inclined her head slightly in his direction. He leaned close, his voice a hot whisper against her ear.
You look gorgeous.
Her lips curved. It appeared he approved of the gray silk dress, probably because it showed off her legs to full advantage. She liked the accessories. The necklace and shoes, both in a cool blue-gray, added an interesting accent. About to return the compliment, the man really knew how to rock a dark suit. She swallowed the words when light, ambient music gave way to the processional. Eliza watched the first of the Bloom sisters start down the aisle. It appeared Finn had given her bridesmaids some latitude. While each dress contained lace and was cocktail length, that's where the commonality ended. Marigold's one-shoulder mesh dress had a lace inset. The ice blue color favored her blonde prettiness, while the mint green of Prim's dress was the perfect foil for her strawberry blonde hair. The lace bodice of Prim's dress was overshadowed by the yards of flowing chiffon over her very pregnant belly. Amy, matron of honor, wore a blush-colored lace sheath that hugged her body and confirmed she'd regained her figure after delivering her baby 6 months earlier. Her hair, styled in an elegant twist, had beads woven through it. 2 red-headed ring-bearers, Finn's twin nephews, Callum and Connor, appeared in the aisle after Amy. Dressed in dove-gray tuxedos with burgundy bow ties, they marched side by side. One twin carried the pillow with the rings halfway down the aisle, but a small tug-of-war took place when it appeared it was time to pass the pillow to the other twin. The situation might have escalated into all-out warfare between the brothers, but schoolteacher Etta Hawley leaned into the aisle.
Whatever she said in a low, no-nonsense tone had the pillow being passed and the boys continuing down the aisle without further incident.
"I see Mindy!"
Lolo spoke in an excited whisper, her body plastered against the side of the pew.
"Her dress is fluffy."
Not about to turn and gawk, Eliza waited for Mindy to come into view. The child wore an intricately tied pink scarf and a dress with a vivid pink bodice. But it was the yards of white tulle with what looked like several rows of pink feathers around the bottom hem that captivated Lolo. The dress looked like something an 8-year-old had picked out, rather than a gown chosen by the always stylish Delphinium Bloom. Clearly, Finn had subjugated her own wishes to make a little girl's dream come true. Eliza's heart squeezed as her estimation of Finn rose another notch.
"Mindy looks like a beautiful angel,"
Lolo forgot to whisper, and her comment could be heard several rows away. Eliza noticed several people nearby nodding. Etta, sitting across the aisle, wiped tears away with a lace handkerchief. Mindy beamed as she happily flung rose petals, in every shade of pink, across the white aisle runner. The fact that the child appeared unnaturally pale was easy to miss because of the brilliant smile and the sparkle in her blue eyes. The organ swelled, and everyone in the congregation rose to their feet. Instead of immediately glancing back to see Finn, Eliza looked toward the front of the church. She saw the instant Jeremy glimpsed his bride. It was all there in his blue eyes, the love, the desire, the promise of until death do us part. Eliza cleared her throat and shifted her attention to Finn and her father. The dress Finn had chosen for her special day was surprisingly simple, an ivory lace that hugged her toned figure. The subtle elegance of the dress made it all the more striking. Instead of a veil, Finn had chosen to wear a beaded band around her hair that left her soft curls free to tumble around her shoulders. A slight smile curved Finn's lips as her gaze settled on Jeremy. The depth of emotion in his eyes was more than matched by the love in hers. Eliza's chest grew tight. Would she ever find anyone who'd look upon her with such love? Was she even capable of feeling that depth of emotion? She wasn't sure when it happened, but she felt Kyle's fingers around hers. Turning slightly, she met his gaze. His blue eyes were solemn, but filled with such warmth she couldn't help smiling back. He gave her hand a squeeze, and suddenly she was steady again. "Not alone," a voice inside her head whispered. On the other side of her, Lolo leaned close.
"They all look so beautiful."
"Yes, they do," Eliza whispered back. Even when they resumed their seats, Kyle's hand remained wrapped around hers. Chapter 15. Since arriving in Good Hope, Kyle had attended several functions in the large barn on Jeremy's property. This, however, was his first wedding reception. The large hardwood dance floor, apparently set up special for such occasions, was crowded with women in party dresses and men in suits or dress pants and shirts. The band on the raised dais played a mixture of modern dance tunes interspersed with romantic ballads. He'd asked Eliza to dance, but her response had been to gesture with her head toward Lolo, who stood off to the side with Catherine and her friends. His sister had eagerly accepted his offer.
"I like it here,"
Lolo asserted as he glided her across the dance floor. "People are nice." Kyle nodded. She'd get no argument from him on that score. In this community, neighbors helping neighbors wasn't simply a slogan, but a way of life. "Did you have a chance to speak with Mindy?"
"I told her how pretty she looked in her fluffy dress."
For a second, a frown marred his sister's brow.
"She was already leaving when I saw her. The bride was hugging her goodbye."
"Why so early?"
"She said something about being tired." Lolo's frown deepened. I hope she's okay.
I do too, kiddo.
Kyle glanced around, looking for a change in subject. He gestured with one hand.
Isn't that the kid who helped with the seedling art project?
He barely recognized the boy. Oh, the hair was still long, but instead of jeans with holes and a faded t-shirt, the kid wore khakis with his t-shirt. Lolo turned her head. Her cheeks reddened as the boy caught them staring and raised a hand in greeting. After they'd exchanged a quick smile, she glanced at Kyle, her voice sounding slightly breathless. That's KT. He's an incredible artist. Kyle experienced a surge of brotherly protectiveness and cursed himself for bringing the kid to his sister's attention. He made sure not to stop in the boy's vicinity, choosing instead the edge of the dance floor where Eliza stood visiting with Lindsay. The effort was wasted. Kyle barely had a second to wonder where the minister was when KT appeared to stand at Lolo's side.
I talked to one of the guys I know in the band.
The boy apparently saw no reason to bother with social niceties, like saying hello.
They're gonna play a good song next. Do you want to dance?
KT shoved his hands into his pockets and affected a nonchalant air, as if it didn't matter to him how Lolo responded. It mattered to Kyle. His sister was 12 years old. This kid was 14. She was much too young to be dancing with, I'd like that. Lolo's reply was as offhand as the invitation. That okay? Something in the look in her eyes had Kyle reconsidering the refusal poised on the tip of his tongue. The eagerness he'd seen, for that split second, told him being asked to dance by someone other than her brother was a big deal. Eliza stepped to his side. It's just a dance. That's all she said, but that, along with the pleading puppy dog look in his sister's eyes, had Kyle offering a reluctant nod. A second later, to the delight of the younger crowd, the band launched into a popular, fast-paced song. KT and Lolo hurried onto the dance floor. Kyle watched them for several seconds before he turned back to Eliza and Lindsay. But where two women had stood, now there was only one. Having him ask her to dance was a nice boost to her confidence. Eliza lifted a flute of champagne to her red lips and took a sip.
I almost said no.
You didn't? Eliza waved a hand in the air. In middle school, I attended one dance. Jeremy was the only one who asked me to dance. That's because we were friends.
If I'd been there, I'd have asked you.
Eliza gave a little chuckle. Probably not, but thanks for the thought. Kyle told himself to change the topic, but he couldn't stop himself.
I was a nice kid back then. You can't tell me that Jeremy was the only good guy back then.
Eliza lifted one shoulder, let it drop as she took another sip of her drink.
You know what I think?
Those gray eyes sharpened. No, but I bet you're going to tell me. He shouldn't. Kyle knew he shouldn't. He should play it smart and keep his mouth shut. It wasn't that he had some special insight. If he did say something, it was because he saw how much those memories hurt her. And maybe if she looked at that time more clearly, she wouldn't hurt so much.
You erected this shield around you that was impossible to breach.
Kyle cursed to himself. That hadn't come out quite the way he'd hoped. Eliza lifted a dark brow. Pardon me? Ice crystals laced the softly spoken words.
Of course, I wasn't there, so I can't say for sure.
He began. Spit it out, Kendrick.
Jeremy didn't have any qualms about approaching you because you were friends.
Now came the tricky part, Kyle thought.
But trust me, guys that age, while they may seem cocky, are floundering as much as the girls. You say you were gawky and unattractive, but
I was gawky and unattractive. Her jaw jutted out, and her eyes flashed gray fire.
You may have been gawky, E, but you were never unattractive.
He reached up and fingered a strand of her silky hair.
You have beautiful hair, amazing gray eyes, and a very pretty face.
She opened her mouth to speak, but he continued without giving her a chance.
I bet the guys were scared. Likely terrified.
Doubt filled her gaze. Of what?
Of you.
Kyle stroked his fingers against the side of her cheek.
You're so self-assured, so confident. I bet even back then you had that warrior princess demeanor.
Eliza gave a humorless chuckle. They called me Olive Oil, not Wonder Woman or Xena. The flash in her eyes told Kyle to tread carefully. He kept his tone mild.
Kids call each other all sorts of names at that age.
He moved close, crowding her.
But...
She paused, as if he'd disrupted her train of thought.
Good, he thought, because that was what happened to him every time she was within 3 feet of him. Heck, whenever they were in the same room. You're a strong woman. I'm sure you were an amazing girl. No wonder they were awed.
He stepped back, held out his hand.
Dance with me.
Eliza blinked, but moved into his arms just as the strains of a smooth ballad filled the air. The second they stepped onto the floor, he remembered his sister. Kyle glanced around the dance floor. Panic surged when he didn't see Lolo. She's over there with Catherine and Gladys. His shoulders relaxed.
You probably think I'm overprotective.
Not at all. Her expression turned serious. Lolo is your responsibility. Oh, it looks as if Catherine is trying to get your attention. The older woman's hand was on Lolo's shoulder. When his gaze met hers, she waved goodbye with her free hand.
I'm surprised they're leaving. I'd have thought Catherine and Gladys would close down the party,
Kyle murmured. I think when you get to be their age, parties are like a fine wine. A little goes a long way. When Eliza's body molded against his, Kyle let himself savor the moment. Since Lolo had arrived, he'd felt more like a father than a big brother. He knew he could trust Catherine to keep his sister safe, which left him to enjoy the rest of the evening with Eliza. When the band leader announced that the electric slide was up next, Eliza stepped from his arms. He reached out and grabbed her hand before she could exit the dance floor.
Where do you think you're going?
It's the electric slide. Eliza nearly sighed the words. It's played at every Bloom sister wedding.
Then you should know the steps.
She made a scoffing sound. I know the steps.
Then what's the problem?
2 little frown lines appeared between her brows. It's just that it's so.
Fun?
She huffed out a breath.
Come on, let's give it a try.
Kyle felt encouraged that she didn't pull away when he tugged on her hand.
If you don't like it, or you're not enjoying yourself, we'll stop.
Her gaze narrowed. Are you saying you'll get off the floor mid-dance if I say I don't like it?
Yes.
Why?
Like I said, I want you to enjoy the evening.
He maneuvered her into one of the lines that were forming.
But I'm warning you, the chicken dance is probably coming up next. That one is my favorite.
It was a beautiful wedding. Eliza met Finn's eyes with a steady gaze. I enjoyed the reception.
Thank you for coming.
Finn leaned forward, the stone on her finger glittering in the light, as she took Eliza's hands in hers and gave them a squeeze.
Having you here meant a lot to both of us.
Eliza turned to the groom, her oldest and dearest friend. I saw the look in your eyes when you spotted Finn at the church. You're clearly besotted, Rakes. Jeremy chuckled and slipped an arm around his wife's waist.
Guilty as charged. You're a lucky man.
Kyle met his brother's gaze.
We'll talk when I'm back from Hawaii.
Jeremy slapped Kyle on the back. Kyle inclined his head in a slight nod, then turned to Eliza.
Are you ready?
Surprise skittered across Finn's face.
You're leaving so soon? Once the chicken dance is over, the night is complete,
Kyle quipped. Everyone laughed, and after another minute of conversation, she and Kyle were able to slip away. It took another 20 minutes to get out of the barn. Everyone kept stopping them, wanting to talk. Eliza planned to say goodbye to Lindsay, but when she caught sight of Dan across the room, her friend wasn't at his side. While the day had been beautiful and unseasonably warm, the night breeze held a chill. When she shivered, Kyle took off his jacket and slung it around her shoulders. The inside of the coat, warm from his body, held the subtle lime scent of his cologne. That was fun. Eliza slipped inside the truck, eager to get out of the wind.
You sound surprised.
Kyle slanted a sideways glance when he slid behind the wheel. She took a moment to answer, enjoying the rush of warm air from the vents and the feel of heated leather beneath her. I've been to many receptions over the years. They can be tedious.
I've been to a few of those myself.
He chuckled.
I went to one where nobody danced. There was this great hardwood floor, but even the bride and groom didn't get out there. Everyone just stood and looked at each other. But there was plenty of beer, so...
Eliza rolled her eyes.
Did the wedding give you any ideas?
Eliza blinked. What kind of ideas?
For the competition.
Feeling foolish for the direction her thoughts had momentarily veered, Eliza spoke smoothly. I loved Finn's dress. It was gorgeous. But seeing it only reinforced what I'd already concluded. We need a dress that's not only beautiful, but one that will grab the judges by the throat and not let go. Kyle's expression turned thoughtful.
What kind of dress do you see getting their attention?
An interesting cut or style might do it.
You don't think that'll be enough?
Eliza let herself sink even farther into the plush leather. I think the dress needs to be a different color. Not white or ivory, but something bolder.
Something in your face bold?
It wasn't quite the descriptor Eliza was going for. Yes, but still beautiful and elegant. Just not the color one would expect.
I attended a wedding last year where the bride wore pink. Is that what you're thinking?
Preferably not pink. That color has become common.
Red? Yellow? Purple?
Any and all should be considered.
Seriously?
A startled look crossed Kyle's face.
Do they even make wedding dresses in those colors?
They do. Eliza smiled at the suspicious look he shot her. Quite lovely ones.
Do they have ones in black?
He flashed a grin.
You look terrific in black.
Yes, but as the dress isn't for me, that's hardly relevant. Kyle's fingers tapped against the steering wheel.
What does the pastor think?
He's leaving the choice of the dress totally up to Lindsay. The tapping fingers stopped.
He doesn't want to be involved?
She prefers to choose her own dress.
Interesting.
For some reason, Eliza was seized with the urge to rise to her friend's defense. Though what she was defending, she wasn't sure. Having the bride choose the dress without a groom's input is very common.
Didn't say it wasn't.
I could tell what you were thinking. Kyle wheeled the pickup truck onto the highway leading into Good Hope.
Something about Dan and Lindsay's relationship feels off to me. I can't pinpoint what it is, other than she just doesn't seem all that into him.
She agreed to marry him, Eliza pointed out.
Doesn't mean squat.
His tone was clipped, and there was now a tight set to Kyle's jaw. Eliza narrowed her gaze. Her instincts said there was more going on here than Lindsay and Dan. Have you ever been engaged? Eliza tossed the question out as if the answer was of no consequence. Or married? It was odd, she realized, to live under the same roof and not know the basic facts of someone's life.
Engaged.
His fingers tightened around the steering wheel.
Once.
Eliza kept her tone offhand. What happened? He turned to look at her.
You really want to dissect my former love life?
Sure, unless it's some deep, dark secret you prefer to keep hidden. If it was, she'd ferret it out, given time.
No secret.
He expelled a breath and kept his eyes on the road.
Jessica worked in the company's corporate office. She was just out of college and a real go-getter.
His lips curved up in a smile, and something inside Eliza twisted.
She was vivacious, smart, and unable to commit.
The chuckle he emitted held a harsh edge.
At least to me.
Eliza's breath stilled as she considered the description. She cheated on you?
Nothing so dramatic.
His focus remained on the road.
We set a date for the following summer. In the next 6 months, she changed the date 3 times.
Not that into you, Eliza murmured.
Exactly.
If she didn't want to marry you, why did she say yes?
She insisted she did want to marry me, but wanted everything to be perfect.
Eliza could understand the sentiment. She waited for him to continue, but after a few minutes of driving in silence, she realized he didn't plan to say any more. What happened?
You know how they say not to listen to what is said, but observe the actions?
Thinking she knew just where Kyle was headed, Eliza nodded.
After the 3rd switch, her actions told me she was having second thoughts.
Even in the dim light, she saw sadness wash over his face. It was gone in an instant. If she hadn't been looking directly at him, she'd have missed it.
She finally got up the guts to tell me.
The fact that having this conversation seemed so perfectly natural struck Eliza as odd. He pulled the truck into the driveway.
Last month, after a very brief engagement, she married someone else.
They walked to the door in silence, with Eliza wishing she'd never brought up the subject. She hated to have the evening end on a low note. Kyle unlocked the front door, and they stepped inside. Eliza handed him his jacket. Thanks for the loan.
Anytime, E.
The smile was back in his eyes. He flicked his wrist and glanced at the time displayed.
It's only 12:30. We could open a bottle of wine.
Eliza shook her head. None for me, thanks.
Yeah, well, there was a lot of alcohol at the party.
You only had 1 glass of wine.
Were you checking up on me?
I noticed things.
I was driving,
He said, by way of explanation.
You didn't have much either.
Were you watching me?
Every second.
When he grinned, she went warm all over. I prefer to stay in control. She shrugged. I've drunk too much on a couple of occasions, and it wasn't pretty.
Okay, no alcohol.
Kyle rocked back on his heels.
What about food? Are you hungry?
There had been endless amounts of food at the party, but just like with the alcohol, neither of them had eaten much. Eliza took a step toward Kyle. She was hungry, but not for food. Her gaze slid over his face, taking in the light stubble along his jawline, lingering on those firm lips. The memory of how his mouth had felt against hers had her blood surging. On the porch last night, Kyle had awakened long-dormant needs. She took a second step closer and breathed in the scent of him. He smelled like soap and cologne, and that indefinable male scent that had the heat percolating low in her belly. Looping her arms around his neck, she gazed into his eyes. I am hungry. His hands rested lightly on her hips. She felt the heat through her clothing to the bare skin beneath.
Just so we're on the same page.
His gaze caressed her face as surely as he'd stroked her skin with his fingertip.
What I'm hungry for isn't usually found in a kitchen.
Eliza ran the tip of her tongue across her lips and was pleased to see his eyes darken. She was playing with fire. It was practically a given she'd get burned. Right now, she didn't care. She wanted this man, wanted his hands on her, wanted to feel taut muscles sliding under her fingertips and his body pressed against hers. If regrets were part of the package, she would deal. "Come upstairs with me?" Her voice came out husky and low. The flash of his grin arrowed straight to her heart.
I thought you'd never ask.
Chapter 16. Kyle felt a hand on his shoulder a second before he heard her voice. "Get up!" Pushing himself to his elbows, Kyle gazed into intense gray eyes.
Is waking me at the crack of dawn your idea of an April Fool's Day joke?
No joke. Catherine and Lolo could arrive home any minute. When they do, you need to be in your own room. Kyle blinked, focused. He realized Eliza was fully dressed and ready for the day.
What time is it?
She stood, straightened, crossing her arms across her chest. Nearly 9.
Not the crack of dawn?
Heaving a breath, Kyle glanced around and noticed she'd picked up his clothes. His pants, shirt, heck, even his boxers, were stacked in a neatly folded pile on the chair next to the bed. Ready for the day ahead in black leggings and a tunic sweater, Eliza emitted an air of complete control. But Kyle saw beneath the facade. Though there were still depths of her to mine, he knew her better than he had the first time she'd passed by his job site. Her hands fluttered with nervous energy. Catching the direction of his gaze, she clasped her hands together and lifted her chin, ready for him to push back, or perhaps make some lame comment. Either could backfire on him, on them. Regardless of what Eliza was telling herself at the moment, there was a them. Having her see that was going to take time. Kyle swung his legs over the side of the bed and took a step toward her. She stood her ground, her eyes cool. Her nonchalant demeanor didn't fool him. He'd seen her gaze dart downward, saw desire flare, then disappear behind the cool mask. A few persuasive kisses might convince her to take a shower with him. But for her, any passion ignited would be tempered by the worry of being discovered. The next time they made love, and there would be a next time, he wanted no worries and no rush. Eliza needed to get used to the idea of being with him. She'd been on her own for a long time. The one time she'd given her heart to someone, she'd been shot down. Kyle knew what it felt like to care for someone who didn't feel the same way. Eliza lifted a dark brow when he stopped directly in front of her. She only watched when he reached down and took her hand. He brought it to his mouth, then pressed a kiss into her palm. His gaze never left hers. "What are you doing?"
Saying good morning.
Lowering her hand, Kyle gave a rueful smile.
You're right.
Her eyes narrowed until they were slits. About what?
It was an inadequate gesture.
She frowned. I never said that. Kyle tapped his temple.
You were thinking it.
That brought a hint of a smile to her lips. You think you know me so well.
I know it isn't enough.
He touched his fingers to her chin and pressed his mouth to hers. Kyle expected her to pull away. Instead, she kissed him back. Desire surged, but he tamped it down, finding solace in the knowledge that he'd been right. She wanted him,
maybe as much as he wanted her. When he stepped back, she inclined her head. You think that kiss was an adequate gesture? Kyle's gaze remained steady on hers.
If I could, I'd shower you with... quick, what's your favorite flower?
White roses. Suspicion filled her voice. Why?
An adequate gesture would be to fill this room with white roses.
She frowned. Flowers don't mean anything.
We'll discuss that later.
He spoke in a cheerful tone. Why later?
Because I'm still naked, and I just heard the front door slam.
As Eliza strolled down the sidewalk toward Swoon, she patted herself on the back. For more than 24 hours, she'd done a stellar job of keeping things casual between her and Kyle. It had been no easy feat. Each time his eyes met hers, she felt the punch. Like last night, while she'd sat beside Lolo, who was drawing with charcoal, Kyle wandered over. All he had to do was place a hand on her shoulder and lean close to have her heart tripping. Eliza tried to tell herself the fact they'd had sex didn't change anything, other than Kyle appeared determined to take any opportunity to touch her, and she couldn't seem to find the motivation to tell him to keep his hands to himself. Last night, there had been a kiss outside her bedroom door after Lolo and Catherine had gone to bed. A simple kiss that might have lasted several minutes longer than it should have. As the kiss continued, Eliza had been seriously tempted to grab him by his shirt and drag him into her bedroom. The only thing that stopped her was the fear. She wanted him too much, with a burning intensity she'd never felt for anyone. That's what going without sex for so long does to a girl, Eliza told herself as she approached Swoon, the trendy boutique and bridal salon that had opened in Good Hope last fall. In her position as executive director of the Cherries, Eliza usually made it a point to visit new businesses. But after Jeremy and Finn's unexpected engagement announcement last September, Eliza hadn't been in the mood to visit any place that had to do with weddings. Which was a shame, since she'd seen several items of clothing in the window that appealed to her. Bells over the door gently chimed her arrival. Since it was barely 10, the store was on winter hours. Reminding herself she wasn't here to shop, Eliza strode through the boutique to the archway leading to the bridal salon. She paused for a moment, letting the decor sink in. Impressive was the word that came immediately to mind. With its oversized gilt-edged mirrors, chandeliers dripping with crystals, and a heavily tufted ottoman as large as her flower garden, the interior brought the elegance of a bygone era to life. The wallpaper, a monochromatic floral print, held white flowers over a cream background. Several wooden mannequins modeled gowns that drew the eye. The woman who came to greet her wore a red dress with a flared skirt and heels. A name popped into Eliza's head just before the woman reached her. Piper Ambrose. Piper! Eliza extended a hand to the former show choir alto. It's been a long time. Piper took her hand, gave it a shake. The woman had changed a little since high school. She still had a thick mass of brown hair and big brown eyes. The only difference was that, sometime during the last 10 years, she'd shed the baby fat. I'm happy you called. I wondered when our paths would cross. Oh, and her voice now held the hint of a southern drawl. I'm impressed. Eliza glanced around. This is a nice place. I pulled a variety of styles out for you. Not for me, Eliza clarified with a little laugh. For Lindsay Lohmeyer. For the competition. Piper's eyes lit up. This could mean some excellent publicity for Swoon. Absolutely. Eliza tapped a finger against her lips. That's why we need to make sure that we look for the unique and steer clear of the traditional. You mentioned that on the phone.
Piper gestured to several upholstered chairs arranged near the dressing room. I think you have a solid plan. They sat and discussed the competition for several more minutes. Eliza was about to ask Piper to show her the dresses she'd pulled out for Lindsay when the bells over the door sounded. Eliza rose. That should be Lindsay and Amy. Piper hurried into the boutique, returning seconds later with Amy and Lindsay. The women were chattering happily, and Eliza felt a stab of jealousy. The two had always been close. Eliza! Lindsay's smile was like a ray of sun breaking through a cloudy day. She covered the remaining distance between them in several strides. I'm so glad the three of us can do this together. Amy offered Eliza a warm smile. But the warmest greeting came from Sarah Rose, who faced out in some sort of contraption strapped to Amy's chest. The baby squealed when she saw Eliza. Kicking her chubby legs, she leaned forward, little hands reaching out. Amy chuckled. My daughter is enchanted with you. Babies normally hate me. Eliza stepped close and touched the baby's soft hand. Clearly, this baby doesn't hate you. Amy leaned down and kissed the top of her daughter's dark head. Sarah Rose's fingers curved around Eliza's, forcing her to raise her own hand to try to dislodge the grip. Apparently thinking it was a game, the baby shrieked her pleasure and favored Eliza with another open-mouthed smile. Eliza grinned back. We're going to have so much fun, Amy told her and Lindsay. Shopping for wedding dresses should be enjoyable. Piper winked. The ones I've pulled for you are unique and lovely. While Lindsay tried on dresses, Eliza and Amy sipped from champagne flutes filled with club soda and lime wedges. They took turns helping out in the dressing room. When it was Amy's turn to help Lindsay, Eliza held Sarah Rose. Surprisingly, the baby was content to sit on her lap and play with her necklace. Eliza found herself relaxing. Maybe she wouldn't be as bad at this mothering thing as she'd once thought. There were pink dresses, ones with pastel flowers, and another in deep red with silver accents. A lovely dove gray one didn't suit Lindsay's coloring at all, and a white one had the colors of sunset splashed across the hem. Passing the baby to her mother, Eliza relieved Amy in the dressing room. She glanced at the gown Lindsay held, but was making no move to put on. Eliza cocked her head. You don't seem to be having fun, Lynn. Is something wrong? She kept her voice low, ensuring they wouldn't be overheard. Judging by the laughter and conversation coming from outside the dressing room, the effort was unnecessary. I'm overwhelmed. Lindsay lifted her gaze. There are so many beautiful dresses. And? Eliza prompted when her friend didn't continue. Lindsay expelled a heavy sigh and let her fingers trail down the swath of red that covered the bodice, then slashed down the side of the dress. When I look at myself in the mirror, I can't see myself walking down the aisle. Eliza pulled her brows together, not sure what her friend was trying to say. Because you don't like any of them? No, no, no. Lindsay grabbed Eliza's hands. It's not that at all. I think it's because I'm wearing them. I can't seem to get a good sense of how the dress looks. Eliza must still have looked confused because Lindsay blew out a frustrated breath. I don't know how else to explain it. A knock sounded at the door. When Eliza opened it, Piper stood there, the smile on her face tentative. Is there anything you need? Obviously, they'd taken longer than they realized. Yes. Without preamble, Lindsay repeated everything she'd just told Eliza, then turned to Piper. Is there anything you can suggest? The smile Piper bestowed on Lindsay was reassuring. While it's not common, you're certainly not the first bride-to-be who's experienced that feeling. Really? The look of relief on Lindsay's face matched the bald hope in her voice. "What did you suggest?" "That they have a friend model the dresses while they relax and observe." Piper's scrutinizing gaze shifted to Eliza. "You and Lindsay are nearly the same size. You can model the remaining dresses and any of the ones she's tried that are still under consideration." The words of protest that sprang to her lips were quickly swallowed when Lindsay turned pleading eyes in her direction. Somehow, Eliza even managed a smile. "I'd be happy to model." Lindsay shoved the dress into Eliza's hands. "I'll stay and help you put it on." "You've been busy trying on clothes. Why don't you take a seat, have a glass of club soda, and enjoy the show?" Piper offered an encouraging smile. "I'll help Eliza." "Is that okay with you?" Lindsay asked, even as she began to edge her way out of the dressing room. "Absolutely." She waved a hand. "Everything is under control back here." Once Lindsay had disappeared into the waiting area, Eliza turned to Piper. "Have you really had this happen before?" "You see everything in this business." Piper's smile was serene. "I get the feeling Lindsay is trying too hard to pick the perfect gown, stressing herself in the process." While she spoke, Piper reached over and expertly fastened the back of the dress Eliza had slipped on. "The red looks fabulous with your dark hair." Eliza cast a critical eye into the mirror and grudgingly agreed. "The problem is, I'm not sure it suits Lindsay's coloring." Amy and Lindsay agreed with that assessment. The next dress, sheer and the color of sand on a beach, got so-so reviews from the armchair critics. Even Sarah Rose didn't smile. The chimes over the door rang just as Piper finished helping her on with a black satin. The sheath had caught Eliza's eye the moment she'd seen it. Strapless, with a scalloped neckline, it had decorative gemstones swirling across the bodice. "You look like a princess." Piper squeezed her arm. "We also have this gown in blush." Eliza's heart gave a ping. Trying on these dresses might make her feel like a bride, but she needed to keep reminding herself this was Lindsay's gig. The odds were she'd live out the rest of her life alone. Like Catherine. That was okay. Eliza was happy alone. She enjoyed her own company and her home. Not my home any longer. Eliza closed her eyes against the pain. Not only was she alone, she didn't even have a home. Not really. She was on the verge of descending into a pity party when her phone dinged, indicating a text. Blinking back tears, Eliza pulled it from her purse. A picture of 24 white roses, complete with greenery and a white satin ribbon, flashed on the screen. Puzzled, she glanced at the text. "If Saturday night had meant something, these are the flowers I'd have sent." Eliza's heart swelled. She was ridiculously touched by the message. Casting one last look at the picture, she read the message again before dropping the phone back into her purse. She stepped into the waiting area and twirled around. "What do you think?" Her two friends looked at each other, then back at her. Amy dabbed at her eyes. "That's the one." Sarah Rose reached out and squealed. Lindsay sighed. "You look like a bride." Which was, after all, the point of trying on dresses. But Eliza held her tongue. At that moment, she wasn't sure she could speak. Her thoughts returned to Kyle, to the silly, sweet, and romantic text. She'd told him, told herself, that Saturday night hadn't meant anything. Yet, since that night, she couldn't get him out of her mind. She felt a closeness to him that she didn't want to examine too closely, because if she did, she might start wanting or hoping for more. Her gaze strayed back to the three-way mirror. Just like a bride. Emotion rose to clog her throat, and she had to blink back tears. The unexpected text must have unsettled her more than she'd realized. That was the only explanation Eliza could come up with, other than simple relief. It appeared the hunt for the perfect dress was finally over. Chapter 17. Kyle hadn't expected to hear from Eliza after sending the text. He told himself he kept checking his phone only because a supplier was supposed to get back to him about a specialty item. Shortly after 12, his phone signaled 2 new texts. The first was a picture of Eliza wearing a sexy black gown. The dress! Kyle studied the image. He'd known Eliza had been at the local bridal salon with Lindsay and Amy this morning. This must be the bridesmaid's dress they'd chosen. His gaze lingered on the gown. It suited her to perfection. While he couldn't recall attending a wedding where the bridesmaids wore black, the dress was made for Eliza. There was only one negative. She would be more beautiful than the bride. He replied with a thumbs up, then scrolled to the next message. It was from his mother. He tightened his fingers around the phone as he read the message, not prepared for the raw emotion that pummeled him with the force of a tsunami. I haven't yet spoken with your father. Not the right time. Soon, I promise. His mother still insisted the possibility that Ed Rakes was his father had never crossed her mind. It had been a one-time thing. They'd used protection. When Kyle had informed her last summer that his blood type was incompatible with his father's, or rather, the man he thought of as his father, she'd sobbed. What about Jeremy? Though she was keeping it cryptic, probably worried his dad might pick up her phone, Kyle knew what she was asking. Not having the answer nagged like a rotten tooth. The second Jeremy got back from his honeymoon, Kyle vowed to be on his doorstep. He wouldn't be put off any longer. The fact that he'd skipped lunch and was battling a piece of crown molding only added to his edginess. He thought about the bakery down the street and decided he needed a break. On the short jog down the block to Bloom's Bake Shop, Kyle admitted it wasn't just the situation with his mother and Jeremy that had him tense. It was the situation with Eliza. Saturday night had been amazing. There was no other word to describe it. Kyle had discovered what he'd only suspected. Beneath Eliza's cool, sometimes haughty, exterior hid a woman capable of great passion, and she had a sly sense of humor he found endearing. The problem was, she seemed determined to treat what had happened between them that night as an aberration, something that should not be allowed to happen again. Though he had a lot on his plate with the theater renovation, the situation with the house, and Lolo, Kyle never backed away from a challenge, never walked away from something he wanted. He would make Eliza see what he already knew. One time, or rather, one night, was not enough. Kyle pushed open the door to Bloom's Bake Shop, his mind focused on possible ways to convince a certain stubborn brunette to let him get close, when he heard his name, and found himself face to face with her. Eliza told herself it was only polite to call out a greeting. She, Lindsay, and Amy had decided to celebrate the successful shopping trip by stopping at Amy's shop for tea and cookies. The lavender and rosewater cookies featured today were a favorite in the Bloom family. When coupled with a cup of herbal tea served in a pretty china cup, it proved to be the perfect ending to a very successful outing. From her position facing the window, she'd seen Kyle approach the bakery. When he'd pushed open the door, Eliza was embarrassed to admit her heart skipped a beat. Though she'd grown up with a father who wore a suit every day, there was something about Kyle in his flannel shirt, jeans, and work boots that spoke to her on a primal level. He sauntered over to where they sat. The scruff along his jawline only added to his appeal.
Afternoon, ladies.
Kyle slanted a glance at Lindsay.
Thumbs up on the bridesmaid's dress?
Oh, we didn't get that far. Lindsay gave a little laugh. It was enough to pick the wedding dress, but we found the one, a gorgeous black satin. Eliza wanted to crawl under the table when he cast a glance in her direction. Having Sarah Rose on her lap made that maneuver impossible.
That was the wedding dress?
Amy cocked her head, her clearly curious gaze settling on Kyle.
You saw the dress? Eliza sent me a picture. Very striking.
Thanks. Lindsay sipped her tea. I'm happy with it. Amy lifted the cup to her lips as if trying to hide her smile, but it didn't work. Eliza saw the amusement dancing in her green depths. Eliza looked absolutely stunning in the dress. Lindsay heaved a sigh. I only hope I look half as pretty as her. The look Eliza flashed him told Kyle it was time to change the subject. He glanced at the bake case, then at the table with the three women.
What's good today?
Eliza gestured to her plate. The special cookie today is lavender with rosewater icing.
Oh.
Kyle inwardly grimaced. He hadn't made the trek here to eat flowers.
I'm more in the mood for a brownie.
I'll show you what we have today.
Hadley spoke from behind the counter.
We have 3 varieties to choose from, and you can't go wrong with any of them.
Hadley, with her blonde hair, blue eyes, and killer body, had caught the eye of several of his men. They'd quickly discovered that, while she was friendly and pleasant, she was not interested. Kyle wondered if she had a local boyfriend. Not that he cared. He cast a glance at Eliza. He'd discovered he was partial to brunettes.
I was in the mood for brownies, too.
Hadley pointed to the top shelf in the bake case,
as evidenced by there being 3, count 'em, 3 choices today.
As Kyle assessed the options, his stomach gave a loud growl.
Sorry.
He shrugged.
Missed lunch.
Make sure you eat something nutritious tonight,
Amy called from the table, painted a robin's egg blue.
Especially if you have a brownie now.
Yes, Mother,
Eliza drawled. Amy only laughed, not seeming to take offense. Lindsay reached over and patted Amy's hand. We know you're firmly into mothering mode, and that's okay. Returning his attention to the bake case, Kyle pointed to the one on the far left.
Is that a whipped peanut butter topping?
It's one of my favorites.
Hadley smiled.
But I also love the raspberry chocolate one, and the pure chocolate bliss is decadent. I'll take the chocolate bliss.
He reached into his back pocket and pulled out his wallet.
And black coffee.
To stay or go?
Kyle had planned on sitting down for a few minutes, but that was before he knew Eliza and her friends were here.
To go.
The bells over the door jingled, and Hadley shifted her gaze. He watched the blonde's eyes light up. Kyle turned to see David Chapin holding the door open for his daughter, Bryn. He was a tall man, with dark hair and a confident set to his broad shoulders. His eyes reflected keen intelligence. Though they weren't exactly friends, he'd become well acquainted when David had been the architect on the Good Hope Living Center project. Kyle recognized Bryn as one of the girls in Cade and Marigold's seedling troupe.
Kyle.
David greeted him warmly, as if they were old friends.
I thought you'd be at the theater. Just grabbing a late lunch? The theater is looking good. It's a beautiful building.
Kyle turned back to Hadley.
What do I owe you?
Hadley handed him the sack, and when she gave him the amount, he pushed a bill across the counter.
Keep the change.
Bryn tugged at her father's hand. She was a pretty child, as blonde as her father was dark. Instead of her eyes being gray like her dad's, Bryn's were a vivid blue.
I wish I could have a brownie for lunch. Me too.
Behind the counter, Hadley chuckled. "What brings you and your dad by this afternoon?" "I painted you something." The girl lifted a sheet of paper. "It's a picture of you." Hadley stared at the watercolor, appearing at a loss for words.
That's cool.
Kyle cocked his head. Standing in a bed of brightly colored flowers was a stick figure with a mass of yellow hair and big blue eyes.
Very colorful. The teacher had them draw a picture of a favorite man and woman in their life.
David cleared his throat.
Bryn chose you for the woman.
The architect appeared embarrassed and perplexed by the admission. Kyle had heard David and his wife were divorced and that David had been granted full custody of Bryn. He knew the ex-wife hadn't been back since the divorce, not even to see her daughter. But Bryn's grandmother was very much involved. So why had the child painted a picture of Hadley? When Hadley still didn't speak, a frown worried the little girl's pale brows. "Don't you like it?" The plaintive quality to the little voice had Kyle's gaze shooting back to Hadley. Even if she hated the picture, she could at least say something nice. Hadley swallowed convulsively. Her fingers trembled as she carefully lifted the drawing from the child's hands. "I love it." She rounded the counter and crouched down by the child. "Thank you. I will treasure it always." Bryn flung her arms around Hadley's neck. "I knew you'd like it." From where he stood, Kyle saw Hadley squeeze her eyes closed for several seconds. Kyle turned away, feeling as if he was intruding on a private moment, which made no sense. Before he reached the door, the scraping of chairs being pushed back caught his attention. "Cake tasting at 10 on Wednesday, my house." Eliza delivered the reminder like an order as she handed the baby back to Amy. "I'll have my cake samples there by 9. Amy cuddled her daughter close for a second, then turned to Lindsay. "I've said this before, but it bears repeating. We're friends, but if you and Dan end up liking your mother's samples better, that's okay." Like Bryn had done with Hadley only moments earlier, Lindsay gave Amy a hug. "You're the best." "Hey, something just hit me. If you have time and don't mind holding Sarah Rose, I can show you how to make a pie crust look like an octopus." "I'd love that." Lindsay's expression brightened. "Braxton's birthday is fast approaching, and I want to do something special. He likes pie more than cake, and I think he'll get a kick out of an octopus crust." As if remembering their third musketeer, Lindsay turned to Eliza. "Do you want to watch, Eliza? The crust is really cool." "Thanks for the invitation." Eliza waved a hand in a vague gesture. "But Lolo will be home from school soon. I need to be there." Lindsay nodded understandingly. "Today was fun." "Wednesday will be fun, too. You and Dan will enjoy the cake tasting," Eliza promised, then glanced at Amy. "Good luck with the crust." Kyle could easily have been out the door and halfway down the block, but he hung back. He opened the door for her, and when she smiled, he was glad he'd waited.
I'm surprised you didn't want to learn how to make a pie crust look like an 8-legged creature with 3 hearts.
3 hearts? The skeptical look she shot him had Kyle smiling.
Just a piece of fun trivia.
She rolled her eyes. "I can count on one hand the pies I've made in the last 10 years. Baking pies with elaborate crusts just isn't my thing."
I like the wedding gown you picked. Different. Unique.
He slowed his steps to match hers.
It looks amazing on you.
How it looks on me doesn't matter. I'm not the bride. Kyle kept his tone casual.
Why were you wearing it? More important, why send the picture to me?
After trying on a handful of gowns, Lindsay got stressed. She claimed she couldn't tell which one she liked when she was the one wearing them.
Eliza glanced away for a second, her expression nonchalant when it returned to him. Since we're the same size, I was tapped to model. Kyle thought about telling her that while the dress suited her to perfection, he doubted it would suit Lindsay. Reminding himself he wasn't an expert on women's wedding apparel, he kept the observation to himself.
Now you move on to cakes.
Eliza nodded. Wednesday afternoon.
That's my day to be there for Lolo after school.
He slanted a glance in her direction.
Would you prefer I pick her up at school and take her somewhere? I don't want us to be in the way.
No, it's your home too. It'll be fine. She smiled. Once we're finished, you and Lolo can give your own thumbs up or down on the cakes.
It's your home too.
Hers and his. Kyle liked the fact that she'd linked them together. As they continued down the sidewalk, he realized he hadn't asked how Beck's investigation of the life estate was going. Kyle didn't know if that meant she'd hit a roadblock or if her efforts to toss him out were full speed ahead.
What's new with Beck?
Eliza nodded to a woman hurrying down the street, several shopping bags in hand, before refocusing on him. Shouldn't you be asking Amy that question?
Last I knew, he was still your attorney.
Her smile disappeared. For all the good he's done me? Eliza slowed her steps when the theater came into view. No, that isn't fair. Beck is very competent. He can't find something that isn't there. Kyle took her arm, glad for an excuse to touch her, happy for a reason to change the subject.
Let's go inside, and I'll show you around.
He caught a few of the men checking Eliza out when they walked up. Her cool gaze swept over them like a stiff March breeze. She stepped inside and inhaled sharply. Kyle! Oh my God, what you've done here is amazing!
It's coming together.
Pride filled his words.
As you know, this theater goes back to the 1920s. According to Jeremy, citizens voted to put the money in renovation rather than tearing down and building new.
There was a lot of discussion, pros and cons to both options. Eliza slid her hand along a railing, and Kyle's mouth went dry. He remembered how those fingers had felt sliding across his bare skin. Kyle lifted his gaze to her full, red mouth. She caught the look. For a moment, they shared a smile. Everyone felt strongly that the company that did the renovation needed to understand the importance of preserving the Art Deco design of the structure.
That was important to me as well.
Kyle's gaze surveyed the concession area.
If you notice, the color scheme complements the bold earth tones of orange and green from the original terrazzo floor.
Very nice. Eliza pointed to the painting on the curved wall of the second-story landing that led to the balcony. My grandmother adored that mural. When I was small, I called it the woman with the long orange hair.
Kyle smiled. Izzy Deschler repainted it for us.
She does excellent work. Eliza's gaze lingered on the painting. Graham would have loved seeing it restored so beautifully.
I didn't mean to upset you.
He hadn't brought Eliza in here to remind her of the past, or to make her sad. For several long seconds, Eliza simply gazed at the mural. Then she took a deep breath and let it out slowly. The house is legally yours. He blinked, startled.
What?
I'm not certain what went wrong. My grandmother is gone and can't tell me why she didn't take care of business. Beck says my father was legally within his rights to sell my home. Turbulent gray eyes lifted to his face. It wasn't my intent to keep this news from you. I planned to tell you several days ago, but this week has been so busy. She whirled and flung out her hands. Who am I kidding?
I was worried once you discovered I have no claim on the home, I'd have to move out. The laugh she uttered came perilously close to a sob. Eliza pressed her lips together and straightened, her eyes like gray smoke. If you could give me to the end of the month, I'd—
Hey!
Kyle grabbed her arm for a second and resisted, barely, giving her a little shake.
Don't talk crazy. That house may be legally mine, but it's yours in every other sense.
She looked up at him, and he saw the hint of tears glistening on her dark lashes. What are you saying?
I'm not sure.
Kyle lifted his hands, palms up, then let them drop. He gentled his voice.
I may not know what the answer is, but I sure as heck know what it isn't. You're not leaving the home you love.
Chapter 18. I can't believe it. Eliza's hand trembled when she lifted the cup to her lips. She tried to steady her fingers, but finally gave up. All the worry about losing her home seemed inconsequential now. It doesn't seem real.
Poor little girl.
Catherine stared out the window, her wrinkles like deep craters in her skin.
Poor Owen.
Tuesday morning had dawned bright and sunny. Right on schedule, Kyle left for work and Lolo for school, leaving Eliza alone with Catherine. Over the past few weeks, a friendship of sorts had begun to form between her and the older woman, one Eliza couldn't seem to stop. They'd been chatting about the Ready, Set, Wed competition when Eliza had opened the latest Open Door newsletter. As the Good Hope Gazette newspaper was printed only weekly, the e-newsletter remained the best way to keep on top of local breaking news. A notice, edged in black on page 1, said that Mindy Vaughn, age 8, had passed away peacefully in her sleep. No other details were given. She glowed like a sunbeam walking down the aisle. Catherine dropped her gaze to her teacup, but made no move to drink. Eliza thought of Finn and the bond that had formed between her and the child last fall. I wonder if anyone will call Finn and Jeremy.
I hope not.
Eliza blinked.
They're in Hawaii on their honeymoon.
Catherine drew a shuddering breath.
Let them enjoy this time together. I'm sure that's what Mindy would want.
She wanted Lolo to teach her to draw with charcoal. Eliza cleared her throat, recalling the two heads bent over a single sheet of paper. A chill, like sleet on a window pane, had Eliza shivering. She rubbed her arms, but the coldness remained. Catherine's trembling fingers returned the china cup to its saucer. She met Eliza's gaze.
Kyle will have to break the news to Lolo when she gets home.
Do you think she'll hear about this at school?
No.
Catherine's tone left no room for disagreement, although there was the barest hint of uncertainty in the older woman's eyes.
I'm sure the news will spread through the grade school. The principal will probably bring in a couple of grief counselors, but the middle school is in a separate building.
Eliza expelled a breath. All she could see was Mindy's bright smile and the dress with the pink feathers. Blinking rapidly, she pushed to her feet. I need to tell Kyle. Catherine rose, not with her normal ease, but with an unsteadiness that showed her 80-plus years. She rounded the table and stood beside Eliza. Her eyes glistened with tears.
I feel so sad.
Eliza tried for a reassuring smile, but her lips refused to move. She expelled a shaky breath. We need to be strong for Lolo. Catherine nodded and rested a hand on Eliza's shoulder.
What can I do to help?
I scheduled myself to work the counter at the general store for a couple of hours. Eliza glanced at the clock. Nearly 9:30. If you could open the store for me, that will give me time to see Kyle. This is the kind of news best relayed in person. I agree. I'll change and head. You look fine, Eliza assured her. We have green aprons you can wear over your clothes. Catherine glanced down at the floral blouse and navy pants, or slacks, as she referred to them. She gave a nod. I'll leave right away. The key is in the dish on the foyer side table. Eliza ran a hand through her hair. What about the register? Eliza gave Catherine the keys and all the information she needed. If you need anything or have any questions, call me. Don't worry, I'm prepared. Being prepared was something Eliza understood, which was probably why she felt so unnerved. Dealing with the unexpected was definitely not her forte. Was this how her father felt when he'd gotten the news that Graham had been in the accident? Eliza shoved the thought aside. The last person she wanted to think about right now was her father. Not when a good-hearted man had just lost his daughter. What would it be like to love a child, then lose her? Poor Owen. She hoped Dan had been called and was even now offering his support. Eliza paused in the entryway, her hand on the knob. Do you think Kyle might have already heard? I doubt it. Catherine lifted the key to the shop from the depression glass dish. Neither he nor his crew are from around here. I hate having to be the one to tell him, Eliza surprised herself by saying. Catherine offered a reassuring smile. Life is filled with difficult conversations. Eliza returned home an hour later. Once inside, she closed her eyes, taking several deep breaths as grief swamped her. She'd hoped for time alone with Kyle. She'd gotten 15 seconds. He'd been meeting with the electrical inspector about an issue when she walked in. After pulling him off to the side, she'd given him the news, then left. She'd had to leave, and not just because it was obvious he was busy. Just saying the words, Mindy died, had her tearing up. Swiping at her cheeks, she took the stairs 2 at a time. Everything inside her felt raw and exposed. Mindy had been only 8 and so excited about life. She'd wanted Lolo to teach her to draw. A sob rose in Eliza's throat at all the dreams Mindy had had that would never be realized. She'd take a shower. That's what she'd do. Turn the water scorching hot and wash away these feelings. With hands that shook, she undressed. But instead of heading into the bathroom, she found herself opening a drawer and pulling out the Powerpuff Girls pajamas her grandmother had given her as a gag gift for her 16th birthday. Eliza pressed the soft fabric against her cheek. She'd identified with Blossom as a child. The leader of the Powerpuff Girls was smart, strong, and courageous. Her mother had said those were all characteristics she saw in Eliza. In the 15 years she'd had the PJs, Eliza had worn them only a handful of times. Times like this, when she needed special comfort. As she pulled on the bottoms covered in words like nice, power, and save the day, she wished for her grandmother, wished those loving arms were around her now. But she'd learned long ago that wishes weren't reality. Heaving a weary sigh, Eliza dropped to sit on the bed. She couldn't seem to get Mindy's bright smile out of her head. Tears slipped down Eliza's cheeks. She didn't bother to wipe them away. Her heart filled her chest, making breathing difficult. Pulling her knees up to her chest, she began to rock back and forth. The sobs came then, racking sobs that stole the rest of her breath. Why couldn't life be fair? Why couldn't it be kind? Eliza. Just one word, a second of warning, before Kyle was beside her, enfolding her in his strong arms. She pulled away, swiping at her eyes, undoubtedly only making things worse. You didn't need to come. I like the pajamas. Amusement flickered for a second in his eyes. Lolo is a big fan of Blossom. Her cheeks grew hot. They were a gift. From my grandmother." She attempted to push his hands away, but he only tightened his hold.
I need to hold you, E. Please, let me hold you.
Eliza stopped struggling. She lifted her tear-streaked face to his. Gently, Kyle brushed back a strand of hair that was stuck to her cheek. She saw sorrow and pain in his eyes.
When you told me Mindy had died,
He exhaled a ragged breath.
I felt as if someone had hit me with a 2x4. Then you were gone, and
He swallowed convulsively.
I still had to deal with the architect.
"I'm sorry. I wanted to tell you in person." More tears slipped down her cheeks. "I should have waited."
All I wanted at that moment was to hold you tight, gain strength from your strength.
"As you can see, I'm not the one to come to if you're looking for strong." She gave a hiccuping chuckle.
You're wrong. You're strong and smart and caring.
When she started to shake her head, he cupped her cheek.
My darling E, you're everything and more.
When his lips closed over hers, she flung her arms around his neck and clung to him like he was her personal life preserver on stormy seas. Close. She wanted him close, needed him close. "Take this off." Her fingers tugged at the buttons of his shirt. An hour later, she was curled up naked beside him in the bed. "I wasn't thinking of this when—" "Shh." The palm of his hand gently stroked her hair.
We both needed this.
Grasping his hand, she pulled it to her lips and placed a kiss in the palm. "I'm glad you came home." Home, she thought. Such a strange word. She'd always thought of this house as hers, only hers. Now it belonged to him, too.
I'm glad I came home too.
He laid his head against hers.
I knew I'd feel better once I was with you.
As Eliza snuggled against him, she thought that that just might be the nicest thing anyone had ever said to her. "How did Lolo take the news?" Amy glanced up from where she was arranging the cake samples in Eliza's dining room on Wednesday afternoon. "It was a rough night. Kyle was really good with her." Eliza's heart swelled as she recalled his kindness. "They went for a long walk. When they got back, I could see she'd been crying, but she was calm. She wants to attend the funeral." Amy gave a nod as she set the black and white tiered cake on the table. "Funerals can be a comfort to those left behind." The bakery owner's green eyes took on a distant gleam, and Eliza wondered if Amy was thinking about her mother, a woman who'd died far too young. As if eager to change the subject, Amy gestured to the cakes, still in their boxes, dropped off by Lindsay's mother. "I'm surprised Anita left so quickly. Why bring over the samples and not stage them?" "She had big orders to fill." Eliza's lips lifted in a sardonic smile. "She's incredibly busy. Or so she said." "This is her daughter's wedding." Confusion furrowed Amy's brow. "I know she and I can't be here for the tasting, but I thought she'd want to at least arrange the samples." "I didn't give it much thought. But you're right. Breezing in and out is not normal Anita behavior." Eliza had been relieved that the woman had swept out the front door only minutes after arriving. "My guess is she thinks she has this in the bag." "You're probably right. Not only because Crumb and Cake specializes in wedding cakes, but because she's Lindsay's mom." Amy inclined her head. "Is that true?" "No." Eliza didn't hesitate. "This competition is about bringing good hope to the attention of brides and grooms all across the United States. We already see a fair number of destination weddings. If we win this competition, it will really put our community on the map." "Anita's cakes are difficult to beat." Eliza narrowed her gaze. "What's this about, Amy? Are you telling me not to pick Bloom's Bake Shop?
Of course I want to be considered. Amy gestured to her 3 cake samples. I wouldn't have gone to all this work otherwise. But she is Lindsay's mom.
If this was simply Lindsay's wedding and not part of the competition, having her mother handle the cakes would be a given.
Eliza turned at the sound of the front door opening.
But this is a competition. Your entries, as well as hers, will be given a fair shot.
Hey, ladies! Kyle stuck his head into the parlor. Remind me where we keep the ibuprofen?
In the cupboard over the sink.
She saw his bandaged left hand, and her heart leaped to her throat.
Eliza quickly moved to his side. What happened?
Nail gun misfired. A rueful smile tipped Kyle's lips. I was gripping the board with my left hand, and it ended up in the nail's line of fire. Thankfully, the x-ray showed no fracture. The doctor cleaned it up, gave me a tetanus shot, and sent me on my way.
Eliza cast a worried glance at the gauze wrap. Take 4 ibuprofen, that's prescription strength, and lie down.
I'll be fine.
She shook her head, placing her hand on his good arm. You'll feel better once you rest.
Kyle hesitated, then reluctantly nodded. I didn't get much sleep last night.
Lolo hadn't been the only one in the house who'd grieved for the bright-eyed child. It was a difficult day.
She looked at his bandaged hand and recalled the child-proof bottle of analgesic.
I'll go with you to the kitchen. You'll take the ibuprofen and then head upstairs.
His lips twitched. Do I have a choice?
Not really.
Over his shoulder, he called out, Nice to see you, Amy.
You're nice to him,
was the first thing Amy said when Eliza returned and moved to the cake table to take Anita's samples out of the boxes.
Eliza kept her tone light. Why wouldn't I be?
It's just that... Amy appeared to carefully consider her words. Other than Jeremy, you tend to dismiss most men.
Kyle is a good guy.
Eliza was spared from having to say more when the doorbell rang.
That should be Lindsay and Dan.
Which is my cue to leave. Amy cast one last glance at the table and nodded in satisfaction.
Lindsay and Dan looked as haggard as Kyle.
Still, they spoke with Amy for several minutes on her way out the door before accepting Eliza's offer of coffee. Eliza was aware the couple was at her house to pick the cake for their wedding. Still, she had to ask.
Has Owen set a time for the funeral?
It will be Saturday at 10.
Dan offered Lindsay a grateful smile when she set the coffee in front of him.
Thanks, honey.
Dan took a long drink before continuing.
Owen wanted to make sure Mindy's classmates would be free to attend, if their parents choose to bring them.
How's he holding up?
Eliza followed Lindsay's lead and sat down. His faith is a comfort, but he's devastated. Dan's brown eyes were solemn. He appreciated our visit yesterday.
Dan reached over and grasped Lindsay's hand, gave it a squeeze. I'm going over to see him after the tasting.
Lindsay lifted her chin and glanced at her fiancé, as if daring him to stop her.
See what else I can do to help.
Dan met her gaze. A muscle in his jaw jumped. As we discussed, I'm not sure that's a good...
I'm sorry if you think it's improper for me to go there without you.
Lindsay's voice was wound as tightly as a piano wire.
Owen is my friend, and he has no one to help him.
I understand you want to help him, Lynn. I really do. But I'm a minister, and a minister's wife has to be on guard against even the perception of impropriety. Dan's voice was persuasive, but the fire simmering in Lindsay's eyes said she wasn't convinced.
I'm not your wife,
she shot back. You will be, he began, and... Sorry to interrupt. Kyle's smile might be easy, but Eliza knew he'd heard the raised voices and had come to check them out. Dan, Lindsay, good to see you both.
What happened to your hand? Lindsay asked in an obvious attempt to change the subject.
A nail took a bite out of me. Ouch.
Dan appeared to force a smile.
Are you okay? I'm good.
Will you join us? Eliza gestured to an empty chair. We have plenty. That'd be great. Lindsay spoke quickly. Please say yes. Kyle glanced at Dan and received a nod.
Sure.
Cradling his injured hand against his body, Kyle sat beside Eliza's chair.
I could eat cake.
Not wanting to continue with the Owen discussion, Eliza jumped right into the purpose of this meeting. She gestured to the samples. Before we do any tasting, it's important to assess the cakes that are being proposed from a purely visual aspect. Dan's brows pulled together in confusion.
Isn't taste the most important factor?
In most weddings, I'd say it's equal to the appearance of the cake. Eliza waited, giving the words a chance to soak in. As this is a competition, what the judges will likely pay the most attention to is appearance. The colors, the design, and the way it fits in with the total wedding package on display.
Taste takes a back seat.
Kyle took the cup of coffee Eliza handed him. Exactly. Though Amy and Anita are known for their delicious cakes, we'll sample them, because the judges will, but we'll focus more on their visual appeal. Mom's cakes look more traditional. A frown furrowed Lindsay's brow. Didn't you tell her we wanted something non-traditional? Eliza's voice betrayed no emotion. She and Amy received the same sheet of written instructions. She does what she wants. Expelling a heavy breath, Lindsay glanced at Dan. That's my mother. I think it might be helpful to evaluate each set of entries separately. Eliza took a sip of coffee, then set the cup down and moved to the end of the table. Feeling like a television game show hostess, she gestured to Anita's first cake sample. Anita made a note that the pastel flowers on this topper would be woven around the other layers. It's pretty, but fairly traditional. Lindsay scrutinized the cake. Mom does a beautiful job with flowers, but they're pastels, and our colors are black and white. I'm wondering if that's why she gave us this chocolate frosted one with the white flowers. With the elegant sweep of her hand, Eliza gestured to the next example. Dan is allergic to chocolate. Lindsay expelled an exasperated breath. While that one is pretty, he wouldn't be able to eat a bite.
Okay.
Eliza moved on to the third selection. Classic white with elaborate scrolling on the sides.
It's beautiful.
Dan glanced at Lindsay. But very traditional. Lindsay turned to Eliza for confirmation. Got a nod.
The other cakes are definitely more unusual.
Dan's gaze focused on the ones Amy had staged to full advantage on the table. The first appeared to channel Chanel. Each tier of black fondant was separated by a thin strand of pearls. Hand-sculpted white bows embellished with a black brooch with pearl white trim adorned each layer. The groom's cake sported a tuxedo pattern along with black and white fondant bow ties. The final sample, a mini wedding cake, had a zebra stripe pattern on the bottom, topped by two black tiers with black and white fondant flowers. I think any of the three would work. Lindsay turned to Dan. What do you...
I'm sorry.
Dan held up his phone.
Joe Lyle, I hoped I could make it through this without being called away, but he's in the hospital and...
Go. Lindsay stood. That's why we drove separately. When he opened his mouth as if to protest, Lindsay continued. I'll be fine. You don't really need to be here for this anyway.
You're the best.
Dan leaned over and brushed her cheek with his lips.
Let me know which one gets the thumbs up.
When the front door shut, Eliza waited for Lindsay to sit so they could continue. Instead, the blonde pulled her keys from her bag and slung the purse strap over her shoulder. Puzzled, Eliza stared. "Where are you going?" "To see Owen." Lindsay gestured to the cakes with one hand. "I know this competition is important to the community, but the man just lost his child. You heard Dan. He doesn't care which cake is chosen. Whatever you and Kyle decide is fine with me." Lindsay was nearly to the door when Eliza called out, "Wait!" Lindsay whirled, and her eyes flashed blue fire. "You're not going to talk me out of seeing Owen." "I wouldn't dream of it." Eliza placed Anita's chocolate cake back in the bakery box. "Take this to him. He can serve it to visitors. Please, give him our condolences and tell him we're thinking of him." Lindsay's eyes filled with tears. "Thank you." Eliza walked her friend to the door. When she returned, she found Kyle pouring himself another cup of coffee. She gestured to his bandaged hand. "How are you feeling?"
Better.
His smile held an impish edge.
I think I'll be 100% after a piece of that zebra cake.
Chapter 19.
I'm taking off early.
Kyle told his foreman when the clock hit 4 on Friday afternoon. He unhooked his tool belt and set it aside.
A couple of us guys are stopping by the flying crane.
Sean Flannery lifted his head from the piece of trim he was installing.
Join us. Thanks for the invitation.
Kyle smiled easily.
But I've got no explanation necessary.
Sean shot him a wink.
I'd pick the smoking hot brunette over us any day. Have a good weekend.
Kyle ignored the twinkle in Nate's eyes, knowing exactly what had put it there. An hour earlier, Eliza had passed by the job site, looking incredible in her fitted black dress and heels. Alerted by one of his crew, Kyle had dropped what he'd been doing and hurried out to speak with her. They hadn't had much chance to connect the past couple of days. Lolo had been flattened by news of Mindy's death. Since Tuesday, every conversation, at the dinner table and in the parlor, revolved around Mindy. Kyle understood the need for his sister to express her feelings, but he missed talking with Eliza about his day, learning about hers, missed seeing those smoky gray eyes narrow and those lips curve in a suspicious smile. As tonight was Catherine's turn to be home for Lolo, there was no need for him to rush home. Since Eliza had mentioned going to the Bay Shore in order to meet with the event planner and check out the setup for the singles event tomorrow night, Kyle hoped to catch her there. He quickened his step. It had been almost an hour since she'd passed by. The door to the hotel slid open, and Kyle hurried inside. Then he took a moment to simply breathe. Thanks to the gargantuan flower display on a table in the lobby, the air in the Bay Shore smelled like a tropical garden. He wondered if Eliza would be open to coming here sometime, having dinner, perhaps renting a room. With Lolo and Catherine always around, there was little opportunity for romance in the house. Bypassing the front desk, Kyle followed the signs to the ballrooms. He found Ballroom 1 in the process of being decorated for a wedding. He moved farther down the hall to Ballroom 2. This was a smaller room with numbered tables that were big enough for only two, set up in the back half of the space. With the quick, efficient moves that were as much a part of her as her trademark black, Eliza moved purposefully from one table to the next, leaving cards at each place setting. He stood there for several seconds, watching and enjoying the view.
What are you doing?
His voice echoed in the silence. She whirled. When she saw it was him, the tense set to her shoulders eased. "Didn't expect to see you here."
I got off early. I thought I'd see if you needed any help.
He gestured to the tables.
What kind of setup is this? It looks like some kind of speed dating thing.
It's a kind of speed getting acquainted thing. Eliza dropped a second card on the table. There are a lot of singles in Good Hope. A survey was done last year, and results showed there was interest in such events.
You're making it happen. Good for you.
I'm one of many who make it happen. She smiled modestly, but he could see his compliment had pleased her. These events have the support of many community organizations. Idly, Kyle picked up one of the cards she'd been dispensing.
What are these?
They contain the get acquainted questions that everyone will answer. He must have looked skeptical because she pointed to the chair. Sit. I'll tell you how we plan to use them, then you can give a thumbs up or down.
Always happy to help.
Kyle pulled out a chair and sat down. He wasn't sure which of them was more surprised when Eliza leaned over to press her lips against his mouth before sitting opposite him. Thanks for being a good sport.
Tell me how this is all supposed to work.
As he spoke, he lifted one of her hands and kissed each finger, feather light. Eliza cleared her throat. There will be cocktails and appetizers. Each person who chooses to participate will get a number when they walk through the door. After giving everyone time to mingle, we'll move into the getting acquainted part of the evening. Those with numbers will go to their table. The couples will be given 8 minutes to answer the questions. When the timer goes off, the men will get up and move to the next table.
This sounds similar to the speed dating craze of several years back.
Kyle cocked his head.
Did you consider that those who expressed a preference for more singles events in Good Hope may have simply wanted activities that weren't family-oriented?
Eliza tapped her temple with an index finger. You've got some brains in there. Kyle was still processing the backhanded compliment when she continued. I brought that up at one of our first organization meetings. While these first few events may seem like matchmaking, they're really intended to help the singles in the community get better acquainted. Eliza leaned across the table, her gray eyes focused and intense. We want them to feel like they're among friends at the rest of the activities we have planned this year.
Yet you're not requiring everyone to do the speed getting acquainted part of the evening.
Though it was more of a comment than a question, Eliza nodded. That's right. We don't want anyone feeling uncomfortable. Her gaze dropped to the card in front of her. The questions are pretty innocuous.
Tell me about the questions. How did you come up with them?
One of the committee members suggested them. Would you like to go through them with me? Though her tone was offhand, he sensed she'd be disappointed if he didn't play along.
Sure, I'm game.
Eliza nodded, picked up the card, and read from it. Tell me something I don't know about you. Relief skittered through him.
That's an easy one.
These aren't intended to be difficult or too personal. Eliza met his gaze, her expression serious. While the focus is on getting better acquainted, we needed them to be simple enough that each person would have time to answer all 3 in 8 minutes.
Can it be done?
Let's give it a try. Eliza set the timer on her phone to 8 minutes and gestured to him. The clock is ticking.
Something you don't know about me.
Absently, he tapped the table with his hand.
My dad taught me to run a bandsaw when I was 4.
A look of shock crossed her face. You were a baby!
I was 4. I made something for my mother's birthday. She still has it.
He smiled.
But that's a discussion for another time. It's your turn. What don't I know about Miss Eliza Shaw?
My grandmother used to send me white roses for no special reason.
Your favorite flower?
And hers. Eliza's eyes were dark with memories. No one loved me like she did. Probably no one ever will. She shook her head as if tossing aside the past. Next question is, tell me something we agree on. Kyle considered the question.
Honesty in a relationship is essential.
She nodded, thought for a moment. Trust. Usually, Kyle didn't have any trouble keeping up with conversation shifts, but she'd lost him. That's something else we agree on. Eliza smiled and glanced down at the paper. One last question. Tell me something you like about me.
Quick question.
He raised a hand to stop her protest.
How does that question work if the couple isn't acquainted?
The answer can be as simple as liking the other person's smile or the shirt they're wearing.
Ending the encounter with a compliment.
Yes, we thought breaking on a positive note would leave both participants with a good feeling. Eliza gestured toward the phone lying on the table. The clock is ticking.
There are so many things I like about you that it's hard to pick one.
He smiled at the skeptical look she shot him.
But since I have to choose one, I'd say it's your heart. You care about people, and you care about this community.
I'm the executive director of the Cherries. She waved a dismissive hand. Caring about Good Hope goes with the territory. Kyle took the hand he'd kissed moments earlier to his lips, his eyes fixed on hers.
You have a big heart.
I've been called hard-hearted more times than I can count. She gave a little laugh. I have a reputation for being a hard-ass.
Don't.
He tightened his hold on her hand when she attempted to pull away.
How many times do I have to tell you? You're a smart, intelligent, and caring woman.
She stopped struggling. A soft look filled her eyes as an invisible web of attraction wove around them. There's a couple of things I like about you, too, she admitted almost grudgingly.
That's what I like to hear.
Kyle couldn't stop the grin.
Too bad you only have time to name one.
Time?
Tick-tock.
His gaze dropped to her phone.
You've got 1 minute.
Eliza hesitated for only a second. You're kind. To Lolo, to Catherine, to me. You're a nice guy, Kyle Kendrick.
Thank you, E. Coming from you, that means a lot.
He was seized with the sudden urge to pull her into his arms and never let go. So, thumbs up or down? He cast her a quizzical look. On the questions? She reminded him.
Thumbs up.
He illustrated.
I'm even willing to answer them all over again on Saturday night. As long as you're my partner.
Saturday dawned bright and sunny. Kyle stood in the Good Hope Cemetery, Eliza on one side, Lolo on the other. Catherine was with her friends. Lolo buried her face against his arm, red-rimmed eyes spilling fresh tears. She was wearing the dress. Eliza stood ramrod straight and dry-eyed, but Kyle saw the pity and sadness in her eyes before the casket was closed. Mindy wore her sparkly scarf and the flower girl dress with the pink feathers. Had it been only a week ago that she'd walked down the aisle, her face beaming smiles? Kyle spotted Finn and Jeremy at the front of the church, sitting with Owen. They were supposed to have been in Hawaii for 2 weeks, but had flown back as soon as they'd gotten the news. Owen sat in the front row under the tent, his gaze focused straight ahead. When he lifted the white handkerchief Jeremy had pressed into his hand to wipe his eyes, Kyle saw his fingers shook. Owen would have done anything for his daughter. Kyle knew his dad would have been the same way. If cancer had struck him or Lolo, Scott Kendrick would have been at their side night and day. And if Kyle had been the one being placed in the ground, it would have been Scott Kendrick grieving, not Ed Rakes. Scott was the man who had raised him, the one who knew him, who loved him. Why had he pushed so hard to get Jeremy to give the DNA sample? Was it really so important to find out if Rake's blood ran through his veins?
No more pushing Jeremy,
Kyle told himself. Eliza leaned close. What did you say? He took her hand, laced his fingers with hers, and spoke in a low tone.
I can't imagine losing a child.
I can't either. Her gray eyes remained solemn. I hope we never find out. They'd never spoken about having children, but he wanted them, and Eliza was good with kids. He'd seen her with Ammy's Sarah Rose and with Lolo. She'd make a fabulous mother. She'd make a wonderful wife. There's a luncheon thing at the church, Lolo informed them when they returned to Eliza's Subaru. I want to go. It's important. Kyle exchanged a glance with Eliza, who simply shrugged. He refocused on his sister.
Why is it important?
If there's a lot of kids there, that will show her dad how much she meant to everyone. Lolo was silent for a long moment. If Prudy had killed herself, the only people at the funeral, except for me, would have been friends of her parents. She makes a good point. Eliza rested a hand on the girl's shoulder. When my grandmother died, I found comfort in the friends who showed up for the service. Kyle nodded.
Let's go and celebrate a life well lived.
There had been nothing normal about the weekend, not when it started with the funeral of a child. Eliza and Kyle never did make it to the singles event at the Bayshore. Lolo needed comfort and wanted Eliza home with her. Katie Ruth stepped in to oversee the event, which apparently went off without a hitch. The week sped by. Eliza found herself tapping a fingernail against the laptop as she studied the list of everything still needing to be done for the Ready, Set, Wed showcase.
What's with the frown?
Kyle set his plate down on the other side of the dining room table. Shouldn't you be at work?
It's Saturday, remember?
He gestured to the waffle and several slices of bacon. The aroma had her stomach growling, reminding her she'd yet to eat that morning.
Want some?
He lifted the dish, smiled.
I can share.
I'll make something. She stopped when she realized protesting was a wasted effort. He was already on his way to the kitchen. Kyle returned seconds later with another plate, along with butter and syrup. He expertly halved the waffle and tossed a couple of bacon slices beside it before handing it to her. Thanks.
You're welcome.
He filled his coffee cup from the carafe on the table, then topped off hers.
What are you doing?
Figuring out how to get everything done for the Ready, Set, Wed showcase. Eliza picked up a bacon slice and took a bite. Chewed.
I thought everything was done.
Kyle drenched his waffle in syrup.
You've got the dress and cake. What's left?
Hair. Eliza resisted the urge to glance at the list on the computer and focused instead on the food. This week, Lindsay finally went to Golden Door. I swear it was like wrangling a cat to get her there.
Now you can check that off your list.
Kyle popped the bite of syrup-laden waffle into his mouth. I wish. Eliza expelled a frustrated breath. This afternoon, we're scheduled for Marigold's salon. Lindsay tells me this morning she'll have to get back to me. She might not be able to make it.
Why?
It depends on how Owen is doing. Kyle appeared to choose his words carefully.
She and Owen have been spending a lot of time together. How does Dan feel about that?
Lindsay said it doesn't matter what Dan thinks. She's Owen's friend. She's going to be there for him.
Was all Kyle said.
Eliza narrowed her gaze. You have a problem with that?
Not my business. Not my fiancé.
If she were? Instead of answering, Kyle took another bite of waffle. You think she should let Dan direct her actions? Hot anger surged, even as the intensity of the emotion puzzled her. He's the man? He should run the show? Then it hit her. How many times had she heard those same words spew from her father's mouth? Kyle finished off the slice of bacon.
Who said that?
You did. Or that's what you thought, anyway. She flung the words like water from a glass.
Hey.
He reached across the table and took her hand, not letting go, even when she pulled hard to free it.
What's going on here?
Her heart beat quick and fast in her throat. She mentally flexed her fists for battle, then caught herself. Her irritation was with Lindsay, not with Kyle.
It's Lindsay.
Eliza sagged in her chair. I'm not sure what's going on with her. Being shut out so completely was something new, and it stung. She and Lindsay had been friends for years. All of a sudden, her friend had turned secretive. She won't discuss Owen or the wedding.
Do you think she wants to call it off?
The thought has crossed my mind. Eliza shrugged. I can't believe it hasn't crossed Dan's mind as well.
People should just be honest.
Kyle shifted his attention to his plate, but made no move to eat.
To drag it out isn't fair to her, or to him.
Obviously thinking of his ex-fiancée, Eliza thought. I'll try to speak with her this evening, if she shows up. Her phone rang just then, startling them both. Eliza glanced at the screen and frowned. It's Marigold. She forced a smile into her voice. Please tell me you're not canceling. Just a little change in location. Whatever works for you. Eliza slanted a look at Kyle. Since Finn is back, I thought we could meet at her place. Marigold paused. We could have a wine and cheese party while I do hair. Eliza considered. I don't see why that wouldn't work. Because the weather is so nice, the guys could play basketball or something while we play. Maybe later we can grill out. Make a night of it. The more the younger Bloom sister talked, the more it seemed as if this was about Marigold getting together with a couple of her sisters. Still, Lindsay was close to the entire Bloom family. This party, of sorts, might help ensure that the bride-to-be showed. I'll check with Lindsay and get back to you. Tell her to bring Dan. And Owen, if she wants, Marigold added. You bring Kyle. Is 5 too early? Sounds okay to me, but like I said, I need to check with Lindsay. While you're here, you can scope out the barn. As if uncertain of the outcome, Marigold sweetened the pot. I know you have pictures of the different parties that have been held at Rake's farm, but this way you can take another look. Kill 2 birds in one evening. I'll be in touch. Eliza ended the call and set down the phone.
Did she want to reschedule?
You've wanted to hit Jeremy up about the DNA testing, right? He nodded, shrugged. It looks like tonight may be your chance. Chapter 20.
Having both Owen and Dan here tonight should prove interesting.
Kyle wheeled the truck into a parking lot down the hill from the main house. Jeremy's house was a massive structure, 3 stories tall, with a porch that wrapped halfway around the front. Kyle admired the leaded glass above each window and the copper turret. The exterior colors of salmon, green, and yellow somehow worked on this Victorian-style home. Kyle remembered the first time he'd driven up the winding drive. He'd glanced around and wondered what it might have been like to grow up here, among the acres of tart cherries and apples and pears. Instead, he'd grown up in the construction industry, tagging along to job sites with his father, operating a bandsaw before he could tie his shoes. He smiled. Good memories. Inviting Owen got Lindsay to commit. Eliza slanted a glance at Kyle. I'm going to speak with her in the next few days. I want to make sure she's still interested in taking part in the wedding competition. Kyle gave a nod. He hoped when Eliza had that discussion with Lindsay, she'd encourage her friend to honestly look at her feelings for Dan. If those feelings had changed, Lindsay needed to tell Dan. Kyle remembered all too well what it had been like with Jessica. He'd been one of the last to know. If anyone could get Lindsay to come clean, it would be Eliza. That forthrightness was only one of the things he admired about her.
If she didn't like what you were doing, she said so. No beating around the bush. And she didn't try to control the lives of her friends. Kyle's feelings for her had only continued to grow. One of these days, he and Eliza would need to have their own discussion about feelings. But he couldn't think about that now. In the pocket of his jacket was a small box. He'd already purchased the DNA kit, so had brought it with him. But getting Jeremy's cooperation no longer held the importance or the urgency it once had. Seeing Owen at his child's funeral had reminded him, no matter what happened, he already had a father. "Do you know what card game Catherine and Lolo were talking about playing tonight?" Eliza asked when he opened her car door.
No clue.
He took her hand and inhaled the sultry scent of her perfume.
As always, you smell terrific and look amazing.
When she smiled, Kyle gave in to impulse and pulled her to him. He wasn't sure what to think when she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. "This is nice."
I like kissing you, too.
She gave a husky chuckle. "I was referring to how nice it is that you came with me tonight. The kissing is better than nice." Lowering her arms, she stepped back and turned toward the house. She wasn't getting away from him that easily. Reaching out, he captured her hand and gave it a swing.
Do you realize it's been nearly a week since we've done anything more than hold hands?
"It's difficult to find the privacy with your sister and my cousin in the house."
We're going to work harder to find the space.
He shot her a wink.
Even if it's a kitchen meet at 3 o'clock in the morning.
She inclined her head, studied him.
I believe you're serious. Text me the time and place. I'll be there.
She laughed, a light sound filled with joy. "Be on the lookout for that text." "What text?" From the way Eliza jolted, Kyle knew that Lindsay had taken them both by surprise. "Lindsay!" Eliza gave her friend a hug. "I'm so happy to see you." Eliza turned to Dan with a surprisingly warm expression. "I'm glad you could make it, Dan."
Hey, it's my only chance to see my bride-to-be's hair before the wedding. How could I miss it?
A smile might be on his lips, but Dan's chuckle sounded strained. Kyle noticed the lines of tension around the minister's eyes and felt a pang of sympathy. Those last few weeks before he and Jessica had broken up had been difficult. Though Kyle had realized that going their separate ways was for the best, he'd still second-guessed the rightness of it all. Kyle wondered if Dan would have difficulty letting go of Lindsay. "I should have worn the pink," Eliza spoke, filling the sudden silence. She pointed to Lindsay, who wore a sweater in that color. "You should be wearing my clothes. I should be wearing yours." Lindsay's eyes filled with confusion. "You never wear that shade." "I'll be wearing it as a bridesmaid. Remember?" "You're my maid of honor," Lindsay insisted. "Amy is my matron of honor." Though Eliza's expression didn't waver, Kyle knew she considered Lindsay to be her best friend. Undoubtedly, it rankled to be sharing the top spot with Amy. "We'll all be wearing blush. You'll be the one in black." Eliza pursed her lips. "I'll ask Marigold if it helps her if we're wearing the right color today. Maybe it doesn't matter." Finn greeted them at the door, all smiles. Jeremy appeared seconds later, looking tan, relaxed, and happy. Eliza smiled and hugged them both before turning toward Marigold. Jeremy approached him and Dan.
Glad you could both make it. Kate is on duty, and Beck and Amy are home with a sick baby, so it'll be just us 3 guys.
Kyle cocked his head.
Is Owen coming?
"He couldn't make it," Dan answered before Jeremy could, his expression giving nothing away.
Let's get out of the way and let the women do their work.
Jeremy gestured with one hand toward the back of the house. They'd taken only a couple of steps when Dan's phone buzzed. Pulling it from his pocket, he expelled a breath.
It's Mrs. Lyle. I need to take this.
The minister strode off in the direction of the front parlor, apparently in search of privacy for his call. Kyle continued with Jeremy. They were nearly to the door when Kyle said his brother's name. Just his name.
Jeremy.
The mayor stopped and turned. Kyle reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small package.
Another DNA kit. Send it in if you want. I won't ask again. It's your choice.
Jeremy lifted it from Kyle's hand.
If the results show we're brothers, you'll need to speak with my dad. I will,
Kyle promised. Jeremy's blue eyes, so like his own, sharpened.
My parents plan to be in town for the Ready Set Wed showcase. I'll take the test, but if he's your father, you have to agree to tell him then. If you don't, I will.
Kyle nodded his agreement. Jeremy stepped to the kitchen counter, dropped the package in a drawer.
I'll send it in tomorrow. Priority.
Kyle cleared his throat in an attempt to dislodge the lump trying to form.
Appreciate it.
Jeremy glanced back as if looking for Dan, then shrugged and opened the door. As he stepped outside, Kyle realized it wouldn't be long until he knew the truth. For now, he'd enjoy some court action with the minister and the man he knew was his brother. Though Finn and the rest of the women did what they could to make the afternoon fun, Lindsay seemed to be spoiling for a fight. After enjoying a glass of wine, Marigold had barely started to work with Lindsay's hair when the bride-to-be pushed up from the chair. "What's the matter?" Concerned, Eliza set down her glass and crossed the room to her friend. "I thought you wanted to try the half-up, half-down style." Lindsay flung out her hand. "We're sitting here drinking wine, eating appetizers and talking about hairstyles, while a little girl is dead and her father is decimated by grief." A frown furrowed Marigold's brows.
Mindy's death, while certainly horrible, doesn't mean we can't.
Finn waved her sister silent with a sharp slice of her hand and a warning glance. She took several steps, stopping in front of Lindsay, who lifted her chin. The gesture and the look that flashed in Lindsay's eyes told Eliza that Finn best tread carefully.
"When Jeremy and I heard the news,"
Finn paused, and her voice thickened with emotion.
"It was as if someone stabbed me in the heart. I adored Mindy. I loved her. I will grieve her passing until the day I die. I feel incredibly sorry for her father and for everyone else who loved her."
"Owen barely eats." Tears spilled down Lindsay's cheeks. "I asked him to come today. He said no."
"I lost my mother. You lost your father. We understand what it's like to lose a parent. But the loss of a child is different."
Finn slipped her arm through Lindsay's.
"Let's you and I take a walk outside. There's a memorial garden I'd like to show you. Perhaps Owen might want to do something like that in Mindy's memory."
Finn glanced at her little sister.
"Why don't you work on Eliza's hair while we're gone?"
"We don't really need—" Eliza stopped at the look Finn shot her and turned to Marigold. "It's up to you."
"For me, let's just plan on going with the half-up, half-down style."
Lindsay swiped away the tears.
"It's good enough."
Marigold waited until Lindsay and Finn left before speaking.
"Did the bride-to-be really say she was okay with good enough?"
Ignoring the tightness gripping her chest, Eliza dropped into the chair Lindsay had vacated. "That's been her attitude about every part of this wedding. I'd chalk it up to the shock over losing Mindy and worry over Owen, but—" Though Eliza thought she knew what was going on with her longtime friend, that didn't mean she had to voice her suspicions. Suspicions that might be way off the mark. She was glad she'd kept her mouth shut when Dan strolled into the room. When the minister appeared to notice it was just her and Marigold, he glanced around as if expecting his fiancée to magically appear.
"Where's Lindsay?"
She and Finn took a walk. You know how Lindsay enjoys flowers. Finn wanted to show her the gardens.
Marigold waved an airy hand.
We decided I'd work on Eliza's hair first.
The fresh air will be good for her. Instead of heading outside to play basketball with the guys, Dan stuck his hands in his pockets. This past week has been extremely difficult for her.
How's Owen? Eliza decided she might as well mention the elephant in the room.
Sympathy blanketed Marigold's face.
Is there anything we can do for him?
He's coping. Dan ran a hand across his face, looking even more weary than he had the second before.
Lindsay has been a good friend to him.
Eliza saw Dan's jaw tighten at Marigold's innocent comment.
The guys are playing ball out back, Eliza reminded him.
Thanks. Dan pivoted and left the room.
It's time we got down to business.
Marigold eyed Eliza's hair, then grinned impishly.
How crazy can I be?
Think Couture Fashion Week in Chicago.
Marigold's eyes lit up. She reached for her comb. Hold on to your seat. This is going to be one wild ride.
Eliza studied herself in the mirror. The vintage hairstyle with pin curls styled into upswept rolls and an exaggerated side bang for volume suited her to perfection. Since Finn and Lindsay had yet to return by the time Marigold finished, they played with makeup. The lipstick they settled on was darker than what Eliza normally wore, and the foundation was lighter.
It pops. What can I say?
Marigold lifted her hands.
I'm brilliant.
If you're this brilliant with a bridesmaid, I can't imagine what you'll do with the bride. Eliza pulled her gaze from the mirror. Instead of the half up, half down, you could do something in the same vein for Lindsay. Marigold tapped her lips with a finger.
I'm thinking vintage dues for the entire wedding party.
Eliza forced her gaze away from the mirror. It's too bad Amy and Beck couldn't be here this evening.
Sarah Rose has a cold.
Marigold began picking up her combs and brushes and clips.
Everything in that household stops when the baby is under the weather.
Eliza froze. Is the baby okay? Marigold cocked her head.
That's right. Amy mentioned you and Sarah Rose are BFFs.
She's a sweet baby.
Who Amy says absolutely adores you.
For some reason, she's drawn to me. Must be my undeniable charm. Marigold snorted out a laugh. Amy was made for mothering. Eliza tossed out the comment, ready to get off the hot seat.
What about you?
Marigold slanted her a sidelong look.
Any babies in your future?
6 months ago, heck, 3 months ago, Eliza could have honestly answered that she had no plans. But with Sarah Rose and, yes, with Kyle coming into her life, she'd started thinking she might not be a bad mom after all. I have to find the right guy first. It was, Eliza thought, as if the vintage hairstyle had propelled her back into the Twilight Zone. What other explanation could there be for her having this discussion with Marigold?
What about Kyle?
Eliza leaned down to pick up 2 rollers that had fallen to the floor. She handed them to Marigold, kept her voice offhand. What about him?
Play it cool all you want.
Marigold's lips lifted in an impish grin.
The looks between the two of you could melt a block of ice.
Eliza only shrugged. 2 blonde brows slammed together.
Tell me you're not still carrying that torch for Jeremy?
No, absolutely not. As Eliza said the words, she realized they were the truth. He and Finn are perfect together. I'm happy for him. And for her. Marigold's expression relaxed.
You and Kyle appear perfectly suited.
He's from Kentucky, Eliza reminded her. Only here temporarily.
True love finds you, even if you're hiding under the bed.
Marigold slung an arm around Eliza's shoulders.
Trust me. I know.
Chapter 21.
What do you think?
Jeremy flipped the lights on in the barn. Though his arm was around his wife's shoulders, his gaze kept returning to Eliza. Kyle wasn't surprised. When Eliza and Marigold had stepped from the house, he'd missed an easy layup. Eliza, always beautiful, looked gorgeous, amazing, fantastic. He couldn't settle on one word. When Marigold mentioned the women were going to check out the barn, he was glad the guys decided to tag along. On the way, they picked up Finn and Lindsay. Though no one said anything, it was obvious both women had been crying. Jeremy had gone immediately to his wife's side. Finn leaned against him as if drawing strength from the embrace. Lindsay accepted Dan's hug, but remained stiff until he stepped away. From the outside looking in, it appeared Eliza was going to need to locate a replacement couple for the wedding competition. The barn has such a nice feel. Eliza moved farther into the structure and did a 360. It can be dressed up or made casual. I assume you're looking to do something creative with the reception. Eliza turned toward Lindsay as if thinking the question had come from her, then shifted her gaze to Marigold when she realized her error. It'll be easier to do something fun and creative here rather than at the Bay Shore. I've been to some nice events at the Bay Shore, Finn demurred. Eliza isn't looking for traditional or nice. She wants a venue that will pop. Marigold inclined her head, her gaze moving to Eliza. Right? Exactly. Eliza studied the large space. Though white lights, tulle, and linen tablecloths on round tables are common, I'm envisioning something different.
I like white.
Dan spoke slowly, casting a questioning glance at Lindsay. I don't care. Do what you want. Lindsay shifted her body, refusing to meet her fiancé's eyes.
What are you thinking?
Kyle tried to visualize different and unique, but came up empty. If we carry through the vintage theme, we could hang chandeliers from the rafters, fill the barn with antique furniture pieces from the store in Sturgeon Bay. Eliza's gaze grew thoughtful. We could display family wedding pictures in a nod to the continuity between generations. Finn's eyes lit up. You could rent colored stemware and serve the food off mismatched china. Marigold finished her sister's sentence, and the two exchanged high fives. The reception is coming into focus. Eliza's gray eyes snapped with excitement. A little more brainstorming, and we should be there. I need to leave. Lindsay slung a bag the size of Montana over her shoulder, her eyes as unsettled as the turbulent waters of Green Bay. You haven't eaten all day. Dan moved to her, his dark eyes radiating concern. Stay a little longer. Jeremy has already fired up the grill. Lindsay gave her head a little shake. I need to go. Give Owen some space. The minister might have kept his voice low, but everyone heard anyway. Lindsay clutched the bag to her in a death grip. I don't want to talk any more about the wedding. At her fiancé's quizzical look, she continued. Making all these plans seems so frivolous. No more wedding talk tonight. Finn cast Eliza a warning glance. What's on the grill? Eliza asked in a tone nearly as cheery as Finn's.
What else?
Jeremy smiled, though his eyes held confusion.
Burgers and brats.
Marigold moved to Lindsay's side. I'm thinking of putting a planter box of flowers outside my shop. Do you have a minute to run through some possibilities with me? Lindsay hesitated for a second, then nodded. When Lindsay started to sit down at one of the tables in the barn, Marigold shook her head. Let's talk on the terrace. Who wants to be inside on such a beautiful day?
Need some help with the grill?
Kyle asked Jeremy. I can help too. Dan hurriedly volunteered.
As Kyle made his way to the house with the guys, he noticed Finn and Eliza hanging back. Though he couldn't know for sure, it appeared their feelings for Lindsay and what had happened to Mindy was the glue holding them together.
Lindsay's been spending a lot of time at Owen's house.
Dan tossed out the words in an offhand way when they reached the grill. Though Kyle didn't know the minister well, he remembered how it felt when you realized your fiancé just wasn't that into you.
She and Owen go way back.
Jeremy leaned over and made a couple of adjustments on the monster grill. The area where they stood seemed more like an outdoor kitchen than a patio. The grill was part of a stylish island, complete with granite countertops and storage underneath.
Do you think he's putting the moves on Lindsay?
Jeremy's tone was matter-of-fact.
It's not like that between them.
Exhaling a breath, Dan raked a hand through his hair.
They're just friends. That's what she tells me, and that's what I tell myself.
The minister seemed poised to talk, but discussing a man's fiancée and her relationship with another guy was a slippery slope. Perhaps there was a roundabout way to do this without getting too personal. Kyle turned to Jeremy.
Wasn't Finn involved with someone when she arrived in Good Hope last fall?
A muscle in Jeremy's jaw jumped.
She and Xander Tillman had been dating for nearly a year. You were able to resume your relationship with her, and in the end, she chose you.
Kyle thought the analogy was going to make sense, but as he spoke the words, he realized something had gotten lost in translation.
Your point?
Jeremy flipped a burger with extra force. Kyle shrugged.
That when it's right, it's right.
Dan took a long pull of beer.
I was engaged last year.
Kyle set the plates on the table and kept his tone easy.
I thought Jessica was the one, but as time went on, it became obvious we weren't a match made in heaven.
Dan's gaze narrowed.
You're saying Lindsay isn't the one for me?
Kyle bit back an expletive. This was really not going the way he'd planned.
Not saying...
He paused when Dan's phone rang. The minister identified himself, then listened for a minute.
I'll be right there.
Dan turned to Jeremy.
Can you see that Lindsay gets home? They've scheduled Joe Lyle for emergency surgery. His wife wants me there.
Concern blanketed Jeremy's face.
I hope everything is okay. Joe is a good guy.
Dan set down the Corona he'd barely touched and strode off without saying another word. Kyle shifted uncomfortably from one foot to the other.
I didn't mean to imply he and Lindsay... You didn't say anything he hasn't been thinking.
Jeremy's gaze turned assessing.
You were right. Sometimes a relationship simply doesn't work. Like me and Eliza. She's a good friend and a wonderful woman. She's amazing.
Kyle tightened his fingers around his bottle of beer. Jeremy smiled, and the tension in the mayor's face eased. He pointed the spatula at Kyle.
That's why you're the one with her. We're not really together.
Those blue eyes, so like his own, turned cynical.
Don't even try to tell me you're not sleeping with her. Not as often as I'd like.
The laugh that burst from Jeremy's lips surprised them both.
I'll be returning to Kentucky soon.
Jeremy stopped in the act of flipping a burger.
Will Eliza go with you?
Kyle felt a stab in the location of his heart.
She loves it here. But if she loves you, she's never said she loves me.
The gaze Jeremy shot him was a take-no-prisoners one.
But you love her.
Kyle opened his mouth to deny the assertion, then shut it without speaking. How had he not realized this before? He'd arrived in Good Hope with one goal, to discover if Ed Rakes was his father. Instead of staying focused, he'd bid on 2 jobs, hired a local crew, and bought a house. Now he'd gone and fallen in love. Kyle didn't even want to think what he might do next. "You've been acting strange since we got back from the farm." Eliza tilted her head and studied him. "What happened?" Was that worry he saw in those gray depths?
Nothing.
Kyle sat at a massive roll-top desk in the far corner of the parlor. His laptop remained opened to the bid sheet he was preparing for a job his father desperately wanted to secure in Baltimore. With her gaze on him, Eliza gracefully dropped into her chair. When she showed a little skin as she crossed one long leg over the other, Kyle realized what he'd told Jeremy was true. It had been too long since he and Eliza had made love.
"You look really beautiful tonight."
He blurted the words, feeling like a 16-year-old in the throes of a first crush. But he, and now Jeremy, knew his feelings went far deeper. She studied him for a long moment, her lips turned up in a cynical smile. Then she smiled fully. "That lovely compliment doesn't get you off the hot seat."
"What hot seat?"
Though at the moment they were the only 2 in the room, she leaned forward and lowered her voice. "What happened to my groom?" Kyle's heart froze.
"Groom?"
Dan! Why did he really leave in such a hurry?
The band around Kyle's chest eased. "He got a call from the hospital. One of his church members was having emergency surgery."
That's what Jeremy said, but things seemed tense between Dan and Lindsay before that.
"You noticed that too?"
I notice everything. That, he knew, was also true.
"That's all I know."
Kyle relaxed back in the desk chair.
"He got the call and said he had to leave."
All these calls seem suspicious.
"Give the guy a break. The man is a minister. If anyone wants out of that relationship, it's your friend."
You don't know that.
"I don't," he conceded. "But watching her today, she just doesn't seem that into him."
You may be right. Her easy acquiescence took him by surprise. Before he could say more, Lolo bounced into the room. "Guess what we're going to do?" Before he could ask, his sister held up a deck of cards. "Want to join us?" What had Eliza called them? Ah, yes, relationship cards. Thankfully, he had the perfect excuse.
"I'd like to, Lo."
Kyle gestured with one hand toward his still open laptop.
"But I've got to finish this bid sheet."
His sister didn't argue. She'd grown up in a construction household and knew that keeping everyone in the company employed required winning bids. "My brother is really good at bidding on jobs." Lolo turned to Eliza, her voice filled with pride. "Dad says even if Kyle wasn't his son, he'd still say he was the best." The compliment, said with youthful ignorance, was like a stab to his heart. He caught Eliza's sidelong glance, but simply smiled. "What exactly is involved in bidding?" Eliza asked, sounding genuinely interested. Even though Jessica had worked in the corporate offices, she'd had little interest in anything to do with his life. She'd confided that working for Kendrick had been the only marketing job she'd been able to get. "Tell her about it, Kyle," Lolo urged, then slanted a look at Eliza. "She really wants to know." Eliza nodded.
"I do." "You start with the online construction bid system. Although most systems include a database for job costing, I believe, and my father agrees, that having our own database allows us to more accurately reflect local costs and price fluctuations in the market."
Kyle paused and waited for her eyes to glaze over. Instead, interest flickered in the gray depths. When she made a go-ahead motion, he continued.
"We use a design bid construction method, which combines architect and contractor as a unified team."
Sometimes businesses have to get bids for both the design and the construction of the building. Lolo spoke up, sounding much older than 12. Our company has architects on staff. We bid both.
Eliza cocked her head. You seem to know a lot about the construction business.
Lolo flushed. Daddy likes to take me to the office with him. It's really interesting.
Are we ready to play? Catherine called out from the doorway. Have you recruited these two?
My brother is busy working,
Lolo told Catherine, then shifted her gaze to Eliza.
But you'll play with us, right?
When Eliza hesitated, Kyle wondered if she was thinking that this was the first time, since Mindy's death, that Lolo had looked happy. After a second, she lifted a shoulder in a careless shrug. Sure, I can play. Despite the nonchalant tone, Kyle wasn't fooled. Eliza might be crusty on the outside, but she had a soft, gooey center. He loved that about her. Catherine held up the deck and spoke like an announcer at a baseball game.
Let's play cards.
He smiled and settled into his chair. For once, he had the perfect seat in the house, and he couldn't wait for the show to begin. Chapter 22. Did you read through the questions? Eliza asked Catherine when Lolo excused herself to get a soda. Catherine nodded.
I removed the racy ones as well as those more couple-focused. The ones still in the deck are G-rated.
This is going to be a blast.
Lolo plopped down on the sofa next to Catherine. Her gaze shifted automatically to Eliza.
What are the rules?
Eliza gestured to the older woman. Catherine is the card expert, not me. Lolo smiled expectantly.
It's quite simple.
Catherine shuffled the deck with the skill of a Las Vegas dealer.
Each of us picks a card from the deck, and we all answer the question.
Lolo's dark brows drew together.
How do you score points? How do you win?
Catherine chuckled and patted the girl's arm.
It's not a win or lose kind of game. The cards help us get better acquainted.
The skeptical look on the child's face told Eliza that Lolo wasn't convinced the game was worth her time. Eliza understood. She wasn't keen on playing either. Kyle was the lucky one. She slanted a glance in his direction. Instead of focusing on his laptop and the important bid, she caught him staring. At her. When she narrowed her eyes, he grinned. Eliza couldn't help it. She smiled back.
I want to pick the first card,
Lolo announced. Catherine glanced at Eliza. When she nodded her agreement, the older woman fanned the cards and held them out to Lolo. Catching her upper lip between her teeth, Lolo scrutinized the cards as if a lottery win was at stake. Eliza was on the verge of telling the girl to just pick one when Lolo slipped one from the deck. She held it up.
Now what do I do?
The smile Catherine offered her was indulgent, one a grandmother would bestow upon an adored granddaughter. You read it. Lolo straightened and read,
What beliefs about being a female did I absorb from my father?
Though the question appeared fairly straightforward, confusion blanketed the girl's face.
I'm not sure I understand.
This is a more difficult one.
Once again, kindness infused Catherine's voice.
How about Eliza and I answer? I believe you'll understand once you hear our replies.
Lolo hesitated, obviously reluctant to give up the chance to answer first. Finally, she nodded. Catherine, you go first. It was a demand, not a request. Eliza needed time to formulate a G-rated reply. Her father wasn't exactly at the top of her favorite people list. Heck, he wasn't even on the list.
My father was very old school.
Catherine's hands knotted together in her lap.
But we have to understand, that was partially due to the era he grew up in.
Eliza waited, not about to let her cousin get away with skirting the question.
He believed strongly that a female should be a wife and mother, Catherine said finally.
But you've never been married. Lolo paused. Have you?
Catherine shook her head. Being a wife and mother wasn't my path to travel. Because of my father's beliefs, it took me a long time to realize that the path I'd taken was the right one for me.
Eliza was as surprised as Catherine when Lolo rested her head against the woman's shoulder for several heartbeats.
I think you would have been a fabulous mother.
For a second, Catherine's eyes swam with tears before she blinked them back.
Thank you, Lolo. Coming from you, that means a lot.
When their gazes shifted to her, Eliza felt the burn from the hot seat. She could basically repeat what Catherine had said, and it would be true. But that felt like stealing someone's answer. She tapped her fingers against her lips. My father had impossibly high standards, not only for me, but for my brother as well. As Eliza said the words, she realized it was true. She wasn't the only one Donald Shaw had pushed to excel. Ethan had felt the pressure too. My dad believes females are innately inferior to men in the business world. Because of that, they have to work extra hard to succeed. Out of the corner of her eye, Eliza saw Kyle look up from his laptop, obviously listening. She ignored him. For as far back as I can recall, I was taught not to cry or show emotion. Those are signs of weakness. Even now, if I start to get too passionate about a topic, he shuts me down. Sympathy skittered across Lolo's face.
I'm so sorry.
Eliza shrugged. It toughened me up.
My dad thinks girls are as smart as boys, and that I can do anything I want.
Lolo studied her brother.
Isn't that right, Kyle?
That's right,
Kyle called out from across the room.
He sounds like a good man.
Catherine gave Lolo a supportive smile. Lolo nodded.
He's the best. I can't wait for you both to meet him.
Catherine lifted a brow.
Will he be coming to Good Hope? He and my mom can't wait to see Kyle's new house.
Catherine cleared her throat.
New house?
For a second, Lolo looked confused.
This house.
Catherine slanted a glance at Eliza, which she ignored.
Lolo, do you want to shuffle?
The girl did a passable job, then, like Catherine had done, fanned out the cards for Eliza to pick.
Please let it be an easy one.
Eliza pulled out one and read, Do any of your friends have a nickname for you?
Olive oil.
The name flashed in front of her brain like a neon sign in a sex club. Ignoring the image, she brought up a more recent one. Kyle calls me E. Being known by an initial had rankled at first, but she'd grown to like it. Coming from his lips, it sounded like an endearment.
He calls me Lo sometimes.
The smile that had blossomed on the girl's face faded.
Prudy used to call me Rainy.
I imagine she still does when you speak with her, Catherine said, and waited for Lolo's nod of agreement.
What about you?
Lolo pressed the older woman.
Did you have a nickname?
Verna, Eliza's grandmother, and Amy Bloom both used to call me Kate. A knife plunged, then twisted in Eliza's chest. Catherine had asked her not to call her Kate. I didn't much care for the name. Catherine spoke in an offhand tone. But Verna called me that since we were small. When Amy began calling me that, I didn't have the heart to ask her to stop. Eliza calls you Catherine, Lolo pointed out. That's because I felt like I could be honest with Eliza, and she would understand. Eliza sat back against the red brocade fabric, stunned. All these years, she'd thought Catherine had asked because they weren't close.
I believe we have time for one more question, Catherine announced with a pointed glance at the deck.
I like this game. Lolo's gaze slid from Catherine to Eliza. I thought it might be stupid and boring, but it's not. Taking the deck, Eliza shuffled the cards. When she held them out to Catherine, she realized she agreed with Lolo. The game wasn't half bad. Catherine tilted her head back so she could read through her bifocals.
If you could spend a whole day just having fun, what would you do?
Lolo's hand shot into the air as if she were in a classroom, the answer poised on her tongue. Catherine pointed to her.
I'd spend the day with Prudy.
The words tumbled from Lolo's lips, as if the vision was right in front of her.
I'd have Mom and Dad take us to Kentucky Kingdom. We'd ride the roller coasters, then spend the rest of the day in Hurricane Bay. We'd have snow cones and hot dogs and...
Lolo's voice trailed off as she no doubt thought about how close she'd come to losing her friend. She shook her head, as if banishing the negative thoughts.
What about you, Catherine? Do you like roller coasters?
Catherine only smiled.
I did when I was your age. Now I think my special day would begin with sharing coffee and conversation with Eliza, then cards and dominoes with my friends.
Lolo appeared unimpressed. She turned to Eliza with a hopeful expression.
What about you?
Eliza couldn't stop herself. She slanted a glance at Kyle, then back at Lolo. I'd sleep late, take a long shower, then enjoy a leisurely breakfast.
That's it?
Lolo frowned. That doesn't sound like fun. That's only the beginning. Though Eliza didn't look in Kyle's direction, she felt his gaze on her. I'd take my kayak and go to Cave Point. I'd hike and explore some of the 1,000-year-old caves by the water.
Cave Point is beautiful.
Catherine practically sighed the words. Hiking? Kayaking. This time, Kyle didn't pretend to not be listening. I never pegged you as the outdoorsy type, E. Eliza's lips curved. You know what they say about assumptions, Kendrick.
What do they say?
Lolo demanded. Catherine patted the girl's hand.
That it isn't good to assume.
Isn't that right, Eliza? Eliza couldn't stop the full-out grin. That's right. Chapter 23. By Tuesday, Eliza felt confident that she and Kyle had succeeded in keeping their nighttime romps under the household radar. If Catherine was aware of anything sexual going on between her and Kyle, she'd have mentioned it by now, or at least bestowed a couple of sly winks. Life settled into a routine. Eliza was so busy she didn't have time to worry about the fact she'd fallen in love with Kyle. With the details for Ready, Set, Wed firmly in place, Eliza turned her attention to the next project, the upcoming fundraiser for the Giving Tree. Cherry's members had been adamant about hosting the black tie event at the community theater to celebrate its reopening. When members had first expressed interest in hosting the red carpet gala, Eliza had been skeptical. Good Hope wasn't a black tie community. But the others had argued, with Cherry's president Lynn Chapin leading the charge, that it never hurt to mix things up. Besides, they'd simply make it clear that suits and pretty dresses were also acceptable. They dismissed Eliza's concerns that the theater renovation might not be completed on time, though Lynn did follow Eliza's suggestion and book Rake's Barn as a backup venue. Eliza had initially planned to use the night of the red carpet event to announce she would donate the money Good Hope was paying her to oversee the Ready, Set, Wed project to the Giving Tree. She was glad now she hadn't made the announcement. Eliza would need every penny she could get her hands on to eventually qualify for a home loan. With a sigh, Eliza tried to concentrate on the written report presented at yesterday's Cherry's meeting, But her mind kept wandering. Her parents had let her know yesterday that they were coming to visit. She wondered how long they would be in town. Eliza wasn't sure why they were coming to Door County. Her father's excuse about having business didn't ring true. While he still had numerous ventures in the area, in the past, if something needed to be handled personally, he'd simply sent her brother. Never her. Eliza slapped her laptop closed. No, never her. She wished her father wasn't coming. After what he'd done, Eliza didn't want to see him. Would he expect to stay here, in the family home that was no longer hers? The mere thought was ridiculous. No doubt he'd secured the finest suite at the Bay Shore. That was just fine with her. The front door creaked open, and Eliza wondered if Catherine would be interested in sharing some tea on the porch. Perhaps Eliza would sweeten the deal by mentioning the lemon and blueberry scones she'd picked up at Bloom's Bake Shop this morning. "I'm in the parlor, Catherine."
It's me.
Kyle appeared in the doorway. His expression gave nothing away, but there was something in his eyes that had Eliza rising to her feet. He crossed the room and dropped down on the sofa. Going with instinct, Eliza ignored the chair she preferred and sat beside him. She took his hand, a gesture she saw surprised him, but he didn't pull away. His breath came out in a whoosh.
Aren't you going to ask me why I'm home so early?
Feeling the tension in his hand, Eliza smiled and kept her voice easy. "Okay, I'll bite. Why are you home so early?"
Jeremy stopped by the job site.
His expression didn't change, but his fingers tightened around her hand.
He got the results of the DNA test.
What did it show? Eliza figured he wouldn't have brought up the subject if he didn't want her to ask.
Because I sent in my mother's DNA as well as my own, they were able to conclusively report that Jeremy and I are brothers.
His voice gave no hint of turmoil, but Eliza wasn't fooled. She tilted her head and kept her tone light. "Why send in your mother's DNA? It's not as if she's Jeremy's mother." When his shoulders relaxed, she knew keeping him talking had been the right move.
Using my mother's DNA allowed them to eliminate her portion of the DNA from my genetic profile.
She must have still appeared confused, because Kyle continued.
I don't understand it fully myself, but supposedly it allows the lab to focus on the other parent's contribution to the genetic code.
Eliza put her other hand on top of their joined ones. "How do you feel about the results?"
It's good to know.
That didn't really answer her question, so Eliza probed deeper. "Does it bother you to know that Ed Rakes is your father?"
Biological father.
Kyle emphasized the word, then appeared embarrassed.
Like I told Jeremy, the fact doesn't change who I am. I wanted to know for sure. Now I know.
Eliza didn't believe it was that simple, but now didn't feel like the time to press. His responses told her he wasn't ready to share his feelings. Not with her. Not with himself. Still, he could have gone anywhere. He'd come to her. While he might not be able to verbalize exactly what he needed right now, Eliza had a good idea what would ease those lines between his brows. Love welled up inside her. She leaned over and gently kissed his cheek, then whispered a suggestion in his ear. He grinned and gestured to the sofa.
You propose to do that here?
The light was back in his eyes, and Eliza could have cheered. She rose and stepped back when he reached for her. "Let's take this upstairs. Catherine's schedule is unpredictable."
I'm glad I came home.
Kyle surprised her then by tugging her into his arms. He cupped her face with his large hand.
I adore you.
Then he scooped her up and carried her upstairs to bed.
We should have stayed in bed.
Kyle grumbled, but it was only for form. Though he hadn't done much gardening, okay, never, when Eliza asked for his help, she'd been naked. At that moment, she could have asked him for anything, and he'd have said yes. Catherine might arrive home any second. Plus, I really want to get my potatoes and onions in the ground. Eliza lifted her face to the sun, closing her eyes. Kyle was sorely tempted to drop his pitchfork and pull her against him, but he'd promised to help. That didn't mean he couldn't pause from digging in the earth to look and admire. Had he ever known a more beautiful woman? And not just on the outside. Eliza's beauty went far deeper. Each day he saw something new, and he loved what he saw. Like today, she'd pulled on a cotton shirt and a pair of worn jeans.
I didn't know you even owned a pair of jeans.
She turned, and those gorgeous gray eyes met his. A familiar electricity snapped in the air. He took a step forward.
Digging in the dirt.
The amused masculine voice had Kyle stopping.
Going to make me a mud pie?
Out of the corner of his eye, Kyle saw pleasure flash across Eliza's face. She scrambled to her feet. "If I make it, you have to eat it! Those are the rules!" Then she was sprinting across the dirt Kyle had just mixed with mulch to fling her arms around the stranger in the dark suit. "Ethan! You didn't tell me you were coming!" The tightness in Kyle's shoulders eased. So this was her brother. Now that he had time to study, Kyle saw the resemblance. The same dark hair, gray eyes, and lean build. Ethan grasped his sister's wrists before her dirty hands could settle on his suit.
It's good to see you, too.
Sorry. Eliza dropped her hands. She stepped back, as if embarrassed by the effusiveness of her greeting. You startled me. Kyle moved to her side, wiped his hands on his jeans, and extended one to Ethan.
I'm Kyle Kendrick. It's good to meet you.
With obvious reluctance, Ethan shook it. A muscle in his jaw jumped.
Ethan Shaw.
My little brother. A pained look crossed Ethan's face, and Kyle hid a grin.
You're the one who bought the house.
Ethan's eyes remained steady and cool.
Not realizing I was stepping into a family feud.
For some reason, Ethan's coolness didn't bother Kyle. Perhaps because the guy reminded him so much of Eliza, he couldn't help liking him. Eliza surprised her brother by stepping to Kyle's side. It's not his fault, she told Ethan, sounding as fierce as a mother lion defending her cub. All this is Dad's doing. And her grandmother's, Kyle thought, but didn't say. Ethan gave a curt nod.
When Dad called me to handle some business for him in Sturgeon Bay, I reminded him that Graham wanted the house to go to you.
I'm sure he didn't care, Eliza began.
Wait, Kyle interrupted. You came to Door County to do business for your father? That's right.
Ethan's gaze shifted, but Kyle was looking at Eliza.
He didn't ask you because he knows you're angry about the house.
Even if we weren't at odds, he wouldn't have asked. Eliza's lips lifted in a tight smile. I'm a woman, remember? Kyle's gaze shot to Ethan.
You're okay with this?
Ethan's hesitation told Kyle that he'd never given the matter much thought. Dark brows pulled together.
No,
her brother said finally, rocking back on his Italian loafers.
I'm not okay with it.
Ethan's gaze settled on his sister. Despite the dirt, he reached out and took her hand, his voice gentle.
I never realized that by handling his interests in Door County, I was complicit.
Eliza shook her head. You weren't. I
was,
Ethan insisted, then glanced at Kyle.
That stops today.
Ethan stayed for several days before heading back to Chicago. The next 2 weeks passed quickly, with Eliza finalizing details for tomorrow's Ready, Set, Wed showcase. Lindsay and Dan had hung in there, and they were now in the home stretch. Though not an event on par with the June wedding, which would be held in the winning community, the events of this weekend still provided entertainment. A mannequin dressed in Lindsay's wedding gown and wearing a wig with a beautiful vintage hairstyle had stood in Swoon's window all week. The Chanel cake had held the position of honor in Bloom's bake shop. But it was the film crew that had drawn the most interest. The filming that had taken place in January of director Xander Tillman's new movie had whetted the appetite of Good Hope citizens. Everyone loved watching film crews in action. Eliza strolled the business district feeling like a celebrity. She couldn't go 2 steps without someone stopping to wish her, and Good Hope, well in the competition. She ran into Amy outside Muddy Boots, where the eldest Bloom sister stood in front of the plate glass window surveying the crowd inside. "Even if we don't win, this week has been amazing. The cafe and bakery has done more business this week than the rest of the month." Eliza glanced inside Muddy Boots. Locals and tourists filled the tables and mingled with the wedding channel crew. "There was quite a crowd when they filmed my interview at the bakery yesterday." Amy's eyes twinkled. The sidewalk outside was packed. "Did you feel prepared?" As the day was sunny, it felt good to linger on the sidewalk. "Thanks to you." "I'm glad our strategy session helped." Earlier in the week, Eliza had met with Amy, Piper, Finn, and Marigold. When her contact mentioned the crew might want to interview the vendors, Eliza made certain everyone was prepared. "This is Good Hope's big opportunity. I want as much press as possible for our businesses." Amy's gaze turned curious. "I heard you arranged for them to meet with Anita." "The woman may be a pain in the ass, but she is Lindsay's mother. And Crumb and Cake is a prominent Good Hope business." It had pained her to set up the interview, but Eliza had seen little choice. "I hope she played nice." Eliza watched a group of tourists enter Bloom's bake shop. "Who's manning the counter?" "Hadley." Amy frowned. "She's so pretty and personable. I thought she'd won in on the interview yesterday. She made herself scarce." "I have no doubt you handled it quite well on your own." "Thanks. That's nice of you to say." Amy hesitated, then took a moment to brush a piece of lint from her suede jacket. "I know we've had our troubles in the past, and I don't want to beat this into the ground." Eliza stiffened. "I'm glad we're friends again." Amy reached over and squeezed Eliza's hand. "I'm especially happy you and my sisters are friends. It'll make get-togethers and kids' playdates more comfortable for all of us." Kids' playdates? Eliza wanted to dismiss the thought, but it kept circling. What did it say that she could so easily picture a little girl, or boy, with Kyle's blue eyes and her straight dark hair? And Kyle, well, he fits right in. Kyle. Where did he fit into her life? Eliza wondered. Did he fit at all? She set that aside for now. She had other, more time-sensitive worries on her plate. "Have you seen Lindsay today?" Eliza took note of the time. Her friend worked Fridays at the Enchanted Florist and usually took her lunch at 11. "She hasn't returned my calls or texts." "I haven't seen her since Monday." Amy caught her bottom lip between her teeth. "When I stopped over at the Greasy Wrench with some homemade bread for Owen, she was there." The tightness in Eliza's chest became a stranglehold. Still, when she spoke, her voice was calm. "Do you know if she met with the crew yesterday? I assumed they'd call if she canceled the initial interview." Amy inclined her head. "Why would she cancel?" Eliza's gaze remained fixed on Amy's face. "Yeah, okay, she has been acting strange." Amy blew out a breath. "But I happen to know she did meet with them. The person who interviewed me mentioned that she'd just left Lindsay." The tight band around Eliza's chest loosened, finally allowing her to take a deep breath. "Are you worried she'll back out?" Amy kept her voice low, as if concerned someone walking by might overhear. Should I be? I don't know, Eliza. Amy's gaze grew troubled. I really don't know. Chapter 24. Eliza's trip to the floral shop was a big waste of time. The owner informed her she'd given Lindsay the day off to prepare for tomorrow. It figured the single time Shirley decided to be considerate, it'd bite Eliza in the butt. She stopped at Lindsay's apartment and, no surprise, didn't find her there either. As she stepped out of the complex, Eliza briefly considered stopping by the Greasy Wrench. Only the realization that she wouldn't have a clue what to say if she found Lindsay there made her hesitate. She texted Lindsay again on the way home. When she started up the porch steps at home, Eliza still hadn't received a reply.
I didn't believe it when Ethan told me you were still living here. Yet here you are.
Eliza stilled. Lost in thought, she hadn't noticed her father looming at the top of the steps. The man made an imposing figure in his dark hand-tailored suit and burgundy tie. His hair, once as sleek and black as hers, was peppered with gray, a fact that only made him more striking. He was tall, nearly 6 feet 2 inches, with broad shoulders and a firm, take-no-prisoners jaw. Instead of gray, his eyes were a steely blue. Donald Shaw might be Ivy League educated, but he had a way of looking at his adversaries as if he were a backstreet brawler capable of pinning them to the floor. "Dad!" Even as her heart clenched, Eliza forced her lips into a cool smile. "I wasn't sure you were still coming. Where's Mom?"
She and Catherine are off somewhere.
Donald waved a dismissive hand. His shark eyes followed her as she reached the porch and moved to the railing. Though strung as tight as a piano wire, Eliza rested her back against the rail in what she hoped was a pose conveying casual disregard. His lips tightened, and his eyes were so cold she felt the chill.
You're still living here, despite not owning this house anymore.
Only because you sold it out from under me. Her own tone dropped a good 20 degrees. Blatantly ignoring the solemn vow you made to your mother.
We can discuss that later.
I'd prefer to discuss it now.
There's no reason.
Satisfaction blanketed his handsome features.
It's done. All that's left is for you to get on with your life.
I'm buying the house back. She spoke calmly and with the authority of a woman prepared to go to the mat to achieve her goal. You'll never be able to take it from me again. Donald offered up a laugh.
You don't have the resources to buy a home this expensive.
Don't worry about me. Her tone was more confident than she felt. The loan broker she'd spoken with had indicated that if Eliza put more in savings, she might be able to find a lender willing to take a chance. Eliza hoped her additional ready set wed income would bolster her bottom line enough to qualify for a loan. If not, Ethan might come through. I've got it covered. Donald gave a derisive snort.
By sleeping with the new owner?
Knowing it would propel his temper into the stratosphere, Eliza let a slow smile lift her lips. Whatever gets the job done.
Oh, wait, that's your motto.
He gave a hiss of protest.
We raised you better, Eliza Jane. You're a Shaw. It's time you started acting like one.
If you're suggesting I start cheating my family out of what was meant for them, no thanks. Not interested.
So we're back to this old relic.
He slapped a hand against the hardboard siding.
I did you a favor.
How do you figure? She knew she shouldn't ask, but the way his mind worked had always been a puzzle.
You're 31 years old with no marriage prospects. You manage a general store that sells fishing lures.
He gave a mirthless laugh.
It's a pathetic life.
Eliza absorbed the impact and reminded herself it wasn't anything she hadn't heard before. Gazing at her father with the cool indifference of a stranger, she spoke without emotion.
Good thing what I do and how I live my life is none of your concern.
If only that were true.
Donald shook his head in disgust.
As a Shaw, everything you do reflects on all who carry the name.
Eliza's entire body churned with raw emotion. Though she and her dad had never been close, they'd usually been civil. She wondered when exactly this man, whom she should love, had become someone she didn't even like.
And I don't appreciate you turning Ethan against me.
You did that all on your own. Eliza let her gaze drop. One flick of her wrist told her she was nearly out of time. I have a meeting with the film crew in 20 minutes. Her tone was as dismissive as his had been moments earlier. I stopped home to freshen my makeup. Excuse me? Brushing past him, she unlocked the door and stepped inside. She heard him repeat something about this not being her house. Eliza turned. Well, since this isn't my home, I can't invite you inside. She shut the door and flipped the deadbolt before heading upstairs to her bedroom. By the time Eliza stepped out of the house again, her father was gone. On the short walk to the gazebo in the town square, Eliza absorbed the energy of Good Hope. Though early May was still considered the off-season, the streets and sidewalks teemed with locals and tourists. In anticipation of the crew's arrival, Izzy Deschler had designed a banner for the Cherries with the Ready, Set, Wed logo. Eye-catching in moss green and cherry red, the banner stretched between two white lacquered posts on the gazebo. The warm weather enjoyed earlier in the week was projected to last through the weekend. This had allowed the gardeners in the community to add some special touches. Flowers had been placed in the planters lining the business district sidewalks, as well as in the beds around the gazebo. Like Eliza, the citizens of Good Hope were determined to put their best foot forward. For her interview this afternoon, Eliza had chosen a classic sheath in cobalt blue. All her research indicated solid blue was a good color for television. Despite being irritated over the incident with her father, Eliza nailed the interview. As she stepped from the gazebo and gave a jaunty wave to the crew and onlookers, satisfaction swept through her. Everything was proceeding as planned. If all continued on course, by tomorrow night, Good Hope would be chosen as the site for the televised June wedding extravaganza. Eliza smiled, thinking of all the positive publicity that event would bring to the community. She was still smiling when her phone buzzed. When Lindsay's name popped on the screen, she answered immediately. I've been trying to reach you. Eliza kept her tone cheery. Despite being irritated by Lindsay being MIA recently, she sympathized with the stress her friend was under. We need to run through a couple. You and I need to talk, Lindsay interrupted without apology. Somewhere private. How about your house? I'm afraid that won't work. Eliza picked up her pace, putting distance between her and the crowd and crew. Catherine is probably home by now. Lolo should be there any minute. We could meet at my apartment, but Katie and Braxton are spending the night. The baby has the stomach flu, and Cassie didn't want them to catch it. Eliza sincerely hoped Lindsay had been smart enough to steer clear of the sickness. Is everything okay? No. Yes. No, oh, I don't know anymore. Mom and I had a big talk, and I'm really confused. I need to see you, Eliza. Eliza rolled her eyes. She should have figured Anita was at the bottom of Lindsay's recent mood swings. The woman never knew when to shut her mouth. Worse, like Eliza's dad, she was convinced she had all the answers. What did she say? After a couple beats of silence, Lindsay answered, I'll tell you everything when I see you. Eliza nearly groaned aloud. What was Anita up to now? Still, she was happy Lindsay valued her opinion. She doubted Cassie provided much guidance. For the past 15 years, Lindsay's older sister had made what everyone would agree were remarkably poor choices. With her mind firing on all circuits, Eliza considered and discarded several possible locations. Any other time, most of the places that sprang to mind would be deserted, but the town was bustling. Eliza tapped a finger against her lips. Whatever was troubling Lindsay was best dealt with in private. Lindsay was the bride-to-be. For the next 48 hours, all eyes and ears were on her. "Let's meet at Hill House. I'm not far from there. Will that work for you?" "Yes." Lindsay's sigh of relief was audible. "Thanks." Eliza had known Lindsay all her life and considered her to be her best friend. From the instant Lindsay had uttered her first word, Eliza had known something was wrong. Normally, even in times of stress, Lindsay was positive and upbeat. Then again, Anita Fishback could bring anyone down. "Whatever is bothering you, we'll work it out," Eliza reassured her friend. "Trust me, all will be fine." "Thanks." Emotion thickened Lindsay's voice. "You're a real friend." A warmth, coupled with a protectiveness, washed over Eliza. If Anita was pressuring Lindsay, she would not only have her daughter to deal with, she'd have Eliza. And she wouldn't be as nice. "I'll see you in 15." Eliza dropped her phone into her bag and continued down the sidewalk. After leaving the front door of Hill House unlocked, Eliza retrieved 2 bottles of water from the fridge and brought them to the back parlor. The front parlor was used for Cherry's meetings and hosting civic events. While a tan folding chair would work in a pinch, the soft, cushiony chairs in the back parlor would be more comfortable for conversation. "Lindsay?" Eliza called out when she heard the door creak open. "It's me. I'm in the back." The second Eliza saw her friend's face, she realized the argument with her mother must have been a doozy. Lindsay's eyes were red-rimmed, and her face pale and blotchy. Eliza crossed the room and gave her friend a hug. From Lindsay's startled reaction, the action surprised her nearly as much as it did Eliza. Still, it felt right. Thanks to Kyle, she was finding it easier to be spontaneous and show affection. Lindsay clung to her for several seconds, then stepped back, sniffling. Pulling a wadded-up tissue from her pocket, she dabbed at her runny nose. Eliza motioned to a chair. When Lindsay sat, she took a seat across from her. "You look nice." Obviously stalling, Lindsay gestured with the hand holding the tissue to Eliza's dress. "I don't know that I've ever seen you in that color before. It's very flattering." "Thank you. Blue is known to be a good color for television." Eliza uncapped the bottle of water, took a sip, and tried not to let her worry show. "You've invested a lot of time and effort into Ready, Set, Wed." Lindsay uncapped her own water, but set it down without drinking. The blue eyes firmly focused on Eliza's face were unreadable. "I don't mind." Eliza gestured expansively with her own water bottle. "I love Good Hope. When we win, all the hours spent will be worth it." "That's what I want to discuss." Lindsay took a breath and clasped her hands tightly in her lap. "If we don't win, I don't want you feeling badly." Eliza leaned forward, words rushing out in her haste to reassure. "You've done everything I've asked. That said, I think we've got a good shot." A shuddering breath escaped Lindsay's lips. "Things with Dan and I." Eliza waited, giving her friend time. "I had a long talk with my mom." Lindsay expelled another shaky breath. Tears returned to cloud her eyes. "I told her I made a mistake accepting Dan's proposal. I want a husband and a family, but I don't want to be a minister's wife. I don't want Dan." "You've had concerns about him taking calls when he's with you." Though she sounded perfectly calm, Eliza's heart rate galloped. "That's not it. Or not all of it." Lindsay twisted the cap on her bottle on and off, her expression bleak. "I understand why he has this need to always respond. He shared that with me.
I don't care whether he has a good explanation or not. You matter. He should be putting you first." When Lindsay remained silent, Eliza worried she'd overstepped. Then she decided, since she'd gone this far, she might as well go all the way. "Dan may be a good man, but he's not your man. He's not putting you first." Eliza thought of Kyle and the dozens of little things he did to make her feel loved and cherished. She wanted that for Lindsay. Her sweet and kind friend deserved better. If Anita was pushing Lindsay to stay in the competition, she wouldn't get support from Eliza. Tears slipped down Lindsay's cheeks. "I don't think I can go through with it tomorrow." The words were soft and barely above a whisper, but strong enough to shatter Eliza's dream of a win in the competition. "Doesn't matter," Eliza told herself. Lindsay's happiness was more important. She reached over and took the bottle from Lindsay's hand, setting it aside. Then she wrapped her fingers around Lindsay's ice-cold hands and looked her in the eye. "Have you told Dan how you feel?" A couple more tears fell before Lindsay gave a nod. "Good." Lindsay's head jerked up, disbelief filling her watery baby blues. "You think I did the right thing?" "Like I said, I want you with someone who makes you happy. Someone who puts you first." Eliza tightened her hold on Lindsay's hand. "You deserve that, Lynn." "I hurt Dan." Sorrow swept across Lindsay's face. "It's for the best." Eliza's voice took on an urgency. "Trust me, I'm speaking from experience. Jeremy choosing Finn was the best thing that could have happened to him and me. Eventually, Dan will feel the same, especially once he finds the one he's really meant to be with forever." Lindsay's lips lifted in a trembling smile. "When did you become so wise?" "Since Kyle." Releasing Lindsay's hands, Eliza sat back. "I've always been wise. I can't believe it took you this long to notice."
"The mayor is here."
Sean, Kyle's foreman, called out from the lower level of the theater. Though the project was essentially complete, Kyle and Sean were doing one last walkthrough. Other than some minor touching up with paint in one hall, everything seemed in order. Kyle descended the stairs and saw his brother speaking with Sean. He kept his voice casual as he approached the men.
"Interested in a tour, Mr. Mayor?"
Jeremy flashed a smile.
"I wouldn't mind one."
Kyle turned to Sean and handed him the clipboard.
"I didn't find much upstairs. There isn't much on this level either."
Sean glanced at the paper and then up at Kyle.
"We can do the touch-ups first of next week. Well in time for the red carpet event." "I'll lock up."
Kyle slapped Sean on the back.
"Have a good weekend."
Sean nodded, shifted his focus to Jeremy.
"Good to meet you."
Once his foreman had left, Kyle turned to Jeremy.
"Sure you want a tour?" "Sure, why not?"
Jeremy's eyes were serious as they started their walk through the building.
"How are you holding up?" "Fine. Why wouldn't I be?"
The lies Kyle had been telling himself since Jeremy had stopped by the job site with the news fell easily from his lips.
"Well, that makes one of us then."
Jeremy gave a humorless chuckle.
"I feel as if I've been slammed in the back with a 2x4.
Kyle stopped walking. They were at the back of the theater. A plastered wall a little higher than waist-high separated the walkway from the seats on the main level.
"Did you think I was lying?"
Jeremy shrugged.
"I didn't know what to believe. Some shared DNA doesn't change anything between us, doesn't it?"
Those shrewd blue eyes met his.
"You're my brother."
"Half," Kyle corrected automatically.
"Still counts."
Jeremy shoved his hands into his pockets.
"Blood is blood."
The comment hit a little too close to home. A knot formed in the pit of Kyle's stomach. That was something his father might have said. Or, rather, the man Kyle had always thought of as his dad.
I never had a brother or a sister.
Jeremy met his gaze.
Always wanted one. I'd like it if we could get to know each other. Now that this job is done, I'll be heading back to Kentucky.
Surprise flickered across Jeremy's face.
You bought a house here.
Now it was Kyle's turn to be surprised.
Did Eliza tell you that? Eliza doesn't tell me anything. Not anymore.
Jeremy strolled down the long aisle to the orchestra pit, one hand touching the tops of the deeply upholstered seats as he passed.
I work in the courthouse. People talk.
Anger surged as Kyle thought how Eliza would feel if she knew everyone was gossiping about her.
People need to keep their mouths shut. True, but if you're going to live in a small town, that's the first thing you need to learn. Secrets rarely stay hidden. I told you I'm not staying.
They'd reached the end of the aisle. Kyle stared down into the darkness of the orchestra pit. The emptiness he saw there matched the emptiness inside him.
Why buy a house? Why get involved with Eliza? Temporary insanity?
Kyle paused, caught himself.
The house, not Eliza.
A slow smile lifted Jeremy's lips.
You've fallen for her.
Kyle started to deny it, then decided what was the point.
I'm in love with her.
Jeremy clapped him on the back.
Good for you. Not good at all.
Kyle whirled, flung out his hands.
I'm leaving. She's staying.
That, he knew, was what gnawed at him. Yesterday, when he'd gotten the news about his parentage and felt torn in two, there'd been only one person he'd needed, to see.
Life is full of choices.
Jeremy studied him.
You're a man who can make the difficult ones. You chose to come here, to browbeat me into taking the DNA test. Browbeat?
Kyle gave a half-hearted chuckle.
You took that test because you were as curious as me. Maybe.
His brother's smile faded.
My dad, our dad, will be in town later tonight. He plans to stay through the weekend. You need to make time to speak with him.
When Kyle opened his mouth, Jeremy held up a hand.
That was the deal. I'll make the time. Good. Now, show me the rest of this place.
Jeremy glanced around.
What I've seen looks amazing.
Chapter 25.
Meeting in the garden could become a habit.
Eliza's gloved hand stilled on the weed she'd been pulling. She glanced up and shaded her eyes with her hand. Despite all that had happened today, the sight of Kyle had a smile lifting her lips. I needed to think. I thought I might as well tackle a few weeds at the same time. Kyle crouched down beside her, all rugged male in his faded jeans and t-shirt. He grabbed a spiked leafy weed and added it to her pile.
Everything okay?
It depends on your perspective. Eliza stared unseeingly across the garden, then rose and pulled off her gloves. Take a walk with me. Kyle pushed to his feet and held out his hand.
With pleasure.
Eliza hadn't expected to walk down the sidewalk with him holding hands. Heck, she hadn't expected to be walking down the sidewalk at all, not dressed in clothes earmarked for digging in the dirt.
You look good in jeans.
Kyle leaned back, and his gaze lingered on her backside.
Sexy.
A warm rush of pleasure filled her. She rolled her eyes, just for form.
Tell me what's troubling you.
The concern in his deep voice matched what she saw in his eyes.
Surely there's something I can do to help.
I don't think so. Eliza inhaled a breath and let it out slowly. The air was always so clean and fresh here. The lawns green and well-tended. Blooming flowers dotted the landscapes of nearly every home they passed. Good Hope deserved to win the competition. The business owners deserved the publicity. But without a bride and groom, they would be forced to drop out of the competition. His hand tightened around hers.
Tell me.
Lindsay called off her engagement with Dan. The words hung in the air for several seconds.
Because of Owen?
Eliza slowly shook her head. I don't think so. Lindsay likes and respects Owen, but I believe they are, at this point, anyway, just friends.
It's difficult to be blindsided.
At first, Eliza thought Kyle was referring to Lindsay hitting her with this news so close to the showcase. Then she realized he was talking about Dan.
I think he truly believed Lindsay loved him.
Kyle's tone was heavy with sympathy. Of course, Kyle would identify with Dan. He'd had a fiancée, a woman he loved, dump him unexpectedly. The thought of Kyle loving another woman brought a sharp pang to Eliza's heart. She attempted to tug her hand away, but his fingers tightened around hers.
I learned a valuable lesson from my experience with Jessica. Lasting love is a two-way street.
Kyle brought their joined fingers to his mouth and kissed the top of her hand.
I'm glad it didn't work out with her. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here now. With you.
Eliza's stomach somersaulted, but when she spoke, her voice was even. Lindsay feels horrible about breaking up with Dan so close to the showcase. I told her to let me worry about the competition.
It's a great compliment, her coming to you.
What do you mean?
She felt she could be straight with you. She knew you'd understand and be on her side.
The approval that ran through his words warmed her.
You're a good friend, E. She's lucky to have you.
Some of the weight that had settled on her shoulders slid off and fell at her feet. I only wish she'd decided this a couple of weeks ago. For a second, Kyle appeared confused. Then a knowing look filled his eyes.
The competition. Once again, you don't have a bride and groom.
That's right. Though she felt more like crying, Eliza gave a little laugh. And it's too late to find an acceptable replacement. Kyle stopped in the middle of the sidewalk, put his hands on her arms, and turned her to face him. His gaze searched her face.
What are you going to do?
Eliza shrugged. Good Hope will have to withdraw.
Are you positive you can't find another couple?
I've been racking my brain for anyone who might work, but I've come up empty. She sighed. Even if I could find someone who's willing, the odds she'd fit into the dress and be prepared to handle the interviews are practically nil. When Kyle began to walk, Eliza fell into step beside him. Missing the feel of his hand against hers, she took his arm. Somehow, she always felt better, stronger, when he was close.
I may have a solution.
He tossed the words out there, then waited. She squeezed his arm, tight enough to make him yelp.
Hey, what was that for?
She smiled sweetly. You tormenting me? Confusion furrowed his brow.
How?
You say you have a solution, but then clam up. He laughed.
You just have to promise me that when you hear it, you won't punch me.
How was it that this man could make her forget her troubles with a simple flash of a smile? I'm not promising anything. Eliza wasn't sure what to think when the laughter faded from his eyes and his expression turned serious. She held her breath when he turned toward her and took both her hands in his.
I think you and I should be the couple.
I've lost my mind. That was the only explanation Eliza could come up with. She'd let Kyle convince her that not only would pretending to be engaged allow Good Hope to continue in the competition, but it would take the heat off Lindsay for backing out at the last minute. You're doing fantastic. Amy gave Eliza an encouraging smile as she positioned herself for more pictures. The film crew had kept a close eye on her all morning. Everywhere she went, they followed. They were there when Eliza stepped out of Swoon's dressing room in the black satin gown. Thanks to a few adjustments by Piper, it fit perfectly. Margot, the producer, appeared to enjoy the boutique owner's story of how Lindsay had made Eliza model the dress so she could see how it looked from another vantage point. Margot nodded in approval when Piper finished. "That's a sweet story! Our viewers will love it!" Marigold's shop was next on the grand tour. Because of her experience in Chicago with couture fashion shows, the youngest Bloom sister was at ease in front of the camera. Marigold demonstrated her skill for sound bites while arranging Eliza's hair in the striking vintage style they'd both admired at Rake's farm. Makeup was applied when they reached the farm. Once again, a Bloom sister shone in front of the camera. By the time Finn finished applying Eliza's makeup, even Eliza was impressed. A section of the barn had been set up as it would be at the reception, complete with antique furniture pieces and wedding photos of Lindsay's and Dan's parents, arranged on a black natural wood credenza. The black and white Chanel-inspired cake with its pearls and brooch had been artfully arranged on a marble-topped table. Amy had brought plates and a cake knife with her when Eliza mentioned they might film her and Kyle cutting the cake. Kyle had arrived 30 minutes earlier. From several comments she overheard, Eliza gathered Kyle had had a busy morning with his own entourage. "We need the groom over here," Margot motioned to Kyle. Eliza and Kyle strode to the table and were expertly positioned next to the cake. She knew they made a striking picture. As they waited for the cameraman, Amy stepped to her and whispered in her ear, "I'm so happy for both of you." It was an odd comment, considering Amy and the rest of the Bloom sisters knew this engagement was simply so Good Hope could continue in the competition. If they won the showcase, plans were to find another couple willing to step in for the actual wedding. Beck had gone over the rules, and there was nothing in them preventing a community from substituting one engaged couple for another.
"You make a beautiful bride."
Kyle leaned close. His warm breath against her ear had her insides jittering. "You don't look half bad yourself," she whispered back. She was as surprised as everyone when he threw back his head and laughed, then tugged her close for a kiss. The crowd that had gathered around applauded as Finn hurried over to retouch Eliza's lipstick.
"You two need to behave yourselves,"
Finn spoke with mock sternness, even as her green eyes glittered. Kyle's hand tightened around Eliza's and gave it a squeeze, letting her know he was there for her. Out of everyone there, he knew how hard it was for her to play this part. But he'd been right. Stepping in had immediately taken the heat off Lindsay and Dan. Margot wagged a finger.
"No more kissing!"
"Cut them some slack," someone called out.
"They're in love."
"Yes, you are in love." Amy leaned in close to adjust the neckline of Eliza's dress.
"Even if you're too stubborn to admit it."
Words of protest rose from the onlookers when Anita pushed her way through the crowd to stand in the front row. Lindsay's mother had received an invitation to attend both the preliminary shoot today and the one in the church on Tuesday. The invitation had been extended when she'd been the mother of the bride. Eliza knew Anita had been furious at her daughter for breaking the engagement. That's why it surprised her that Anita had shown up today. Of course, the woman always liked being in the middle of any action. Eliza had to admit Anita made a fetching sight. Her ivory summer dress showed off a trim figure, and her dark hair, styled in an elegant chignon, suited her angular face. Anita shifted her gaze, and Eliza felt the cold punch of it. She must have shivered, because Kyle reached up to stroke her arm. In reaction, she leaned her dark head against his. The photographer went crazy, while most of those in attendance exhaled a collective sigh. Their reaction and Margot's clap of pleasure propelled Anita forward.
"This is ridiculous!"
Anita lifted a hand high in the air.
"I demand an end to the charade immediately."
If they'd been in a theater, Anita's voice could have easily reached the back row. Like sharks smelling blood in the water, the film crew began to circle. Though Eliza had tried to tell herself otherwise, there was no denying this competition was barely a step up from reality television. "You'll edit this part out," Eliza spoke in her best no-nonsense tone. Ignoring her, the cameraman zoomed in as Anita took several steps closer and jabbed a finger at Eliza. "You encouraged my daughter to break her engagement to a wonderful man, just so you could take her place." A stir of excitement ran through the film crew.
"Anita."
Jeremy stepped closer and tried to take her arm, but she shook him off. Kyle's arm slipped around Eliza's waist.
"You should leave."
Kyle's tone brooked no argument.
"Nothing here concerns you."
As Eliza expected, the comment was like tossing kerosene on a fire.
"Don't you tell me what to do."
Anita's brown eyes turned as sharp as her voice. "My daughter was pushed out by this conniving, backstabbing bitch who pretended to be her friend." Beside her, Kyle began to vibrate. Eliza clutched his arm and leveled the gaze that had brought many a Cherries member to her knees. "You're making a fool of yourself, Anita. You need to go."
"Everyone in Good Hope knows it's always about you and what you want. You don't care about Lindsay. All you care about is this competition."
Steve Bloom suddenly appeared and took Anita's arm. The brunette started to pull away until she realized who it was beside her. Despite her vehement denials, everyone in Good Hope knew Anita still cared about this sweet, gentle man she'd once dated.
"Come with me, Anita."
Steve's eyes were as soft and soothing as his voice.
"Let's go somewhere. Get a cup of coffee."
Eliza breathed a sigh of relief when Anita's shoulders slumped. Then she whirled, and that finger was in the air again, pointing from Eliza to Kyle. "Mark my words, when this all comes out as being a sham, you two won't be able to hold your heads up in this community." With a half-sob, Anita shook off Steve's hand and took off, the film crew in hot pursuit. Eliza stared down at the emerald-cut diamond with the elaborate filigree that Kyle had placed on her finger yesterday, just for show. She wasn't sure where he'd picked up the ring that likely wasn't even a real gemstone. Surging emotion made rational thought impossible. Eliza might have walked off the set if Kyle hadn't reached out and grabbed her hand.
"Steady."
Out of the corner of her eye, Eliza saw one camera swing to them, while the other remained trained on Anita, who was now shoving her way through the crowd.
"Take a deep breath."
Kyle's voice remained low, for her ears only.
"A few more photos, and we can go home."
Home. For a second, Eliza imagined how nice it would be to sit in the parlor and share a glass of wine with him. Somehow, without her quite realizing how it had happened, he'd become incredibly precious to her. Yet what had she done? She'd put him in a situation where he would be embarrassed and ridiculed. He might have volunteered, might have even suggested the charade. But she'd lived here her entire life, and Eliza knew the fallout Kyle could face when it came out they were just pretending, especially with Anita determined to bring him down. Eliza could handle whatever garbage Anita tossed her way. What she couldn't stand was having the man she loved hurt, and knowing she was to blame. Chapter 26. With more than a little impatience, Kyle watched the crew pack up and leave the barn, laughing and talking. Margot nearly floated out the door. For her and her crew, it had been a stellar day. Like a maraschino cherry atop a freshly made sundae, Anita's tirade had been an unexpected sweet treat. After Lindsay's mother left, Margot zeroed in on Eliza, no doubt hoping for some theatrics. But the brunette was stoic and tight-lipped. They'd gotten all the drama they would get for today. When Margot ordered one of her crew to finish with some close-ups of Eliza, Kyle moved to the side and waited.
I'll make sure they're gone.
Jeremy clapped Kyle on the back and gestured with his head toward Eliza.
She's going to need you. She's not nearly as cool about all this as she appears.
No shit, Sherlock. Thankful the barn was finally empty, Kyle crossed to where Eliza was pretending great interest in a few hairpins that had fallen to the floor. She didn't glance up as he approached. When he bent over to pick up a pin she'd missed, she slowly straightened.
Anita was right, you know.
There was an edge to her voice Kyle didn't like. He'd caught Anita's parting shot. It would have been impossible not to hear, and had felt Eliza stiffen from the impact.
How do you figure?
He kept his voice easy. Being involved in this charade will make it difficult for both of us. I wasn't thinking clearly when I decided on this course of action.
Something was going on here, but darned if Kyle could figure out what it was. It's been a long day. We can discuss this later.
You should be doing a happy dance. The smile she flashed, though bright, didn't reach her eyes. As of now, you're off the hook. He inclined his head.
What do you mean? We still have the wedding filming to do.
Don't worry. She patted his hand. I'll handle it. While he watched, she slid the diamond off her left hand and pressed it into his palm. Thanks for the loaner. While he was still trying to gather his thoughts, Eliza walked away, leaving him with a ring and a whole lot of questions. Kyle's phone rang just as he reached the truck. He was tempted to let it go to voicemail when he noticed it was his mother.
Hi, Mom.
Thankful he no longer wore the tux, Kyle rested his back against the dusty vehicle.
What time are you getting in?
We're already here. His mother's voice held the lilt that had been missing since he'd first confronted her with his suspicions. Then she lowered her voice for a moment, making him wonder who else was nearby.
Your father wants to speak with you as soon as possible. Where are you now?
At your home. It's gorgeous, Kyle. Simply magnificent. Aaron continued to gush for another minute about his new house. All he could think was it wasn't his house. It was Eliza's. Despite what the deed said, it belonged to her. Your father is very impressed. He now sees why you snatched it up. His mother's light tone suddenly turned serious as she whispered into the phone. I told your father the full story. I should have told him last year when you first came to me, but I didn't, and that was my error. Now, at least, it's no longer between us. Kyle heard the relief and hoped that meant his parents' marriage hadn't been irreparably damaged.
Are you two settled in?
Oh, yes. Catherine has been a doll. His mother gave a little laugh. We hit it off right away. She's going to introduce me to all her friends while I'm here.
You'll like them.
Kyle slipped the ring back into his pocket.
Why don't you tell Dad to meet me at the theater? It's easy to find. Catherine can give him directions. I can show him what I've been doing while we talk.
He drove straight to the theater. As parking was at a premium because of the Ready Set Wed crew being in town, Kyle was forced to park several blocks away. His battered heart clenched when he rounded the corner and caught sight of the man who'd taught him to catch a ball, dribble a basketball, and swing a hammer. Scott Kendrick had not only been there for every Little League game, but for every bump in Kyle's journey to manhood. Dressed casually in jeans and a brown Henley, his father lifted a hand in greeting when he spotted Kyle. He was a tall man with wavy brown hair, bright blue eyes, and an easy smile. Though his gaze remained watchful, he greeted Kyle with a manly half-hug that lasted a second longer than necessary. The gesture had a lump forming in Kyle's throat. For the first time, Kyle realized that, regardless of what he'd told Eliza, the confirmation that he was indeed someone else's son had rocked him to the core.
It's good to see you, son.
Scott followed Kyle into the theater and waited while he flipped on the lights.
Or am I not allowed to call you that anymore?
It didn't surprise Kyle that his dad got right down to business. His straightforwardness was a trait Kyle admired and had always tried to emulate.
For me, this confirmation didn't change anything.
Kyle's voice hitched.
I hope nothing has changed between you and Mom.
Though Kyle knew the truth had needed to come out, that didn't stop him from worrying how the revelation might have affected his parents' marriage.
A couple doesn't get through something this big unscathed.
Scott leaned casually against the concession bar, his expression guarded.
You and Mom are getting a divorce?
The absolute horror of it had Kyle's blood freezing.
No, no, no. I love your mother, and she loves me. That will never change.
Scott glanced down at the shiny wood of the concession bar and dragged one finger along the top. After a moment, he lifted his gaze to meet Kyle's.
Your mom didn't cheat on me. We'd broken up before she went to Daytona for spring break. I was a fool. I let my buddies convince me I was too young to settle on one girl.
Kyle wasn't sure what to say, so he merely nodded.
But once I had my freedom, I realized the only one I wanted was her.
Scott's eyes grew distant with memories.
I was miserable. Telling Aaron we should date other people was the worst decision I ever made. What did you do when you realized your mistake?
This was a part of the puzzle Kyle didn't have.
I had a choice to make. Move on and try to live without her, or admit I was wrong and ask for her forgiveness.
The soft look that filled his eyes quieted the last remnant of Kyle's fears.
I told her I'd been a schmuck and begged for another chance. I wasn't sure how she'd react. That must have been a difficult conversation.
Scott gave a half chuckle.
Admitting you're wrong is never easy. Mom had some apologizing to do, too.
Kyle thought of what had happened during that week in Daytona.
Nope.
His father's tone brooked no argument.
Aaron and I weren't together when she met Ed Rakes. But I was the one at fault, not her.
Scott's steady gaze pinned Kyle.
I won't have you thinking otherwise. Understood?
Kyle nodded.
Those weeks apart taught me a lot, helped me grow as a man.
Scott's gaze grew thoughtful.
Not only did I learn not to let myself be influenced by others, but your mother taught me the art of graciously accepting a heartfelt apology.
Kyle cleared his throat.
I'm glad you and she will get past this.
Apparently done with discussing the incident, Scott narrowed his gaze on his son.
I don't say it often, but I love you, Kyle. You having another man's DNA doesn't alter that fact or the fact that I consider you to be my son.
Fighting hard against the emotions swamping him, Kyle only nodded.
But you have another dad. One who, if he's smart, will want to get to know you. I'm good with that.
Once again, Kyle was amazed by his father's generosity of spirit.
I understand you also have a brother.
Kyle finally found his voice.
Jeremy. He lives here in Good Hope.
Shoulders relaxed. Scott raised a brow.
What's he like? He's a nice guy.
Kyle's lips curved as he thought of the affable mayor.
Given time, I believe we might become good friends. Take that time. I won't be staying in Good Hope.
Kyle's words sounded hollow in his ears.
Once the theater renovation was completed, my plan was to return to Kentucky. Is that what you still want?
Scott's tone remained conversational.
Kendrick is based out of Lexington.
A chill settled over Kyle.
Unless you don't want me to be a part of the family business anymore. You're my son.
His father's hand settled on Kyle's shoulder, squeezed.
Of course I want you to be a part of Kendrick. It's just obvious you've been making a place for yourself here."
Kyle lifted his jaw in a stubborn tilt.
"I want to remain involved with the company." "That's not a problem. You like bidding jobs, and you're good at it. That can be done from here."
Scott glanced around the theater.
"If this renovation is any indication of the skill of the crew you've assembled, take on some jobs. No reason Kendrick can't expand into this part of the country."
What his father was offering humbled Kyle.
"You'd be okay with that?" "I'll be honest. Selfishly, your mother and I would like you close. But we want you happy."
Scott's gaze met his.
"Take time to get to know your family here. Your mom and me and Lolo. No matter where you live, we'll be there for you."
Kyle thought of Eliza and the dreams he'd spun in his head. Could he live in Good Hope without her?
"Right now, I'm not certain what I'm going to do. You're a smart guy. You'll figure it out."
His father slung an arm around his shoulders.
"Now, let's hunt up your mother. She can't wait to see you."
Once she left Rake's farm, Eliza stopped by Hill House to change, then swung by the house that was no longer her home. But a strange car parked out front had her driving by without stopping. She'd forgotten that Kyle's parents were arriving today. There would be no chance to say goodbye to Catherine and Lolo. She sighed. It was probably for the best. Eliza was still deciding where to go when her phone rang. "Hello, dear brother." Her smile faded as she listened to his words tumble out, terse and to the point. When he finally paused for breath, the Good Hope city limits had already come and gone. "I'll be right there." Highway 42 spanned the entire length of the peninsula and would lead her directly to Sturgeon Bay. She'd visited friends in the hospital there several times, but never family. Her father had been admitted with chest pains. Though she was still furious with him, her heart swelled, filling her chest with an ache so strong it made breathing difficult. When tears blurred her vision, she determinedly blinked them back. The past does not determine the future. Eliza wasn't sure why that particular phrase kept running through her mind. At this moment, all she knew was she didn't want anything to happen to her dad. She wheeled the car into the parking lot and pushed through the front door. "Eliza Shaw, my father, Donald Shaw, was admitted this afternoon." The woman, about the same age as Eliza's mother, only with salt and pepper hair, glanced at her monitor. "Mr. Shaw is in room 142. Go straight, then take your first right. It's about—" "Thank you." Eliza took off running, her heels clicking a staccato beat against the shiny floor tile. She spotted her mother and brother halfway down the hall, speaking with a man in a white lab coat. When she drew close, she saw his name was embroidered on the jacket, Dr. Nolan Passmore. The name was oddly familiar. He was about her age, with short brown hair and shrewd hazel eyes. Eliza turned to her brother. "How is he?"
"This is my sister, Eliza."
Ethan spoke to the doctor before returning his attention to her.
"Dr. Passmore was just explaining that Dad didn't have a heart attack."
"Are you sure?" Eliza narrowed her gaze on the doctor. The doctor's lips tipped upward for a second.
"What your father had was an esophageal spasm, which can feel very much like a heart attack."
Ethan must have seen the question in her eyes, because he responded before she could voice the question.
"Dad's cardiac enzymes are normal, as was the ECG. His blood pressure is low, and his heartbeat steady and regular."
Though her brother had laid it out clearly, Eliza found it difficult to focus. "Esophageal spasm. Heartburn." Eliza's mother spoke for the first time. She shook her head. "I told him not to eat that burger." "Burger?" Eliza lifted a brow. "A hamburger did this?"
"Not just any hamburger."
Ethan's lips twitched.
"A Latin burger with caramelized onion and jalapeno relish." Don't forget the red pepper mayonnaise he slathered on it. Patricia's lips pursed. I told him he shouldn't have it. I had one. Ethan smiled. It was great. You don't have a problem with acid reflux. Their mother's cool blue eyes radiated irritation. Eliza shifted her gaze to the doctor. Will you be keeping him overnight? No reason. Dr. Passmore glanced at his watch. He should be ready to discharge in a couple hours. I'll be sending him home on some medications and advising him to check in with his doctor when he returns to Palm Springs. I want to see him. Eliza looked at her brother. Ethan must have gotten her message because he took their mother's arm. The paperwork will take some time. Let's you and I take a walk. Ethan offered their mother a smile that Eliza knew she'd find difficult to resist. Eliza can keep Dad company. Thanks for taking care of him, Eliza told the doctor when her brother and mother walked off. I imagine he's not been the most cooperative of patients. I'm happy it wasn't more serious. The non-committal response told her that indeed her father had been a pain in the ass. Eliza pushed open the door to his room. She didn't expect to find her father in bed, and he didn't disappoint. He sat in a chair, wearing a blue hospital gown. Though his gaze was just as sharp, she was struck by how old he looked. Appears you're going to live. Eliza slipped into the chair closest to him. Donald gave an impatient huff. Did they tell you when they're going to release me? The doctor said he's putting through the paperwork now. Good. I'm ready to get out of here. The room was opulent by hospital standards, but if she had been in his place, she'd want out too. Donald cleared his throat. Ethan said he was going to call you. I wasn't sure after all that's happened you'd come. It took me a second or two to decide, but I didn't have anything else going on. The comment brought a smile, one that vanished almost immediately. I heard some nurses talking about your engagement. I approve of your choice. Eliza feigned nonchalance. Because you've had time to check him out and discover he has money? It's not a crime for a man to want the best for his daughter. Her father's eyes met hers. Since you agreed to marry him, I know it's because you love him. You're stubborn like me. We don't do anything we don't want to do. Eliza knew she could use his behavior with the house to justify rejecting this roundabout apology. Then she thought of Mindy. Life is too short. Too short not to clasp on to love with both hands. Too short not to forgive. I have a favor to ask. What is it? This was the Donald Shaw she knew, and, yes, reluctantly loved. The one who never committed to anything without all the facts. If I ever needed you to walk me down the aisle in the far, far distant future, would you be interested? He surprised Eliza by reaching out and clasping her hand. I'd be honored. Chapter 27. You never said specifically what business she had to take care of. Kyle had pressed Catherine for answers earlier, but she had rambled on without giving any details at all. His parents and Lolo had just left the room, so Kyle decided a full court press was in order about why Eliza wasn't at home when he'd returned from the theater. Her father was admitted to the hospital in Sturgeon Bay with chest pains. Catherine tossed the words out as if she were merely giving an updated weather report. When I last spoke with her, she was on her way to meet her mother and brother at the hospital. Why didn't you tell me that right away? Kyle was already pulling out his phone before she finished. She needs someone there with her. Before he could select Eliza's number on his phone, Catherine's phone rang. She smiled. Speak of the devil. Let me talk to her. Catherine ignored Kyle's outstretched hand. How's Donald? The older woman listened for a moment. I'm going to side with Patricia on this one.
I warned him not to eat that Latin burger, but you can't tell the man anything." Inclining her head, Catherine listened, making a few sounds of agreement every so often. Kyle resisted, barely, the urge to snatch the phone from Catherine's bony fingers. "No rush. We're fine here. What?" Catherine held the phone out and looked at it. "I guess her battery was really low."
Is her father okay?
"Acid reflux." Catherine made a clucking sound. "I told him spicy equals trouble."
It wasn't his heart?
"Guess not."
Is Eliza on her way home?
"Eventually."
Catherine!
His low growl had her smiling coyly. "She's stopping at Amy and Beck's first."
Why?
"I didn't get a chance to ask before her phone died. She was just leaving the hospital, so you have at least 30 minutes." Catherine studied him. "More than enough time for you to get the words of your proposal firmly in your head." Kyle cocked his head.
How do you know I plan to propose?
"Either that's the plan, or you're a fool." Catherine smiled and reached for her knitting. "You've never struck me as a fool." Kyle told himself to wait until she got home, but when an hour passed with no Eliza, he'd had enough. As Amy's house was so close, Kyle walked. He covered the distance in long, ground-eating strides. As he drew close, he saw Eliza's Subaru parked in the drive. Pausing on the steps, Kyle rubbed his jaw.
He should just wait for her to get home.
But with his family eager to meet her, there would be no privacy. He climbed the steps and rang the bell.
He wasn't sure what it said that Beck didn't appear surprised to see him. We're in the parlor.
Kyle followed back into the large room. He immediately spotted Eliza, who sat on the long sofa, holding Sarah Rose.
We've got company,
Beck announced. When Eliza looked up and saw him, she smiled, and something inside Kyle unknotted. Amy rose. "Can I get you something to drink?" Kyle was clear on what he planned to say to Eliza. What he hadn't considered was how to get rid of Amy and Beck.
There's a few things Eliza and I need to discuss.
Kyle's gaze never left Eliza.
In private.
Amy smiled brightly. "Perfect timing. Beck and I were just about to give Sarah Rose her bath."
We were?
Beck must have caught Amy's pointed glance, because he smiled.
That's right, it's bath time.
With obvious reluctance, Eliza handed the baby to Amy. When Sarah Rose's brow puckered, Amy took the chubby hand and lifted it up and down. "Say bye-bye, Aunt Eliza." A smile bloomed on Eliza's lips. "See you later, Sarah Rose." Kyle squared his shoulders and sat down beside Eliza.
How's your father?
"Just a scare. He and Mom should be back at the Bayshore by now." "How are things at home?" Eliza's gray eyes, dark and unreadable, met his. "I saw your parents arrived." Which meant she'd driven by and seen the rental car.
They got in this afternoon.
Kyle edged closer.
Lolo was as excited to see them as they were to see her.
"I'm sure they missed her." A hint of a smile ghosted Eliza's lips. "She's a good kid."
She and Catherine were making enchiladas and planning a Gilmore Girls marathon when I left.
Kyle kept his voice light.
My mom and dad are joining them, at least for the enchiladas.
"Did you and your father have a chance to talk?" If she wanted to keep the conversation focused on something other than them for a while, he'd play along.
Better than I expected. I wasn't certain how he'd react to the news. I should have known better than to doubt him. When you love someone, you trust them.
Speed dating questions.
What?
When we answered those speed dating questions, we agreed honesty and trust are essential in a relationship.
Do you trust me, Eliza?
Her widening eyes had him wishing he'd eased into the discussion rather than jumping in feet first. Yes, she cleared her throat. Of course I trust you.
That's good.
Kyle expelled the breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Eliza inclined her head. What's this about?
It's about you and me.
He took another deep breath.
I'd like you to listen to what I have to say without interrupting. Can you do that?
Staying silent isn't easy for me. He smiled at that and was relieved when she made a go-ahead motion with her hand.
Both of us have been dealing with a lot of heavy stuff recently, but
He continued on, even when her mouth opened.
you and I don't have to have all the answers or be strong every second of every day. You know why? Because I'll always have your back, and I know you'll have mine.
Kyle reached out and took her hand, wanting the connection.
You have so many wonderful qualities. I admire your heart. You care about people. You care about this community. You care about me. And well, I'm crazy in love with you.
Her eyes widened and her bottom lip trembled. I don't know what to say. He gently brushed a strand of dark, silky hair back from her face.
Say you love me.
Her gaze searched his face. Honesty and trust. His heart plummeted. Those weren't the 3 words he'd been hoping to hear. I trust you, Kyle. There isn't anyone I trust more. Because I do, I'll be honest. His heart stopped. Kyle still wasn't sure what to think when she looped her arms around his neck. I love you. Her voice was soft and low, but clearly audible. It took all of Kyle's restraint not to sweep her into his lap and kiss her senseless. Now that he knew her feelings, there was so much more he needed to say. Eliza wasn't sure what to think when Kyle tightly gripped her hand. He suddenly looked so serious. Is something wrong? Those brilliant blue eyes met hers.
Yes.
Her breath hitched.
What's wrong is we're not together.
She cast a pointed glance down at her hand, tightly clasped in his. A ghost of a smile lifted his lips, then the serious expression returned.
When I slipped the ring on your finger before the showcase, it was pretend in the sense that there was no commitment.
His thumb caressed her palm.
I don't want it to be pretend between us anymore.
I don't want pretend either. Eliza furrowed her brow. I plan to tell Margot in the morning we're pulling out of the competition. I can call her now if... Kyle put a finger against her lips.
Please, let me get this out.
Eliza obliged and remained silent. As the silence lengthened, a sense of anticipation filled the air. Kyle gave a half laugh.
I'm not usually tongue-tied. It's just this is so damn important.
The worry in his eyes had her heart lurching. She tightened her hold on his hand. There isn't anything you can't say to me. Nothing you can't tell me. His expression softened, and the tightness left his jaw. Eliza sucked in a breath when he dropped to one knee and pulled out a tiny black box.
I feel as if I've spent my whole life searching for you. You and I, we just fit. I can't promise a life without trials, but I can promise you'll be able to count on me through the bad as well as the good. We'll work together and play together, and I'll do my best to make you happy every day of your life.
The relief of knowing this wonderful, kind, sweet man loved her had tears filling Eliza's eyes. She didn't bother to blink them back.
I want to spend my life with you, raise a family with you. grow old with you.
His gaze searched hers as he flipped the jeweler's case open. The emerald-cut diamond in the vintage setting flashed fire.
All I need to know is, do you want those same things too?
Eliza held out her hand and looked into the wild blue of his eyes as he slid on the ring. Wanting to make sure there was no doubt as to her feelings, she smiled and spoke the two words that would forever bind their lives together. I do. Epilogue. You lost the competition, but won the man. Amy's tone was cheerful as she sipped her club soda. I don't want this to go public, but I'm not heartbroken Egg Harbor edged us out. Eliza's gaze lingered on the friends and family gathered on the expanse of backyard green. A small, intimate wedding was always my dream. Eliza spotted Kyle standing with her brother and Beck. Her father was there too, and listening, for a change. But it was Kyle who drew her gaze. Her husband might prefer work boots and jeans, but the man sure knew how to rock a tux. Tall, dark, handsome, and all mine. Seeing you this morning at the top of your stairs, on your father's arm, Amy sighed. You took my breath away. Eliza had worn the black gown from Swoon, her hair styled in vintage rolls and tucks, a bouquet of white roses cradled in her arms. Amy gazed admiringly at her. Not only do you look amazing, you smell wonderful. I'd like to take credit for the scent, but the sweet fragrance doesn't belong to me. Eliza slid her gaze to a nearby table where 24 white roses in full bloom spilled from a crystal vase. Kyle gave me those. They still smell terrific. The bouquet had arrived Sunday, shortly before she and Kyle had left for dinner at Jeremy's house. Eliza knew her pleasure in the unexpected gift had bolstered his spirits for the meeting with his biological father, an encounter that had gone much better than either of them had anticipated. The fact that Jeremy had decided to prepare his parents for Kyle's bombshell likely had something to do with the ease. I wish Prim and Max could have been here. Too busy having a baby. Amy expelled a happy sigh. A healthy little girl, 9 pounds, 3 ounces. Be sure and tell her congratulations. Eliza thought of her and Kyle. Would a baby or two be part of their future? The surge of excitement Eliza experienced at the thought told her it wouldn't be long until she was ready for that adventure. I can't wait to see the newest member of the Brody household. Finn is having a family barbecue at the farm on June 2nd, Amy explained. You and Kyle will see Prim and the baby then. Eliza cocked her head. But if it's a family event, we wouldn't want to intrude. Jeremy and Kyle are brothers. Amy squeezed her arm. That makes you family. You know about Jeremy and Kyle? Amy's cheeks pinked. You know what they say, there are no secrets in Good Hope. Eliza chuckled. Truer words were never spoken. Amy had just left in search of her baby, who'd been spotted in Lynn Chapin's arms, when Catherine and Lolo hurried up. You've got yourself a good man. Catherine squeezed Eliza's hand, her eyes misty. I know. We're sisters. Lolo smiled hugely, the sunlight glinting off her braces. She lowered her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. I didn't get a chance to tell you yesterday, but KT gave me his cell number. This way we can stay in touch. Love for the girl who was now her little sister welled up and spilled over. She pulled Lolo to her for a tight hug. I'm going to miss you. Eliza released her hold when she saw Scott and Aaron Kendrick approach. She'd already fallen in love with her in-laws. After promising a trip to Kentucky very soon, Eliza went searching for her husband. She started when she felt an arm slide around her shoulders, then looked up and smiled. Simply being close to her new husband brought a wave of warmth rushing through her veins. His lips brushed her cheek.
I'm a lucky man.
As together they greeted their guests, it seemed to Eliza as if the sun shone a little brighter, and even the roses smelled a little sweeter. Maybe every bride feels that way on her wedding day, she told Kyle when the last person had left and they were finally alone.
I'm not a bride, but that's exactly how I feel.
Kyle gave her a twirl, then pulled her tight against him. Having friends and family celebrate with us made the day even more perfect.
We'll have to have them all over sometime.
Sounds like fun.
I'm loving this spontaneous side of you, Mrs. Kendrick.
Kyle took her hand, studying her ring for a second. Then he looked up and grinned.
Next thing I know, you'll be inviting friends to drop over to our home unannounced. I wouldn't go that far.
She entwined her fingers with his.
I've got something for you.
Her gaze dropped to the front of his trousers. I hope you do. He laughed.
I like the way you think, but that comes later.
Kyle reached into his jacket. With a flourish, he held out a legal-sized envelope to her. Eliza opened the envelope and scanned the paper inside. Puzzled, she looked up. The deed is in my name?
Your grandmother loved you. She wanted you to have the house.
Kyle's voice remained light.
I love you, and I want you to have the house. It's my wedding gift to you.
Thank you, but it's our home now. She smiled up at him. I didn't get you a gift.
You're my gift.
He kissed her gently.
For the rest of my life, you'll be the best gift I ever receive.
He took her arm and casually steered her to the front of the house. Something wrong with the back door?
Not that I'm aware of.
They climbed the front steps hand in hand and stood looking out over Good Hope. Eliza slanted a sideways glance at her husband, resplendent in his dark tux. Her husband. She could scarcely believe he was all hers.
What's with the smile?
He teased. Just planning my strategy. He inclined his head. The fastest way to get you out of that tux. He trailed a finger up her bare arm.
Why does it have to be fast? We have all night and the rest of our lives.
Eliza shivered beneath his touch. I like the sound of that.
But first things first.
Without warning, he scooped her into his arms. She shrieked with surprise, unable to stop the laughter bubbling up. What are you doing?
Carrying my bride across the threshold of our home.
His voice shook with emotion.
This action will officially mark the start of a long, wonderful life together.
Eliza looped her arms around his neck. He pretended to almost drop her just as they reached the threshold, which only caused her to cling even more tightly to him. That was okay, Eliza realized. Being strong didn't mean you couldn't lean, especially when someone you trusted and loved with your whole heart had your back. This has been Say I Do in Good Hope, a Good Hope novel, Book 5. Written by Cindy Kirk. Narrated by Amy McFadden, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2017 by Cynthia Rutledge. Production copyright 2017 by Cynthia Rutledge.